Lightning flashed through the air, and dark clouds covered the sky. A heavy rain was about to fall. Inside Wohu City, Shen Xiang, while looking up the sky, muttered to himself, "I cannot delay any longer. If I don't find a good spirit herb soon, I might never get the opportunity again." Shen Xiang had just turned 16 this year, and his build was more robust than others of similar age. Although he had a handsome face and youthful countenance, his eyes have a sense of maturity that was not present in others his age. Although his grandfather was the patriarch of the Qin family, because Shen Xiang didn't have any spiritual veins, he had to pick herbs for himself. Not having spiritual veins meant he was incapable of practicing martial arts. Since he was a child, he had been diligently training his own body and secretly going out to train. He once even fought a tiger-type beast. Although he was young, due to the amount of life and death experiences Shen Xiang had endured, his mental state was far more fortified than the mental states of his peers. "Shen Xiang, what are you doing out here? A storm is about to blow in. Are you sure you want to be out in this weather?" An old steward spoke while walking towards him. Seeing the amount of hard work Shen Xiang did every day, the old steward could not help but admire him. However, a sliver of regret could be seen in his eyes. Shen Xiang had worked very hard and practiced every day for 6 years, but he was stuck at the 3rd level of the mortal martial realm. Other Qin family members, of a similar age, had already entered into the 4th level of the mortal martial realm, and some had even reached the 5th level. This was all due to the fact that he didn't have any spiritual veins. As such, the family didn't attach any importance to him, and he was only treated as an ordinary member of the Qin family. Although he lacked spiritual veins, he had never been discouraged by it and had been diligently training himself. The process of attempting to train allowed him to feel a sense of accomplishment. "Old Ma, I was just going to pick some herbs." Shen Xiang laughed and ran up to the old steward, who sighed and shook his head. "It's useless since you do not have any spiritual veins. No matter how hard you practice, you still won't be able to advance." Shen Xiang had heard such words all throughout his life, but he still insisted that, no matter what, he would not give up. A middle-aged man walked up to the two of them. "Xiang, are you really going to go out in this weather?" Shen Xiang, with a small smile on his face, said, "Dad, the storm is a good opportunity for me to pick herbs as no one will be there to snatch them from me." The middle-aged man was Shen Xiang's father, Shen Tianhu, a very famous and formidable cultivator and also one of the most promising candidates to inherit the position of patriarch of the Qin family. Though his son was somewhat crippled, he had always encouraged Shen Xiang and, from time to time, provided him with precious pills. Unfortunately, the pills didn't have any effect on Shen Xiang. "Here." Shen Tianhu smiled helplessly and threw a small box towards Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang took the box without even looking at what was inside, because he knew that it contained a pill. He smiled and said, "Dad, thank you. Now I don't need to steal the chickens that old Ma raised for his health." That comment made the steward frown. He didn't know that his chickens had been targeted. Watching Shen Xiang, as he left, Shen Tianhu could only let out a sigh because although he had a very high status within the Qin family, the elders in charge of managing the pills were very strict, as pills were precious resources for cultivation, and thus, he could only save a few of them for Shen Xiang. Sadly, their therapeutic effect actually was not that significant, because they were too few in number to affect Shen Xiang. What father doesn't hope for his son to become successful in life? As Shen Tianhu did not have any other methods, all he could do was acquire some pills for Shen Xiang and hope for the best. Immortal Devil Cliff. This was a very desolate place, and, at the moment, a bare-chested teenager was climbing down the cliff. Under the heavy downpour, Shen Xiang was actually climbing down the cliff. This was extremely dangerous, as the Immortal Devil Cliff was very deep and filled with a type of black qi that gave off an aura of death. Therefore, many people didn't even want to approach this place. Nevertheless, Shen Xiang still came here to pick some herbs and was gradually descending into the ravine, slowly approaching the bottom. If others were to know about this, they would laugh at him for being a madman. At a place that even birds don't shit, which was eternally filled with death qi, it was hard to imagine that it was an ideal location for spirit herbs. Of course, Shen Xiang was not stupid. He knew that this Immortal Devil Cliff had been present for many, many years and had always been full of death qi. According to common sense, this lifeless place shouldn't have any spirit herbs, but Shen Xiang didn't actually believe that, as he knew that when things reached to an extreme, There was bound to be some reason for that extreme to exist, and he believes this eternal death chi is caused by a legendary spirit herb. Hell spirit grass. Although this spirit herb sounded very deadly, it was actually a very strange herb, which could even make a dead skeleton regrow its flesh. It ordinarily grew in ancient battlefields or in cemeteries where the death chi was abundant. Only on rainy days would the black chi sink, all due to the rainfall. Because of this, Shen Xiang was able to see down into the deep precipice. He wanted to go deeper into this place so that he could search for the hell spirit grass. He doesn't want the hell spirit grass for himself, but if he got this sacred herb, he could trade it for many precious pills, which would allow him to be free from his current predicament and gain formidable strength. Raindrops continuously fell on Shen Xiang, making him feel very uncomfortable while also making the rocks on the cliffside very slippery. He became very cautious and carefully climbed down the cliff so as not to fall. Nobody knew what was at the bottom of the immortal devil cliff, and there had been many who have gone down, but the number of people that have climbed back up was 0. To fall down meant death. 2 hours had passed, and the rain continued to fall. Shen Xiang had been exercising for many years, and, just by relying on his strong body, he had descended several dozen feet into the deep precipice. Shen Xiang carefully observed his surroundings and found a good temporary shelter. Then he saw something which made his heart beat rapidly. Hell spirit grass. Shen Xiang shouted out with excitement. Gazing straight down, he saw something similar to a white sesame seed cake. He was confident that this was the legendary hell spirit grass. The whole ravine was filled with black death chi, and, to top it all off, the color of the hell spirit grass and the cliff was the same, making this herb very difficult to spot. Though Shen Xiang was very excited, he calmed himself down and rested for a moment, before continuing his journey down. It wasn't long before Shen Xiang arrived next to that hell spirit grass. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the white, hell spirit grass that was the size of a bowl. He could feel the vigorous life force emitted by the hell spirit grass. Shen Xiang picked up the hell spirit grass with one hand. He estimated that this hell spirit grass had been growing for more than 1,000 years. Selling it on the auction would earn him an astronomical sum. Shen Xiang picked up the spirit grass, put it inside his storage pouch, and then grinned. Haha, it's time for this daddy's salted fish to stand up from failure. So long as he is able to sell this hell spirit grass, he will be able to purchase a lot of good rank pills. Then he will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. The rain was gradually easing up, and Shen Xiang was very content right now, so he didn't continue searching the huge cliff, and, instead, choose to climb back up. After all, his strength was very limited, and climbing up was a very hard and dangerous task. After climbing for more than half an hour, the precipice suddenly started to tremble and shake. Shen Xiang's heart was palpitating as he realized that something bad was happening. As he looked above, he saw many small stones falling from the cliffside. As they fell into the abyss, the trembling cliff began to shake much more severely. Damn, I finally got the hell spirit grass, and this happens. Heaven, are you kidding me? The cliff's sudden shaking couldn't help but make Shen Xiang curse bitterly. He wanted to remain calm, so he made himself hold onto the rugged cliff. Otherwise, he would have fallen down in shock. The tremors continued to increase in strength, and Shen Xiang gradually fell into despair. He, again, looked up and saw a giant piece of rock falling towards him. At the same time, the rock he was holding began to crack. God, I just got the hell spirit grass, but now you are bringing me down to hell. Are you king with me? Shen Xiang could not help but curse. But this time, the black chi started to rise up, and the rock Shen Xiang was holding broke. Shen Xiang's body fell into the abyss, filled with black chi, and shouted, with unwillingness filling his voice. After an unknown amount of time passed by, Shen Xiang finally opened his eyes. To his surprise, he was able to see light within the abyss, and what astonished him the most was that there was water present here. He was also able to breathe. Shen Xiang floated to the surface, and he saw that he was currently in a pool shining with a white aura. What shocked Shen Xiang, even more, was that, not far from him, there were 2 stunning girls with long hair, sitting on the ground. And even more shocking than before was that these 2 celestial beauties were naked. Their 2 perfect and flawless jade bodies were completely visible in front of him. Those 2, with their pure faces, which were like meticulously carved jade statues, being without the slightest flaw. Their twin peaks were abundant, and their waists were slender and smooth. They were beautiful and breathtaking. This was Shen Xiang's first time seeing women as beautiful as them. The fragrant and stunning scene had a great impact on Shen Xiang, shocking him into stillness. His whole face flushed red, and his heart and breathing seemed to have stopped. The two girls were hunkered down and looking at each other. After some time, they finally found Shen Xiang, but they totally disregarded him. And, seeing this, Shen Xiang felt humiliated, as he was totally disregarded by the two beauties. After a period of absent-mindedness, Shen Xiang was finally able to see that the crevasse was falling apart. There were many cracks and pits visible. Broken stones were scattered on the ground, and, alongside the broken stones, there were pieces of scattered white silk, which gave him the idea that a battle had been fought here. He speculated that it was these two girls that were the cause of the battle, which had led to their clothes being torn apart. Shen Xiang did not know about why these two stunning and alluring girls were fighting here, in this abyss, but he realized that these two women were quite formidable, and their strength was beyond the scope of his knowledge, being able to shake the earth and move mountains with their power. These two are the cause of my current predicament. They shook the cliff and caused me to plunge down here, but, fortunately, I had some good luck and did not die. Shen Xiang was angry, but, at the same time, he was curious about these two mysterious girls. Shen Xiang slowly walked towards the two women, marveling at their flawless jade bodies. The abyss next to the immortal devil cliff was called hell, but, for Shen Xiang, this hell was similar to paradise. There was a deep pool filled with a soothing white aura, and, most importantly, beside this pool there were two stunning naked girls. Only, at this time, the two girls realized that not far from them, a pair of fiery red eyes were glancing at them, and they felt shame and anger at his leering gaze. The two absolutely gorgeous girls did not move, yet he felt a monstrous killing intent coming from them. Their perfect eyes were squinting, due to anger, but, for some reason, they were not able to turn their heads. Sisters, aren't you cold? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? I'm feeling cold just standing here. Shen Xiang did not know what to say, so he asked a random question. At this time, the coldly elegant girl, with an ice-cold face, said, "You take one more step, and I will let you experience the pain of your bones corroding. You might as well just wish for death." Although the girl sounded crisp and ethereal and would have been perfect, but for one thing, her voice didn't contain any emotion. The girl's looks and temperament were just like her voice. Her presence would cause anyone who saw her to feel cold. Her eyes were filled with a cold aura, revealing a deep hostility in them. "Brat, if you dare come closer, I'll make sure you regret ever being born into this world." The other girl spoke in a low voice. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, coming from all sides and captivating one's soul. Her beauty was that of a seductress, a stunning masterpiece to all those who saw her. Having two stunning beauties standing in front of him greatly tempted Shen Xiang. Though he would never call himself a gentleman, he was not a deceitful person. At present, though the two girls were unable to move, he did not take advantage of them. Shen Xiang calmed down and then spoke politely. "Ladies, this is not intentional. I was trying to harvest some herbs above the cliff, but the cliff started to shake and then I fell. I'm lucky to be alive." While talking, Shen Xiang removed two gowns from his pack and walked towards the girls. He could see that the two girls weren't able to move, and, in order to not let them feel any more embarrassed, he decided to cover their bare bodies. Shen Xiang was now much closer to the girls and could not help but let his eyes feast on their exquisite bodies. The elegant, beautiful girl could only close her eyes and endure the fiery, hot gaze of Shen Xiang as he looked at her body. She trembled while emitting a cold slaughter chi, which chilled to the bone, making Shen Xiang tremble. Shen Xiang's whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he felt a bit of trepidation while trying to cover the cold girl's body. Ahem. This allowed the girl to become somewhat appreciative of Shen Xiang, and her complexion improved a bit. She was no longer releasing any slaughter chi. Shen Xiang arrived at the seductive girl's side and saw that she was giving him a small smile, which made Shen Xiang's face slightly red. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Only then did he put the gown over her. This act made the two girls feel a bit of gratefulness in their hearts. They also felt somewhat guilty, as they had just threatened him. Moreover, they were responsible for the shaking of the cliff. If not for Shen Xiang's luck, perhaps he would have died. The two girls relaxed a little. Shen Xiang did not do anything dirty to them, and this mindset of his made the girls appreciative. They were very clear on how strong a man's temptation could be, especially with bodies like theirs. Ladies, have you been here for a long time? Can you tell me how to get out? I cannot stay here for a lifetime. I have some very important business to attend to. Shen Xiang spoke with frustration. The seductive girl, with a faint smile, spoke softly and said, "Little brother, I have noticed that you don't have a spiritual vein, and, in this life, you will never be able to become a strong cultivator. However, I can gift you an extreme yang divine vein. Furthermore, I can teach you some formidable divine exercises and also teach you alchemy, so that you can refine pills. All of this could help you become a formidable cultivator, but I will only under one condition." The seductive girl threw a coquettish wink towards Shen Xiang, which made Shen Xiang's desire increase a little, yet these words made him slightly startled. However, he felt somewhat uncertain. He could see that these two girls were very strong, but since they were currently injured and could not even move, how would they be able to help others? The beautiful cold girl's eyes lit up. "Brat, I will also grant you an extreme divine vein and teach you how to practice devil exercises. My devil exercises are not any different than my junior sister's divine exercises." She looked into his eyes. "Neither of us would lie to you. It is beneath us." Shen Xiang's body shook. Only geniuses were born with high-grade spiritual veins. But above high-grade spiritual veins were profound veins. After profound veins there were heavenly veins. Above that there were divine veins. Having divine veins was almost like going against heaven's will. "Did you injure your head somewhere from the fall? Don't make fun of me. I may not have skills, but I'm not an idiot." Although they were far above Shen Xiang in power, he did not believe them. "If you obtain these, becoming a formidable cultivator will not be difficult at all. However, later on, you have to help us restore our strength," the seductive girl said, shaking Shen Xiang to the core. The cold girl spoke. "We were attacked by a personal enemy and were severely wounded. We are now unable to move, and we even lost our previous strength. Moreover, formidable demon beasts lurk around here, so we have to leave quickly. Their meridians, bones, dantian, and internal organs had been hit hard. It can be said that they were completely destroyed, and this was due to the battle with a personal nemesis, which also shook the earth and mountains." This made Shen Xiang shudder. The arrival of Shen Xiang was undoubtedly a good opportunity for them to leave this place. They knew that this place was frequently haunted by demon beasts and, as they were defenseless, they could end up as a meal for these demon beasts at any time. "You must believe us now, otherwise you will never be able to climb out of here in your lifetime," the seductive girl said seriously. Shen Xiang had a difficult time accepting what the two had said. Receiving yin and yang divine veins and also getting devil and divine skills for free was a ridiculous idea. But, after considering everything, he could only choose to believe what they said. Shen Xiang, with a bitter sigh, said, "I do hope that you are not playing me. This young one is named Shen Xiang. How should I address my two elder sisters?" The cold beauty said, "By Yu. 2. The seductive girl with a charming smile said, "Su Meiyao. 3. Shen Xiang smilingly said, "Those names really fit you. All right, what is our next step?" Su Meiyao said, "We must first enact a blood deed, which ensures that both parties won't betray each other. We will do this because we will have to live together for a very long time. Transferring our divine veins to you is a very easy thing for us. Senior sister and I have dual divine veins. Giving you one of them will not affect us." Dual divine veins. Moreover, they both had them. Shen Xiang's mouth was twitching. This made it all the more difficult to believe. However, at the same time, his heart was also somewhat excited, because these two formidable girls will live together with him for a very long time. And, for any man, that would be a dream come true, but they still had to rely on him to restore their strength. Bai Yu said, "We don't understand what the other is like, and to prevent that from causing disastrous events, a blood deed is a must." Su Meiyao explained the common things about the blood deed, and then explained the steps of a blood deed in detail. The blood deed was simple. First, soak a beast's skin in their blood, and then draw the blood deed totem on it. Thereafter, write down the contract's content on the blood deed. Then have the 3 bleed onto the blood deed, and the process would be complete. The blood deed will form a contract with the soul. This will allow one to see the contract with their soul. The blood deed filled Shen Xiang with shock. Only at this time did he believe what these two said was real. His heart was also filled with excitement, because, from now on, he will live with these beauties for a very long time. Moreover, this rotted salted fish can, not only stand up from failure, but also can overturn Tian Shan. 4. After that, the two girls, with celestial appearances, and Shen Xiang formed a contract. Sisters, you can't move because your bones and meridians have received quite severe wounds, right? Shen Xiang asked, as he just picked up the hell spirit grass. This hell spirit grass was known to regrow flesh and bones, and it aided recovering from an injury. Bai Yu, while nodding, said, "Our enemy was very strong, but that slut couldn't kill us directly, due to a blood deed. Therefore she destroyed our powers, and then let us sit here to wait for our deaths." Shen Xiang's arrival had, undoubtedly, saved them. Thus, they were willing to transfer their unnecessary divine veins to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was wrought with fear. These two mysterious girls, with dual divine veins, were already very formidable, but their enemy was even stronger than them and had put them in their current states. I picked up this hell spirit grass on the cliff above. Will this allow you to recover from your injuries? Shen Xiang asked. Since he would soon have two divine veins, the hell spirit grass didn't matter anymore. Su Meiyao's face filled with joy and said, "Yes, of course, with this we'll be able to move." Shen Xiang grinned, with a simple and honest smile on his face. As he took out one half of the hell spirit grass, he divided it into two pieces and fed the two women. Feeding the two beauties made Shen Xiang quite happy. Although the hell spirit grass couldn't fully restore the injuries of the two, it would, at least, allow their bones to recover without any internal disruption, making it so that they could walk freely, but they still would not be able to recover their strength. Sisters, what is your background, and who is your formidable enemy? This is also what Shen Xiang was most curious about. Bai Yu coldly shot him a look with one eye. On the contract, there was nothing saying we had to tell you about this. I do not have to reply to you. Su Meiyao, reorganizing her hair, softly said, "These are things you should not ask, as it will involve you too broadly. You are still young. Satisfying your curiosity will only bring fatal disaster to you, which is not good for any of us. Now let's transfer the divine veins." Notes. 1. 1 Li equals 500 m. 2. Bai Yu. Oh. Equals yo means distant, representing the cold temperament. 3. Su Meiyao, Xiao, equals Mao means charming jade, representing the seductive temperament. 4. Tian Shan equals here. Tian Shan is just used as a reference, and it looks something like this. To prepare for the divine vein transfer, Shen Xiang sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and concentrated his spirit power. Both Bai Yu and Su Meiyao's delicate hands were pressed against Shen Xiang's stomach. From their beautiful hands, a black and a white mist surged out. The black was Bai Yu's extreme yin divine vein, while the white was Su Meiyao's extreme yang divine vein. Both had a mystical appearance. Within Shen Xiang's body appeared a white and a black stream, randomly spreading through his muscles, bones, and meridians in waves. As they circulated, his body began to slowly strengthen, wave after wave, and, at last, the white and the black qi gathered in his dantian, forming a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. This was the yin and yang divine veins. As Su Meiyao and Bai Yu saw the extreme yin and yang divine veins successfully fuse with Shen Xiang, they could not help but get excited. They originally thought that the fusion of the extreme yin and extreme yang divine veins would be very difficult. For them, this was an experiment, so they didn't know what would happen, but they certainly didn't expect it to be successful. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu slowly retracted their hands and watched the white and black mist start to rise from Shen Xiang. Both of them had complex and surprised expressions on their faces. According to the knowledge of the sisters, there has never been a single person with both yin and yang divine veins existing simultaneously. At this time, they realized that this brat, so long as he cultivates diligently, will one day become a universally unrivaled master. Shen Xiang gradually opened his eyes. He had never felt this comfortable and strong in his life. So this is a divine vein. Ah, it feels so good. Later I'll be able to enter the true martial realm. Shen Xiang was somewhat excited, and a strange and evil smile flashed over his face, looking very nasty in comparison to his previously simple and honest appearance. This made the hearts of two beauties fill with worry. In this world of cultivators, the mortal martial realm is divided into 10 stages: refining qi, quenching body, martial body, opening vein, true chi, divine sense, true aura, divine power, true form, and finally completion. Above the mortal martial realm is the true martial realm. It is the dream of many cultivators to reach the true martial realm. After reaching that realm, one will be filled with overwhelming force, and their lifespan will be extended up to 1,000 years. Shen Xiang was currently at the third level of the mortal martial realm, the martial body stage. For a long time, he had been unable to enter the fourth level of the mortal martial realm, the opening vein stage. True martial realm? That would simply bring disgrace to the divine vein. Bai Yu spoke with disdain. Su Meiyao gave Shen Xiang a serious look. You have yin and yang divine veins. Your outlook must be more open. In this world, power never completely stops advancing. There are many different worlds. You are currently in the Qinwu mainland, and this is only a small piece of land in a mortal world. You have to remember the contract. You must help us restore our strength. This is not a simple matter. Shen Xiang nodded repeatedly and said, As long as I am alive, I will certainly fulfill the contract and restore the strength of you, two sisters. Bai Yu nodded with satisfaction. The quickest way to restore our strength is to use dawn, and they must be very high-ranking dawn. After our strength is restored, the contract will be complete. At that time, we will be able to take our revenge. Shen Xiang felt a little lost, but if the two beauties stayed by his side, it was certainly something to be happy about. Su Meiyao removed a ring from her beautiful hair and threw it towards Shen Xiang, saying, Put a drop of blood on it, and it will recognize you as its owner. Using this ring is similar to using a storage pouch, so put my elder sister and I in it. Then you can climb back up. You should not stay down here much longer. This place is frequently visited by demon beasts. Dripping blood on it, Shen Xiang established a contract with the ring. The space inside the ring was very small, yet, in Shen Xiang's knowledge, legendary storage rings should have a space as vast as a sea. However, one could place living creatures in this storage equipment. This made Shen Xiang marvel. Common storage pouches were very rare and are distributed by sects in the Immortal Mountains. While they were rare, they certainly couldn't hold living creatures inside. According to Su Meiyao's words, he placed the two women into the storage ring. As he put it on his finger, the ring became invisible. This made Shen Xiang admire it even more. He ate the dan given by his father, and, with plenty of stamina, he started climbing the cliff, leaving the death chi-filled abyss beneath him. For him, this was a very arduous challenge. Climbing the cliff made Shen Xiang even more depressed because he was not able to see anything due to the black death chi, which also increased the difficulty of the climb. After arduous climbing that lasted for a full day, Shen Xiang finally reached the top. Now that he had completed the climb, he realized that it really wasn't all that difficult due to the divine veins. As he was climbing up, he absorbed large amounts of spirit chi which entered his body and eliminated the fatigue, making him as energetic as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger throughout the entire climb. After Shen Xiang got his bearings, he embarked on his way back towards Wohu City. Although he was not able to see Bai Yu and Su Meiyao inside the ring, he was still able to sense them. Sisters, when are you going to teach me those divine and devil exercises? Shen Xiang impatiently asked as he was very curious about those divine and devil exercises. Your body is too weak at the moment. Thus, you will not be able to withstand the devil exercises. Bai Yu transmitted in an ice-cold voice. Su Meiyao said, You can practice the divine exercises anytime, but first you should return home. I also plan on teaching you alchemy. Shen Xiang, in his heart, was delighted and started to run as fast as he could. In the southern part of the Southern Martial Empire, Wohu City, with a population of 1 million, was quite large and prosperous. It was also the place where the Southern Martial Empire's famous martial arts family, the Chen family, lived. The Chen family had several thousand years of history, and even now, their strength was still quite formidable. With a very rich heritage, they were able to survive for several thousand years, which proved their strength. The Chen family was also very wealthy, and, inside Wohu City, they are the most powerful economic force. The Chen family villa occupies several thousand acres of land, with a countless number of courtyards and numerous gardens. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, so, even if someone wanted to sneak in, they would get lost. Tianhu Park. Anyone can guess that this mansion belongs to Chen Tianhu. As a Chen family member having a prominent position, owning a huge house is a normal thing for that person. Dad, I'm back. Shen Xiang returned and rushed into the library, as he knows his father is always there. Chen Tianhu laughed and said, "You smelly brat. You finally came back. Did you know that there is a little beauty here, waiting for you? Do you still remember the little girl of the Shui family? Your little wife?" Shen Xiang's brow wrinkled. In his mind, there was an attractive little girl, with skin like jade, that he played with when he was only 5 or 6 years old. "Father, you mean Shui Xian?" Shen Xiang asked, remembering the girl of the Shui family. She came and visited the Chen family when she was small. At that time, she and Shen Xiang had both played for the entire day. Both had a very good time, and, later, their families arranged for them to be married. Chen Tianhu nodded his head. "Right. That little girl is in the villa, just as you went out to look for herbs. She came and pleaded me to allow her to see you." Chen Tianhu smiled and looked out of the window as he said this. Shen Xiang followed his father's gaze and saw a girl, with skin like jade, walking in the courtyard outside. The girl had long hair, a white full-body robe, and was adorned with shining golden ornaments. Seeing the girl's attire, which was similar to that of a fairy, Shen Xiang couldn't help but be dazed by her beauty. That girl was only 14 or 15 years old, yet her skin was white as snow, giving her a beautiful appearance and making people unable to move their gaze from her. When the girl saw Shen Xiang through the window, her beautiful face was filled with joy. She charmingly shouted, "Brother Xiao Xiang." The sound of her voice was gentle and lively, capable of captivating a person's soul. Shen Xiang admits that, although this girl was younger, whether it be temperament or appearance, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the two beauties inside the ring, let alone the fact that this girl was not yet fully developed. Shen Xiang swallowed saliva and with a dry laugh said, "This truly is the 18 changes of a grown woman one. I didn't think that this little girl will turn into a fairy." This girl was the Shui family's beloved daughter of the heavens, Shui Xian. "This girl is my fiancée." Shen Xiang cried in his heart excitedly. If it was before, Shen Xiang would feel his heart constrict because he didn't possess any spiritual veins. But now, he had the yin and yang divine veins. So long as he was given time, achieving the pinnacle level of martial arts was not just a fantasy anymore. Shui Xian lightly smiled, and little dimples emerged on her cheeks along with a charming blush, which made Shen Xiang absent-minded again. Chen Tianhu laughed, and then patted Shen Xiang's shoulder, saying, "You two can catch up." Shen Xiang, while laughing, hastily ran out from the library. Coming into the courtyard, Shen Xiang, without any pleasantries, grabbed Shui Xian's soft, beautiful hands, and then quickly led her out of the line of sight of his father, as if they were going to do some bad things in their own small time. Shen Xiang, along with the little fairy, came to his own house, making many other Chen family children envious as they went. "Xian, how long are you going to stay with the Chen family?" Shen Xiang asked, while laughing, and squeezed Shui Xian's cute, dimpled face. Shui Xian, with a smile, softly said, "Xiao Xiang, brother, my father and I came to Wohu City to talk to you, so we're not going to stay for very long." During childhood, Shui Xian got a strange disease and came to Wohu City for a cure. At that time, Shui Xian's body was weak and looked thin and frail, so, in the Chun and Shui families, she was often bullied. Only Shen Xiang took good care of her and played with her. During that time, it made her really happy. He also encouraged her to be strong, so she could fight her illness, and also gave her a few precious dawn. These things were engraved in Shui Xian's heart, and, even when she knew Shen Xiang didn't have any spiritual veins, and thus no future in martial arts, she still decided to marry Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was at somewhat of a loss. He also liked Shui Xian very much. When they were children, both families knew Shen Xiang did not have spiritual veins, so Shen Xiang also didn't have any playmates. Therefore, he and Shui Xian were like two peas in a pod. "Brother Xiao Xiang, my family told me to dissolve the marriage, but I disagreed, so they made me go see the Yao family and meet their young genius of alchemy." Shui Xian saw Shen Xiang's complexion changing, and, with a chuckle, said, "Rest assured, I would rather die than marry that Yao family brat. Also, I have heard that he has a very nasty character." In the whole of the South Martial Empire, Shui Xian was considered a genius among geniuses, with her cultivation at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm and being only 14. On the other hand, the Yao family also had a 16-year-old genius, who was able to refine dawn. In everyone's eyes, they were the definition of a perfect couple. Shen Xiang was very calm. He now had the yin and yang divine veins, and two unidentified, yet formidable, women as his tutors, so he now had the confidence that, in a short amount of time, he could catch up with the Yao family's young alchemist. Shen Xiang grinned, touching Xian's elegant charming cheeks, and smiled as he said, Xian, you go to Yao family and say you already have a fiancé, and, if he still refuses to accept, then tell him to come and challenge me. Seeing Shen Xiang being so confident made Xian very glad. She stood on her toes and kissed Shen Xiang on his lips, then, bowing her head, said, Brother Xiao Xiang, you must become stronger. I am worried about my family, as they will not hesitate to break us apart. Xian gracefully moved through the courtyard, like a swallow, her movements agile and elegant, but also making Shen Xiang become distracted, like a fool. In his mind, the image of Xian kissing his lips appeared. Shen Xiang licked his lips and, with a smile, said, That little girl has grown up a lot. Notes 2. Nodashrababin, literally, the 18 changes of a grown woman. Meaning equals all of the changes that a girl goes through when turning into a woman. Little guy, you say your little fairy is attractive. Don't you think the two of us are attractive? In Shen Xiang's mind, a charming voice resounded. This voice belonged to Su Meiyao. Shen Xiang coughed twice, and, with a dry laugh, said, As long as my wife is good-looking, haha. Of course, you two are certainly beautiful. Oh yeah, Sister Meiyao, hurry up and teach me those divine exercises and alchemy. You pervert, what are you trying to say? Su Meiyao spat and said, Nothing. Shen Xiang grinned while scratching his face, a strange look flashing past his eyes. In order to prevent Xian from being disappointed, Shen Xiang intended to redouble his efforts and cultivate day and night. A faint trace of aura suddenly flashed from the invisible ring on Shen Xiang's finger, as both Bai Yu and Su Meiyao appeared in front of him, both wearing noble and elegant purple robes. Shen Xiang guessed that these clothes were already present inside the ring. At this time, the afternoon sun was very harsh, but it seemed that the two stunning girls were enjoying that annoyingly bothersome sunlight. The spirit chi around here is really poor. If you do not rely on dawn, then it will be very difficult for you to enter the true martial realm. Su Meiyao, looking up at the hot sun, murmured. Shen Xiang was somewhat confused at how the two girls were able to enter and exit the ring at will. Additionally, they were also able to hear sounds through the ring. Shen Xiang entered the small residence with them. The inside was not very large. There was only one hall and 4 rooms. When compared to the huge Chen family estate, this was indeed considered quite small. In the small hall, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were sipping the spirit tea prepared by Shen Xiang. This was from Shen Xiang's personal collection, and he was usually reluctant to drink it. The spirit chi is really thin here. If you want to quickly elevate your strength, you would have to rely on dawn. But before this, you must cultivate out the true chi flames 1. Since you have the yin and yang divine veins, this will not be difficult for you. Su Meiyao said. Shen Xiang nodded his head and said, Please, Sister Meiyao, give me advice. Come, I will teach you the Tai Chi divine exercise 4 and the divine exercise of 4 symbols. Su Meiyao said in a charming voice, stroking her hair. That gesture was truly fascinating and charming, and even a bit flirtatious. Due to Shen Xiang's nearly infinite potential, Su Meiyao wanted his full attention, so she would have a fierce helper later. Su Meiyao's delicate hand covered Shen Xiang's forehead, and Shen Xiang's mind was filled with many texts and runes revolving around. Each one was obscure and difficult to understand on their own, but, with Su Meiyao's help, he unconsciously mastered them. Su Meiyao said, I'm currently using my divine sense to transfer the steps for cultivation to you. I'm not just passing you the divine exercises, but also my understanding of them. You just simply have to follow the steps. Shen Xiang was shocked. He did not think Su Meiyao would be able to use divine sense. In order to practice divine sense, one would have to, at least, be at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. It is condensed by fusing together spiritual power and true force, and can be described as a very mysterious, invisible, and stateless spiritual force. Anything about us must be kept confidential, and no one is to know about us, including your little wife. Bai Yu said with a serious and cold tone. Su Meiyao continued, I will tell you right now that my senior sister and I have numerous enemies who could crush you simply by pointing at your head. As such, you have to keep our secrets. Also, we will not come out from the ring unless you are in dire straits." Shen Xiang's heart shuddered. He did not expect that he was harboring such dangerous two individuals. He quickly nodded his head before Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao suddenly disappeared, entering the ring. Tai Chi Divine Exercise and Divine Exercise of 4 Symbols. Although it was only a small portion of the whole skill, Shen Xiang was still extremely excited. After all, he didn't know of anyone who had been given the opportunity to practice divine skills. In the world of martial arts, the skills were divided into the general categories of mortal level, spirit level, profound level, earth level, heavenly level, sacred level, and finally divine level. They are further separated into upper and lower grades. Dawn are similarly ranked, but they also contain a middle grade as well as the lower and upper grades. Heavenly level skills were very rare, and divine level skills were even rarer. Divine exercises are, after all, only practiced by legendary gods who have unfathomably formidable and overwhelming strength. They were said to be able to summon lightning to strike the earth, and even change things that could be considered as acting against heaven's will, such as breaking the very fabric of space. The Tai Chi Divine Exercise was a foundation-building exercise and was specialized for training the body using Qi cultivation. It is a very profound and powerful martial art heart law too. The Divine Exercise of 4 Symbols was divided into 4 parts, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Turtle Divine Exercises, and these 4 divine exercises were auxiliary in nature and mainly helped in boosting the attack and defense of other martial skills. After practicing and understanding them, they could also be used to demonstrate formidable martial techniques. Shen Xiang arrived at the backyard of his house. Surrounded by lush green trees and breathing in the fresh air, he was able to clearly sense all 5 elements of spirit qis that existed between heaven and earth. Common spiritual veins were divided according to attributes, but Shen Xiang's yin and yang divine veins represents and contains all of the world's 5 elements, so he was able to practice all 5 elements of true qis. The Tai Chi Divine Exercise, although it was a profound heart law, Su Meiyao had transferred her understanding of it, so he quickly mastered it. He operated the Tai Chi Divine Exercise, and the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in his dantian started rotating immediately. This made the spirit qi around him violently surge into his body. The absorption rate of spirit qi for any high-grade spiritual vein was extremely fast. As for a divine vein, the speed was unimaginable. At this time, Shen Xiang sat cross-legged at the cave entrance and operated the Tai Chi Divine Exercise. Spirit qi entered his body and immediately started purifying him. The spirit qi transformed into a pure white stream, spreading through his body within his bones, muscles, and meridians, making his body sturdier. To become a formidable martial artist, one must purify the body, both internally and externally. Shen Xiang was now strengthening his internal body, and his internal body is generating a powerful qi stream containing formidable force. This is known as true qi 3. Shen Xiang unconsciously entered into a state of cultivation, with spirit qi madly surging into his body. If somebody saw this scene, they wouldn't believe their eyes. The divine skills of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger specialized in attacking, while the Vermilion Bird divine skill mainly specialized in fire, and the Black Tortoise divine skill specialized in defense. Practicing true qi up to the large success stage would create a form in the dantian, and, as Shen Xiang further practices the divine exercise of 4 symbols, he will be able to later create an Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise, the 4 divine beasts, in his dantian. This means that Shen Xiang alone must cultivate the same amount as 4 people. Although it would be very laborious, his grasp of power will be far above others at the same level. As he simply started operating the Tai Chi Divine Exercise, refining spirit qi into polished true qi, a large amount of external spirit qi surged into his body. True qi was flowing inside the large and small meridians of his body, making his meridians much more sturdy. Morning came and pleasant sunlight entered the backyard and warmed Shen Xiang's body. He opened his eyes, which, for a moment, seemed to glow with electricity, and a wind arose around his body, dispersing the white morning mist. His body was covered with a layer of black filth, meaning that he had entered into the 4th level of the mortal martial realm. From the 4th level to the 6th level of the mortal martial realm, it was considered to be the start of a new stage. Now Shen Xiang had reached the 4th level, the opening vein stage. This stage had previously been unreachable for him. Shen Xiang, again, closed his eyes, attentively watching the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram. Within his dantian, he discovered that there were 5 true Qi whirlpools, each separating into 4 directions with a clear core. Ordinary people would only one true Qi whirlpool, but he currently has 5. One could not even imagine how vivid his true Qi was. With this degree of vibrant true Qi, his strength was comparable to someone in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. I've finally entered the 4th level of the mortal martial realm. Now Dad doesn't have to beg those old men for herbs. Shen Xiang was rejoicing due to his breakthrough. When he thought about Shen Xiang, who had entered the 6th level of the mortal martial realm at the tender age of 15, he immediately calmed himself down. Thinking about that Yao family's talented young alchemist hitting on his fiancée, Shen Xiang's heart became resolute. He had a desire to cultivate himself more strenuously before going to the Yao family and challenging that so-called genius alchemy master. Start cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. Sumei Yao said. Since her divine sense was restored to a certain degree, she was able to clearly sense the things going on outside. The divine exercise of 4 symbols, technically speaking, was only one divine exercise, but, in practice, was a comprehensive guide for boxing, palm techniques, kicking techniques, qigong, and many others martial arts. After mastering the divine exercise, the prowess displayed is dependent solely on the individual. The Azure Dragon was centered around the true Qi of wood and contained both wind and lighting attributes. As such, cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine exercise will allow the user to cast martial skills that contain either wind or lightning force. After taking a shower, Shen Xiang had a quick meal before coming back to his backyard to cultivate the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. The Tai Chi Divine exercise and Divine exercise of 4 symbols were already integrated into his soul, so no matter how profound and mysterious they were, he was able to understand it. After half a day, Shen Xiang was operating the true Qi within his body according to the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. Soon, he saw his body start to overflow with a soft azure aura. Sometimes lightning would flash within this azure aura and, from time to time, gusts of wind blew out from Shen Xiang's body. Shen Xiang had now grasped how to release the power of lighting and wind derived from what attributed true Qi. However, for him, this level was insufficient. He wanted to be able to transform the wood true Qi into a fearsome wind and lighting to be used with other martial skills from the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. Shen Xiang made the true Qi of wood, inside his body, flow into his meridians. Cycling through his body, again and again, the true Qi moved erratically, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Occasionally it was similar to a large river, yet at other times, it flowed gently, like a small mountain stream. Notes. 1. A type of fire made of true Qi used for alchemical purposes. Add more if needed TL. 2. Here heart law, Xingfar, can be interpreted as sutra. 3. Qi generated by the internal body. 4. An exercise is basically a cultivation practice which strengthens you. 1 month later, as the moon rose into the sky, an azure light was flashing on the summit of a mountain. When looked at from afar, it looked like a star had fallen on the mountain's peak. In order to keep others from learning about his newfound strength, Shen Xiang used the excuse of gathering herbs to come to this mountain and cultivate. In order to absorb larger amounts of spirit Qi and to gain a better sense of the wind and lightning contained between the heavens and the earth, he came to this mountain summit. At this place, he could see dark clouds begin to rise and feel strong winds blow. Lightning occasionally sparked between the clouds. Suddenly, a thunderbolt fell directly down towards the mountain peak, as if striking to destroy it. This astonishing scene was actually a byproduct of Shen Xiang cultivating the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. The fierce howling gale and the thunderous lightning in the sky were both caused by his cultivation. The moment the lightning bolt struck his body, not only did he start refining his body through its tyrannical force, but, from time to time, he was also absorbing its energy into his body. This action of his could be described as suicidal. Everyone knows that lightning is one of the most destructive forces of nature. Even true martial realm experts would not dare to face it. Yet Shen Xiang was cultivating using the Azure Dragon Divine exercise and actually wanted to use that natural lightning to assist his cultivation. This bizarre scene lasted until midnight. Shen Xiang's face, which had been distorted due to the pain, was now slowly returning to normal. His clothes were torn in multiple places, and he had numerous black scars all over his body, with smoke emitting from the crevices. Yet above all those scars, a bright azure light was shining. This azure light had a strong wood attribute aura, which aided his body in recovering from the injuries incurred by the lightning. As long as I become strong, this pain is nothing, said Shen Xiang, clenching his fist and shouting in his heart as he endured the pain from one lightning bolt striking his body after another, letting the heavens temper his body with powerful strikes of lightning. This method truly deserves to be called a divine exercise. Not only does it affect the world around the user, but it also tempers the user's body with lightning strikes, making it stronger. Several days went past. During this time, Shen Xiang had been repeatedly struck by lightning. Now, he had finally completed his basic body tempering. As Shen Xiang opened his eyes, 2 lightning bolts could be seen flashing within his eyes firm and resolute. It really was an astonishing sight. It is definitely worthy of being called a divine exercise. Mortal martial exercises aren't even worth farts in comparison to this. In just 1 month, it has enabled me to reach the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. At this time, Shen Xiang inspected the 5 true qi whirlpools spinning within his dantian. Comparing them to how they had been before, they had already grown much larger. Shen Xiang could now control true qi as he desired. This was the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, the true qi realm. He was 16 years old and has already reached the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. Many would consider him a genius for this accomplishment. A crimson-colored true qi resided on one of Shen Xiang's palms. The other held an azure-colored true qi. Hand in hand, fire and wood true qi were cultivated through the azure dragon and vermilion bird divine exercise. Shen Xiang felt as if he had shed his former skin and been reborn. Both his true qi and his body were now incomparable to their former states. Then again, his body had been tempered and his true qi had been cultivated through a divine exercise. Shen Xiang could finally understand why divine exercises were considered to be priceless. Truly, by cultivating these exercises, people could gain godlike strength. The spirit qi around here is thin. If you want your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, then you can only rely on Dawn. Now that you can release true qi flames, you can finally begin to learn alchemy. Su Meiyao transmitted to him. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu both longed for Shen Xiang to become strong as soon as possible. The quicker he got stronger, the sooner they could recover their strength. The sisters felt fear and helplessness at the loss of their former power. Well, if it isn't the Chen family's great young master, the Yao family's genius alchemist has challenged you. He wants to compete with you in both alchemy and martial arts. Shen Xiang had just entered the Chen family gate when an arrogant teenager walked up and started talking to him. A challenge? When did this happen? Shen Xiang was a little surprised. He had only been away for a few days. That teenager started laughing at him, his voice full of disdain. So you haven't even heard? We all thought you were afraid and went into hiding. This all happened 10 days ago because the Yao family's genius fancies your fiancé. You truly do have bad luck. Shen Xiang was barely enduring his impulse to beat this prick up. With a discerning fake smile, he replied, Chen Jinhua, do you remember that time when we were younger and I made you fall on your face in a dog's hit? Are you sure you still want to talk back to me right now? The little prick was Chen Jinhua, whose father was a commander of one of the Chun family's branches. There were a lot of Chun family branches located across the southern martial empire. The commanders of said families were also very strong and only gathered at the Chun family villa for important matters. Chen Jinhua's expression twisted in anger, but he had to bear it. His voice filled with ridicule, he snapped, Of course I do. Let's see if you can defeat the Yao family's genius. I can't wait to witness your face when you lose your stunning fiancé. Chen Jinhua departed, laughing. Chen Zhang snorted, before walking away to find his father. On his way there, he overheard that the Chun family had encountered some sort of an issue. As such, all the branch commanders had been summoned. Tianhu Park, inside the library. Shen Xiang ran up to his father and asked, Dad, is it true that grandfather has withdrawn from the patriarch's position? Chen Tianhu, while looking dignified, nodded and said, It's true. Your grandfather has gone into seclusion, wanting to join a martial arts sect. The Chun family's branch commanders are all coming here to compete for his position. A Chun family patriarch giving up his position meant that a new patriarch had to be elected. At that time, many things are bound to occur, because many battles will take place. Getting injured was also inevitable. Becoming a martial arts family's patriarch, one can have high authority alongside rich resources, and because of this, many people are desperate to get the position, even at risk of their life. Shen Xiang's father would also compete for the patriarch's position, and this time, Shen Xiang will certainly be involved. If he does not have enough strength, it will definitely be quite dangerous for him. Shen family patriarch position had never been inherited. It relied on a competition to elect the patriarch. After all, in this world strength was revered, and only with a show of strength would others be willing to follow you. So, for the Chun family patriarch position, others can only be convinced with strength. Shen Xiang saw that Chun Tianhu's complexion was very dignified, so he carefully asked, "Dad, will this be difficult for you?" Chun Tianhu, with a sigh, said, "It is, indeed, going to be very difficult, as there are many who are competing with me for the patriarch position, including those two brothers with whom I have some scruples." No need to say this, but the Yao family genius also issued you a challenge. It would be best to reject him. Reject? After learning about this so-called challenge, Shen Xiang did not intend to refuse. He was now a stage 5 mortal martial realm martial artist, and also cultivated using divine exercises. Because he cultivates using Tai Chi divine exercises, he could restrain his Chi aura, and thus, Shen Tianhu was unable to find out that his son had advanced by leaps and bounds. "Dad, I will not allow the Shui family and the Yao family to look down upon me. I must accept this challenge." Shen Xiang's gaze was firm, his eyes were filled with the intention of war, and from his body emerged an immense amount of polished true Qi, which made Chun Tianhu's pupils contract, as surprise filled his heart. He could see that his son had advanced at an unbelievable rate. Chun Tianhu could only think that his son had come across a fortuitous event while out adventuring, but he refrained from asking. His son was strong, and that was enough for him. Chun Tianhu patted Shen Xiang's shoulders and, with a laugh, said, "Your dad will support you. You must make the Yao family genius know that there is something beyond the sky." Shen Xiang, with a hollow laugh, said, "Dad, can you support me with some money?" Although Chun Xiang's father lived a rather luxurious life, he himself was quite poor, as his father was worried that he would turn into a playboy. So his father only allowed him to live a simple life, which led to a dignified elder's grandson looking very plain in comparison to other Qin family members his age. Chun Tianhu was a man who preferred not to waste money, but in order to elevate his strength and also help Shen Xiang, he has spent a lot. So he has not allowed Shen Xiang to spend money randomly. "What for?" "I want to buy a spirit herb to plant and grow," Shen Xiang whispered, while rotating his eyes. Planting spirit herbs not only requires experience, but also meticulous care. Ordinarily, those who plant herb are alchemists, generally old men with white hair. One teenager planting spirit herbs with no experience is unusual, as it also requires one to have much patience, as a good spirit herb requires many years to mature. For Chun Tianhu, it would also be his first time seeing a teenager plant spirit herbs, but, seeing the confidence in Shen Xiang's eyes, he sighed and pulled out a storage pouch. "If I come to know you are lying to me, I'll kick your ass to the point that sitting on a stool will be a nightmare for you for at least a month. Are we clear?" Chun Tianhu smiles as he made that terrifying comment, which made Shen Xiang tremble. "Here is 3,000 large spirit coins. If you don't have the confidence to double the amount, then, in the future, do not ask me for money again." Shen Tianhu took out one specially manufactured spirit note. Shen Xiang took it, and, with a smile, said, "Rest assured, I will become Chun family's youngest alchemist." Shen Tianhu was shocked. He knew that Shen Xiang did not have a spiritual vein, thus alchemy would be impossible for him. But in his heart, he is also secretly happy. If what he said becomes true, then it will make Chun family even more formidable. He knows that the Chun family has not had an alchemist for many years. Chun Tianhu laughed. "Quickly get out of here, don't even think about trying to trick me, or you will get a beating. I will go give the Yao family your response." Shen Xiang took the 3,000 large spirit coins and quickly left. Shen Xiang cultivated with the Azure Dragon Divine Exercise, which was a wood-attributed exercise. Azure Dragon True Qi contained a massive amount of elemental life force, and, thus, was very helpful for growing spirit herbs. There was even a particular exercise called the dragon saliva exercise, which provided assistance in planting and growing herbs. Upon casting the dragon saliva exercise, a mystical liquid would be created from his azure dragon true chi, which, when applied to spirit herbs, accelerated their growth. Practicing the vermilion bird divine exercises could allow one to create and release a flame. This flame was essential in alchemy. The divine exercise of 4 symbols was a very multifaceted exercise, and there were many fierce exercises in it. But, because Shen Xiang's strength was not high enough, he could not practice most of them. At the moment, Shen Xiang has 3,000 large spirit coins, equivalent to 300,000 small spirit coins, but it is still not enough for him to buy a middle-grade mortal level baptizing marrow Dan. Due to their price, ordinary martial artists cannot normally afford to buy Dan, as even the cheapest of them are very expensive. Tailend, I prefer using Dan. Instead of Dan, I will use Dan instead of using Dan. For example, I'll use baptizing marrow Dan as opposed to using baptizing marrow pill. In the entirety of Wohu City, there is only one place that specializes in selling Dan, and that is the Spirit Dan Hall. It was a 4-story building, and, although not very large, the things sold inside were rather expensive. Moreover, 16.5 acres behind the Spirit Dan Hall was a big manor where they grew spirit herbs. Although the Spirit Dan Hall was not associated with any clans, it was not weak as they had many experts inside. One can even find alchemy masters inside the Spirit Dan Halls, who were highly respected for their work. After all, Dan were very rare and their benefits were great, allowing martial artists to increase their strength. As Shen Xiang walked inside the Spirit Dan Hall, he smelled a herbal aroma wafting through the hall, creating a soothing sensation in all who breathed it in. There were many counters, each counter selling different kinds of Dan and herbs. Before coming here, Su Meiyao told Shen Xiang to start practicing with low-rank Dan. Thus, he intended to refine the mortal-level low-grade Dan quenching body Dan. It was cheap and easy to sell. 1 Dan can sell for around 700 spirit coins, and anyone below the 4th level of the mortal martial realm can get a significant boost from consuming 1. Young master, spirit Dan are sold there. This stand is specialized in selling spirit herbs. The speaker was a beautiful girl standing behind the counter. There were not many people inside the Spirit Dan Hall, so Shen Xiang was very conspicuous. But, even if she saw Shen Xiang wearing a shabby outfit, she didn't underestimate him, because she knew that hidden experts sometimes came to the Spirit Dan Hall. Ah yes, I would like to buy seedlings of the spirit herbs required for refining the quenching body Dan. Do you sell them here? Shen Xiang asked as he walked over to the beautiful girl. Very few people came to buy seedlings, as few have the ability to grow them. Those who were able to grow them were generally affiliated with big forces and are responsible for handling herb gardens. Furthermore, they are generally quite proficient in alchemy. They are treated as treasures by those forces and are rarely allowed to come out for a walk. That girl was slightly surprised but still spoke with a sweet smile. Of course, to refine the quenching body Dan, you will need 4 herbs. The prices are the same for all seedlings. They are quite cheap, only 100 large spirit coins for each seedling. The herbs needed for quenching body Dan are the azure spirit grass, blood element flower, profound bright flower, and the spirit leaf grass. Shen Xiang thought for a moment, then said, give me 5 of each. 400 spirit coins for 1 set makes it 2,000 for 5. Chen Tianhu only gave him 3,000 large spirit coins. Now more than half his fortune is gone. It seems that even the most basic of Dan were too expensive to be consumed by ordinary martial artists. The girl was surprised, as she didn't know of anyone his age in Wohu City that could practice alchemy techniques and grow herbs. I'll go fetch it for you, so please wait for a moment. The girl did not think that Shen Xiang was messing around with her, because people who messed around with the Spirit Dan Hall generally ended up regretting it. Well, what do we have here? A handsome teenager, wearing a magnificent and expensive white robe and holding a fan, was coming down the stairs and looking at Shen Xiang with disdain. The upper floors of the Spirit Dan Hall sold higher-ranked Dan, and people that can go up are all distinguished guests. Are your eyes behind your back? Shut your fucking mouth. Why is it that every time you open your mouth, bullshit comes out? Shen Xiang, curling his lips, replied. That teenager is Chun Jinhua, and he and Shen Xiang are of similar age. He is also extremely intelligent. At a young age, he managed to enter the 4th level of the mortal martial realm and is now just a step away from 5th level. Shen Jinhua's face turned green. Shen Xiang, I admit that you were very formidable when we were younger, but you do not have a spiritual vein, so now I could beat you with a hand tied behind my back. Shen Xiang, being at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, could only laugh at these words. No matter how strong someone at the 4th level is, they were definitely not his match. This is Shen Xiang, the current Shen family patriarch's grandson. I heard that he doesn't have a spiritual vein and is forever stuck at the 3rd level of the mortal martial realm. It seems he is here for some dawn. A beautiful girl walked out from behind Shen Jinhua and gave Shen Xiang a disdainful look. Shen Xiang recognized this girl. She was the daughter of the governor of Wohu City. It seems that birds of the same feather really do flock together. I did not expect the governor's daughter to be so superficial, being willing to be seen with such a fellow. Shen Xiang said, then no longer paid them any attention, though he suffered and was humiliated by them. Now he was much stronger than them, had worked diligently to obtain strength. Therefore, his mind was much more mature than the two in front of him. Seeing that Shen Xiang was no longer paying any attention to them, Shen Jinhua the girl became angry. Shen Jinhua wanted to show off in front of the governor's daughter, so he walked towards Shen Xiang. Young master, here are you spirit herbs seedlings you requested. The girl returned with his order, pulling seedlings out from a storage pouch. Shen Jinhua was surprised that Shen Xiang was here to buy seedlings. This was a surprise for Shen Jinhua, but he laughed scornfully and said, Shen Xiang, you do not even have a spiritual vein. Are you really thinking of planting spirit herbs? Don't tell me you want to become an alchemy master? This is hilarious. Because there were not many people in the Spirit Dan Hall, it's usually very quiet inside. Thus, when everyone heard someone loudly speak about someone not having a spiritual vein and wanting to become an alchemy master, they could not help but stop and stare. Shen Xiang was well known in the city. After all, his grandfather was the Chun family patriarch, his father was a well-known figure, and he did not have a spiritual vein. Most people, when talking about the Chun family patriarch and Chun Tianhu, always ended up sighing. Shen Xiang silently paid the money and received the spirit herb seedlings. He chose to ignore everyone's gazes. Just as he was about to leave, Shen Jinhua, with a sneer, said, a waste of a person, wasting so many spirit herbs. Shen Xiang's brow wrinkled. When Shen Jinhua said he did not have a spiritual vein, he chose to ignore it. He had been ridiculed before, but he could not tolerate being called a waste. When everyone saw the Chun family children fighting, they were happy inside their hearts, because they knew it would be an interesting show to watch. Shen Xiang turned around and looked at the arrogant Shen Jinhua. Suddenly a palm-shaped flame surged out from his palm, making many people begin to feel like they were in a sauna. Inside the Spirit Dan Hall, there are many people who had excellent insight, so they were well aware that this flame was not a normal flame, but actually an alchemical flame. Shen Jinhua, I dare you to try to face this true qi flame, made by a waste. Shen Xiang spoke with a dark and emotionless tone. Only those with special talent and rare cultivation exercises can create true qi flames. They have to be born with this type of talent and were able to understand the minute changes inside the true qi flames. Because Shen Jinhua was very close to Shen Xiang, his whole body was covered in sweat. The beautiful girl behind the counter was also in the same state, making her thin clothes become soaked with fragrant perspiration, making her seductive curves stand out. This fierce flame made everyone in the Spirit Dan Hall stand still, dumb as wooden chickens. Tianlin, dumb as a wooden rooster, it comes from a Chinese story. For the story you can visit here, basically petrified. This is, wait, stop. Don't burn down my Spirit Dan Hall. An old man started shouting. It seemed that he appeared out of thin air. The flame in Shen Xiang's hands started to dissipate. The people in the Spirit Dan Hall slowly recovered from their shock. They could all feel the fury that had been contained within Shen Xiang's flame. Shen Jinhua, don't tell me you're afraid of the flames made by a waste. Then what does it make you? An even bigger waste. Shen Xiang spoke, openly sneering. Shen Jinhua's complexion became extremely ugly. No one in their right mind would try to take on those flames. The mouth of the governor's daughter was wide open in shock. She looked at Shen Xiang in surprise. She could feel the power behind those flames. She lowered her head because she had been treating him like dog shit on the side of the road. Who knows why Shen Xiang decided to hide his strength instead of showing it off, like anyone else that was his age would do. Hall master. This brat. One middle-aged fellow, wearing a short white robe, came out from behind Shen Xiang. That old man just kept on staring at Shen Xiang, his face contorted in a look of disbelief, shock, and joy, all at the same time. This old man was the spirit Danhal's master. He is a very famous alchemist and had a history of scruples with Shen Xiang's grandfather. "Little brother, do you want to become my apprentice?" the old man asked, which made all the people within spirit Danhal gasp. The hall master was even willing to take him as an apprentice. Everybody knew that many aristocratic families had wanted their children to be taken on as his apprentice. But even if their parents personally came to ask the spirit Danhal's master, they would be rejected without even a second look. Everyone froze in place. Shen Xiang's potential shocked every single one of them. Having no spiritual vein, but still being able to release a true chi flame, and not to mention the fact that the spirit Danhal's master had seen that Shen Xiang is a good seed. Shen Xiang scratched his head and spoke dismissively. "Although I would like to, you and my grandfather are enemies, so I cannot take you as my teacher." Then, Shen Xiang turned away casually, without the slightest expression of regret or sorrow. No one could believe that Shen Xiang had actually refused. They suspected that he might have misunderstood what the spirit Danhal's master said. Only after hearing the sound of the spirit Danhal's master sighing did they believe that there are some people who would actually refuse to become a spirit Danhal's master's apprentice. Everyone agreed that Shen Xiang was a fool. Because of a private grudge between his grandfather and the spirit Danhal's master, he gave up such a good opportunity. Shen Jinhua's heart was filled with jealousy. A moment ago, he had ruthlessly humiliated Shen Xiang, and everyone's gaze had been fixated on Shen Xiang, their gazes filled with disdain. But now many people looked at him with contemptuous expressions. In the eyes of these people, a genius alchemist was much more formidable than any other type of genius. He was able to refine dawn. Furthermore, even though he was lacking a spiritual vein, he was able to become a fierce martial artist. Of course, not only did Shen Xiang have divine veins, he could also become an alchemist. He could now plant herbs and release true chi flames. These were the two conditions he needed to start refining dawn. Although alchemy needed certain experience and higher understanding, he is sure that he will able to successfully refine those dawn. Shen Xiang already knew that spirit Danhal's master was his grandfather's rival. Moreover, his grandfather had been very good to him. From time to time, his grandfather would give him some dawn, which ultimately allowed him to reach the third level of the mortal martial realm. After returning to the Chun family residence, Shen Xiang found his father and told him about what had happened at the spirit Danhal. "Well done. That old man of the spirit Danhal treats our Chun family poorly. He sells those dawn to us at exorbitant prices. Since you have a true chi flame, it will not be difficult for you to become an alchemist. From now on, I'll fully support you." Shen Tianhu, in his heart, was very excited. Now that his son can release true chi flames, it can be said he will have a promising future, even better than martial artists with high-grade spiritual veins. Shen Xiang retired to his own small courtyard and started planting those spirit herb seedlings. In the evening, he sat cross-legged on his bed, sensing the rich spirit chi of heaven and earth. He started then using the Tai Chi divine exercise along with the dragon saliva exercise, and quickly absorbed the spirit chi. After using the dragon saliva exercise, it will leave behind a special essence on his tongue. As long as he uses this essence to water those spirit herbs, the time it will take them to mature will significantly decrease. In the morning, Shen Xiang stretched out his tongue and found an azure-colored dewdrop. This drop was dragon saliva. Seeing this, Shen Xiang started rejoicing. He did not expect to be successful in making the dragon saliva on his first try. He quickly put that azure dewdrop into a bucket full of water. The bucket started exhibiting a light azure aura. Using the bucket of glowing water, Shen Xiang started carefully watering the seedlings. Azure spirit grass, blood element grass, profound bright flower, and spirit leaf grass. These 4 spirit herbs were only low-grade mortal herbs, but it normally took them 3 years to mature. However, after Shen Xiang used the dragon saliva to accelerate their growth, it only took a month for them to fully mature. The azure-colored grass, which is the one exhibiting a fierce spirit chi, is the azure spirit grass. The one which is as red as blood and the size of a fist was the blood element flower. The one which is white as snow and emitted a bright aura was the profound bright flower. The one that looked like leaf-bladed grass was the spirit leaf grass. Shen Xiang looked around the small courtyard with surprise. While staring at the spirit herbs, he clearly remembered that a month ago they were nothing more than seedlings. Son, about this ability of yours. Refrain from showing it to others, no matter what. Only you and I will ever know about this. Just as one should not boast about his treasures in public, you should not let anyone else know about this ability of yours. Shen Xiang spoke with a serious face and did not inquire about how his son got this ability. Shen Xiang nodded his head. This courtyard was in Shen Xiang's domain, so nobody would dare to come in here without his permission, and, therefore, Shen Xiang was not worried about people discovering this. Alchemy is not simple. Although you have the ability to become an alchemist, self-teaching is a hard thing to do, especially with alchemy. You should try to build your foundation first. Even if you take a wrong step, we can go and look for an alchemist when needed. Shen Xiang said this, then removed a bucket-sized alchemical furnace from his storage pouch. TLN, alchemy furnace looks something like this. Shen Xiang said, although this alchemical furnace is not that good, it is the best one which I can afford. Wait for me to ask the elders for some money, and we will buy a better one later. For alchemy, an alchemical furnace was one of the most essential things, second only to the herbs. Shen Xiang was quite satisfied with the black furnace. Laughing and nodding his head, he said, thank you, Dad. You will be the first to taste my refined dawn. Shen Xiang walked out laughing. During this month, except for looking after the seedlings, Shen Xiang spent most of his time asking Su Meiyao about the main points of alchemy. That seductive girl explained all the difficulties of alchemy carefully, making sure Shen Xiang knew what he was getting into. As Shen Xiang learned about alchemy, he encountered many issues. For example, controlling the flames, pouring the true qi continuously, and solidifying the dan, which required a very accurate control and application of spiritual power. Sister Meiyao, at what time should I start the preparation to refine these dawn? Shen Xiang used spirit power to exchange words with Su Meiyao inside the ring, while picking the matured herbs. Only after some processing would they be qualified to be used for alchemy. The steps of processing required certain skills, but for Shen Xiang, those didn't actually matter, because Su Meiyao has already taught him those things. Su Meiyao with a sweet voice said, the soonest you will be able to begin is, around, a year and a half. What? I only have one more month before the competition with that Yao family genius. Shen replied, shocked. By you spoke coldly. What an idiot. Why do you want to compete with him in alchemy? With your strength, you can easily slaughter him. The corner of Shen Xiang's mouth twitched slightly. If he slaughtered the Yao family genius, then the Yao family and the Chen family will certainly go to war, requiring his father, or even the family elders, to step in. It would be very troublesome. He starts to process the spirit herbs, and then place them inside the furnace. After this, each and every step must be performed extremely precisely. Shen Xiang placed both his hands on the two separate mouths of the furnace and then poured his flames inside it, while, at the same time, inspecting the internal situation of the furnace with his spiritual power. The flame was poured into the alchemical furnace, backing the spirit herbs inside and drying them out. There was some residue spirit qi left inside the dried spirit herbs, so his first attempt ended in failure. Nevertheless, Shen Xiang was not discouraged by this, because he had learned a few things. He learned how formidable his flames were, and that he needed to increase his control over said flames. Shen Xiang picked up the next set of herbs. This time, he made sure to pay special attention to his control in order to manipulate the flames correctly. He carefully baked the spirit herbs inside the furnace, but it, once again, resulted in a failure. After experiencing failure 3 times in a row, Shen Xiang had started to build up some experience. His knowledge regarding the control of flame had increased during each previous attempt. On the 4th try, Shen Xiang was finally successful in extracting out all the spirit qi. Now he could enter the next phase of alchemy. While injecting his spiritual power into the alchemical furnace, he took a peek inside. Shen Xiang saw the various colors of different spirit qi being emitted by the spirit herbs. Now he started to manipulate these spirit qi, rotating them to form a rainbow whirlpool. The already dried spirit herbs slowly disintegrated into gray ash. After they had completely transformed, Shen Xiang manipulated the spirit qi emitted from these spirit herbs and combined it with the herbal powder. Shen Xiang was now in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. He had a good amount of spiritual power, yet he was already nearing his limit. This was mainly because he divided the rainbow whirlpool of herbal spirit qi into 5 mini whirlpools while trying to fuse those with 5 equal portions of herbal powder at the same time. He was trying to refine 5 dawn at once. This had better be successful, Shen Xiang shouted in his heart. The 5 herbal spirit qi whirlpools were revolving rapidly and even began the process of fusing together. He now only needed to drop in the right amount of water and let the 2 successfully congeal into 5 dawn. Shen Xiang was continuously sweating from his forehead and looked very tired. But he still continued to release the true qi flames and spiritual power. He had used up almost all of his true qi / I finally succeeded, plus I ended up spending all day to refine these 5 dawn. Alchemy really needs a lot of time, Shen Xiang said with a sigh. Shen Xiang opened the alchemical furnace, looking at the 5 snow-white, quenching body dawn within the dissipating mist, and he could not help but grin. He had eaten a quenching body dawn before, but the quality of those dawn was not even close to these. If those old alchemists came to know about him successful refining the quenching body dawn in a day, they would certainly die with shame. Many alchemists took 3 to 5 years to successfully refine a dawn for the first time. Even the most talented alchemists would still need a year and a half, and moreover, they were only able to refine 1 dawn at a time. But Shen Xiang in his first attempt successfully refined 5 dawn. So if those old alchemists found out, then they would probably die from the shock of it. Not to mention those old alchemists, even the sisters, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, were scared by Shen Xiang's inherent talent in alchemy. They inspected the dawn with their own delicate hands, and their facial expression became filled with shock. Haha, Sister Meiyao, before you said I would have to wait for a year and a half to actually successful refine a dawn, but I successful refined them in a single day. Now you can give me a reward. Shen Xiang started laughing proudly. Su Meiyao was also very happy, with a charming voice asked, "Then, young Master Chen, how can us sisters reward you?" Shen Xiang, with both hands hugging his chest, smiled and said, "How about a kiss? On the cheek, of course." "Dream on, brat," Bai Yuyu coldly said, then returned inside the ring. Su Meiyao, while trying to contain her laughter, arrived near Shen Xiang and gave him a kiss on his cheek with her soft lips. "My dear brother, you have only succeeded through hard work. You should not be too proud." Shen Xiang was only kidding and did not expect this beautiful girl to actually give him a kiss. Su Meiyao watched the stupefied Shen Xiang and laughed while covering her mouth, then returned to the ring. Shen Xiang took a deep breath while smelling the residual fragrance left by her. Calming his heartbeat down, he whispered, "She really is a dangerous woman." I, unexpectedly, got caught up in her pace and was charmed. He touched the invisible ring on his hand, as if caressing a lover's face. In order to allow the fairies inside his ring to restore their strength as soon as possible, he motivated himself. A quenching body dawn is sold for 700 spirit coins, and Shen Xiang refined 5 dawn, so he can sell them for 3,500 spirit coins. He earned big time, and not to mention that he still has a set of herbs left to refine, so if he succeeded again, then another profit of 3,500 spirit coins could be made. Shen Xiang read in a book some time ago that you can refine up to 5 quenching body dawn from 1 set of herbs. So his target had always been to refine 5 dawn in one go, but he did not know that refining 5 dawn at once can only be possible in a situation when the herbs are used to their utmost efficiency. Only high-level alchemists with better understandings can solidify dawn in that way, and the timing was also most important. To control spiritual power and flames at a micro level, one must take notice of the subtle changes taking place inside the alchemical furnace, or, otherwise, they will fall short. The quenching body dawn provides great help when refining the body, but they are limited to martial artists at the 3rd level, or lower, of the mortal martial realm, and as Shen Xiang was now at the 5th level of mortal martial realm, the quenching body dawn would not be of much help, but it could still help him in restoring his true qi quickly. Shen Xiang ate 1 dawn, and more than half of the true qi within his body was restored. He decided to take the remaining 4 dawn to Chun Tianhu for tasting. "The flavor is good, but I just ate 700 spirit coins." Shen Xiang with some sorrow went to his father's library. It was already late night, but Chun Tianhu was not sleeping. Still thinking about some things regarding the martial arts in the library, this was a habit of his. "Xiang heir, what problem have you encountered for you to come find me at such a late hour?" Shen Xiang smelled the fragrance of herbs coming from Shen Xiang's body and immediately frowned. Shen Xiang with a grin said, I want father to taste the very first dan which I have refined. What? Shen Xiang fiercely stood up with his eyes wide open and his face filled with disbelief. He originally thought it would take Shen Xiang 8 to 10 years before he can successfully refine some dawn, but did not expect that it just take him a day. A single F*** king day. Shen Xiang gave Shen Xiang 4 snow-white, quenching body dawn. Shen Xiang's mouth stayed open with shock, while looking at the 4 snow-white dawn with disbelief. Still hot. Shen Xiang's mind went blank from shock because he did not believe his son would actually comprehend alchemy in a single day. Is he a genius that was born once in 1,000 years? These type of geniuses, although are respected by various forces, but they are also envied by many, and if there were people who wanted to recruit them, then there obviously will be people who will want to assassinate them. Shen Xiang took a deep breath, calming down his heart which was filled with excitement, and said, the quality is much better when compared to the Spirit Dan Hall, so it'll at least be sold for 800 spirit coins. I will take these for dawn and help you in selling them and buying some spirit herb seedlings. For Shen Xiang able to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs and then refine them into dawn in a matter of few days. Shen Xiang knew that his son will become a grandmaster level alchemist in the not-so-distant future. You cannot rush these things. First, thoroughly refine mortal level low-grade dawn, and when you get the hang of it, then move on to the higher level ones. Shen Xiang nodded his head, and he returned to his courtyard to rest, waiting till his spiritual power is restored. Then he once again started refining the last set of herbs. The next day, Shen Xiang woke up early, thinking about refining the quenching body dan. He was somewhat excited, and after successfully refining it once, this time, it was just simply following the previous steps. He arrived at the last stage of congealing the dawn with ease. Within the alchemical furnace, there were 5 groups of herbal powder and herbal spirit qi, fusing them together into a sludge. Shen Xiang was relaxed this time, not like the previous attempt, where he consumed most of his true qi and spiritual power. Successful. Shen Xiang sighed with relief, opening the lid of the furnace, and he saw 5 quenching body dawn. It only took him 2 hours to refine the dawn this time around. In the following days, Shen Xiang accelerated the growth of many spirit herbs, then refined them into dawn. Not only was he refining quenching body dan, but he also refined many other low-grade mortal-level dawn that have many practical uses, such as restoring qi dan, golden healing essence, dispelling poison dan, congealing qi dan, and others. Although at the beginning, each time he would have some failures, but as he got familiar with the nature of the spirit herbs and got better in controlling his flames, while also getting several tips, he naturally got better at refining dawn. Su Meiyao, this mysterious girl's alchemy technique was very brilliant, and previously he didn't believe this stunning charming girl even knew alchemy, because in his knowledge, alchemists were either bald or white-haired old men. Shen Xiang did not get tired these past few days, and practicing alchemy didn't even affect his qi practice. He was also practicing the dragon saliva exercise in the evenings to create azure dewdrops, which were able to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs. Once again, a month went by, and in this month, Shen Xiang became skilled in refining low-grade mortal-level dawn. Editor note: remember, dawn are pills. Today, Shen Xiang did not go to accelerate the growth of the spirit herbs. Early in the morning, he instead went to a huge field located in the middle of the Chun family villa, because today was the day to finalize the position of the new patriarch. The Chun family patriarch position had been empty for 3 months, causing the Chun family to be somewhat chaotic. The huge field of the Chun family villa was covered with bricks, and many important children of the whole Chun family were standing there, which roughly amounted to 300 of the Chun family's elite juniors. Everyone from Chun family encircled the field, and a large area in the middle was left empty, where 5 middle-aged men stood, of which one was Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was also present among the crowds, watching everything with joy, and was ready to jump in any time to help his father compete for the patriarch position. One middle-aged man with thick eyebrow, big eyes, gray hair, said while sneering, "Shen Xiang, you know we have one very important condition for the Chun family patriarch position." The middle-aged fellow's name was Chun Haohai, and he was a branch commander of the Chun family. He was also older than Shen Xiang and was at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. This branch of the Chen family was also quite strong, so he thought he had the qualifications to become the Chen family patriarch. In seniority, Shen Xiang needed to call him uncle. Chen Tianhu's eyes, which were filled with rage, stared at Shen Xiang, and he coldly said, "Of course I know, relatives of the patriarch should have good potential, in order to avoid misappropriation of public resources to waste on their family members." Shen Xiang's mother had already passed away, and since Shen Xiang was sensible, he never asked about how she passed away, so Chen Tianhu was the only close relative of Shen Xiang. Haha, but your son doesn't have any spiritual veins, so if you get the patriarch position, you will certainly spend a lot of valuable pills on him. Everybody knows all these years you have purchased many spirit herbs and pills and used it on him. Are you not going to help your son again? Chen Xiang, while laughing, said, "Everyone knows he is a waste who can never advance." Chen Tianhu naturally knew that his son was a genius among his peers, but he just wanted to hide his strength and not expose it. Otherwise, it would lead to trouble. "My son can release true chi fire. He has the potential to become alchemist. Who says he is useless?" The Chen family elders will probably have other opinions, Chen Tianhu said while sneering. At this time, everyone started discussing. Shen Xiang refusing the offer to become Spirit Dan Hall's master's apprentice was already spread all over in Wohu City. Although Shen Xiang did not have a spiritual vein, but he can still release true chi flame, so he has the opportunity to become an alchemist. Chen Xiang snorted and said in a cold manner, "But he refused to become Spirit Dan Hall's master's apprentice. He doesn't even have a teacher, so he will have a hard time becoming an alchemist." At this point, Shen Xiang's calm and steady voice was heard by everybody. "I am now able to refine the low-grade mortal level quenching body dana." Hearing Shen Xiang's words, everyone stared blankly, and Shen Xiang started laughing. "Huang Ko Xiao, you're only 16 years old and can already refine a pill? Do not think lying will provide any help to your father in competing for the position of the patriarch. Also, lying before an elder can lead to you having some severe punishments." Tianlin, Huang Ko Xiao is a Chinese proverb. I couldn't find any similar proverb in English. It is used to ridicule someone younger of age. If you can think of something, please comment. You think you're the Yao family genius? People of the Yao family belong to one of the pill-making aristocratic families. They have vigorous heritage. Shen Xiang walked from inside the crowd, and with a steady gaze and calm complexion, he put forward an alchemy furnace, looked at the sneering Chen Xiang, and said, "Do you dare to bet with me? I can refine the quenching body Dan in one try. If I succeed, how about you kowtow to apologize to me in front of everyone?" Chen Xiang started laughing again, and everyone else became stunned. They did not even think that Shen Xiang could be this presumptuous in front of an elder. Shen Xiang became angry because of Shen Xiang's attitude. Not only was Shen Xiang much younger than him, and he was also defying him in front of everybody. Chen Tianhu fully supported his son's actions, and at this moment he felt proud with his son's response. Shen Xiang's face was full of anger, and he heavily said, "What did you say?" In between conversation, true chi rushed toward Shen Xiang, but it was actually dispersed by Chen Tianhu. Shen Xiang's both eyes stared at Shen Xiang, and enhancing his sound, he said, "I want you to bet with me if I could refine quenching body Dan in one attempt, and if I am successful, then you will kowtow in front of everyone and apologize to me." Shen Xiang repeated it with a serious face, making sure that nobody thought of it as a joke. Moreover, his expression was also full of the arrogance. Can a teenager face an elder like this? Not many within the Chen family would even dare to think of doing something like this. Shen Xiang was trembling with anger, because he saw Shen Xiang ask with a serious look, and he did not dare to comply immediately, but everybody around was waiting for an answer. Shen Xiang was watching Shen Xiang intently, while continuing, "You slander me in public by declaring me as a useless waste, and now I want to prove myself, while simultaneously making you apologize to me. As a senior, you're still refusing to bet with me." Shen Xiang wanted to beat the crap out of this little brat, but he actually did not dare. After all, killing a child of the Chen family was a very serious matter. An old man said, "Since it is like that, Shen Xiang, you bet with him, but a kowtow apology is exempted. After all, it was simply some angry words of a little brat. If he can refine a pill in a single attempt, Shen Xiang, you must give appropriate compensation." "I agree. If my son loses, I will not fight for the patriarch position," Shen Tianhu said, then nodded his head towards Shen Xiang. Shen Tianhu's words caused an uproar. Shen Xiang, while snorting, said, "Okay, I will bet, If I lose, then I will give him my 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass. 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass. Everyone together shouted in a low voice. How could they not be surprised? The blood spirit grass grown for 1,000 years was a very expensive and profound level low-grade spirit herb. Shen Xiang, if you start the alchemy now, about how long will you need? That old man asked. He was a Chun family elder and carried a certain prestige. According to everyone's understanding, refining a mortal level low-grade pill will at least take half a day, and the fastest it will take is 2 or 3 hours, but it was now being refined by a 16-year-old teenager. Quickly, we do not need to delay much time. In between conversation, Shen Xiang sat down cross-legged, and that elder and Chun Haohai came to check the alchemy furnace to prevent Shen Xiang from cheating. Inferior alchemy furnace. It seems, Chun Tianhu, that you are very poor. Chun Haohai started sneering, as everyone knew that all of Chun Tianhu's money was spent on Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang finished removing the herbs from his storage pouch, reorganized, and inspected them. While pouring his warm true qi flame inside the furnace, he put all the herbs inside, and his every move was very meticulous. But that true qi flame also made everyone slightly surprised. Although many people can release flames to attack, but they could only do so through some martial skill, and those flames can only be released for the purpose of attacking. In simple words, they cannot control the flames as freely as Shen Xiang, and only if they practiced fire control type exercises could they do so, but these exercises were very rare and difficult to practice. Shen Xiang continuously poured the flame inside the alchemy furnace, and at this time, from within the alchemy furnace, the smell of some herbal aroma leaked out. 1 hour had passed, and everyone saw with closed eyes that Shen Xiang's eyebrows suddenly started twitching. Onlookers knew he was in the most crucial phase, and Shen Haohai, who was also watching this, started sweating. He was worried that he would have to give up a 1,000-year blood spirit grass if he lost. Everyone saw smoke drifting out from inside alchemy furnace, and at this time Shen Xiang also opened his eyes, and with a happy expression stood up and said, "Please inspect it." What? Completed in 1 hour? Everyone's expressions were full of questions. That elder started to inspect first. Although he does not know much about alchemy, he was fully aware of the alchemic process, and he had been carefully watching Shen Xiang, knowing that Shen Xiang followed the basic steps of alchemy. Although he was not clear about the situation inside the alchemy furnace, he was able to sense the heat in the furnace constantly changing, and these changes were very subtle. Opening the lid of furnace, everyone smelt the faint herbal aroma, and they were truly familiar with this aroma. Moreover, they also witnessed the refining process, and when they saw the elder taking out 5 snow-white pills, everyone could not help but exclaim, Was I mistaken? He is only 16 years old and is already able to refine the quenching body pill. He is extremely talented." A man shouted with shock. "It looks like the quality of this quenching body pill is much better than what we usually use. I did not think that Shen Xiang would be so secretive. He has been hiding his strength and biding his time. Just his alchemy techniques alone make him much more valuable than those geniuses with high-grade spiritual veins." Another man exclaimed. All of the Chen family's core members gathered in this field now sighed with jealousy and envy. Shen Haohai was shocked, sad and angry, all at the same time. His complexion turned very ugly. The obvious reason being that he had just lost 1,000-year blood spirit grass. If it were to be taken to the auction house, it would have been sold for an extremely high price. The Chen family's elder had trembling hands. Both of his eyes were wide open while staring at the snow-white pills in his palm. My Chen family finally has an alchemist. The Chen family finally had an alchemist on their side. These simple words set the blood of every single Chen family member aboil. One had to know that the Chen family did not have an alchemist, so they had to spend large amounts of resources to buy pills that were made by others. This caused them to be ridiculed by some of the fierce martial practitioners that belonged to the other aristocratic families. But now, the Chen family also had an alchemist. Not to mention, this boy was so young. Sooner or later, he was bound to become a grandmaster-level alchemist. Shen Haohai, you bet with my son willingly. Now you should admit and accept your defeat. Shen Tianhu said with a laugh. Humph. Shen Haohai was jealous, but also very sad. He reluctantly took out the 1,000-year blood spirit grass and handed it over to Shen Xiang. Now nobody in the entire Chen family would even dare to look down on Shen Xiang. After all, he was now a 16-year-old alchemist. Many of the girls from the branch families even started to throw coquettish looks towards Shen Xiang in an attempt to reel him in. Many of the young boys from the Chen family glared at Shen Xiang with fire in their eyes. They were jealous to the point of death. Shen Xiang completely turned a blind eye towards their reactions, as he remembered many of these people ridiculing him before. Even if your son is an alchemist, you still have to fight for the patriarch position, Shen Haohai retorted. Two other middle-aged men that were previously competing with Chun Tianhu for the patriarch position announced their withdrawal. They were able to tell that Shen Xiang was only 16 years old, yet he was already able to refine a mortal-level low-grade Dan. It could be said that his future was immeasurable and potentially boundless. Not offending such a person would be the most sensible approach. Other than Chun Haohai and Chun Tianhu, there was just one other person remaining in the competition for the title of patriarch. Chun Haohai said, Chun Tianhu, now you just have to fight against us two brothers. If you win, then naturally the position of patriarch will be yours. Chun Tianhu, while squinting his eyes, said, this is what you are saying. Well then, will the two of you come together or one by one? Even though Chun Tianhu was outnumbered, his speech did not show any signs of weakness, but instead displayed his strong character. Chun Tianhu was indeed someone capable of making others submit before him. Of course it will be one-on-one. We brothers would not want anyone to think we are bullies, now would we? Hearing Chun Haohai, the crowd retreated a few steps back, giving the three of them more space. The shockwaves emitted by a battle between two practitioners at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm alone were extremely frightening. Everyone retreated away from the edges of the field. Both Chun Tianhu and Chun Haohai simultaneously moved using their fastest speeds, both of their palms striking the other. Their palms closely stuck to each other, while they started contesting using their true qi. Chun Haohai's whole body was covered with scorching hot true qi, while there was no movement from Chun Tianhu. But the hideous blue veins that were filled with true qi was appearing on Chun Tianhu. Both of them are still stuck closely together, while looking at each other with serious expressions. Suddenly the whole field started to shake and tremble. The ground beneath them began to crack, and waves of air currents were violently blowing sand and dust in all four directions. Chun Tianhu violently roared, and with it the shaking disappeared, and the fierce air current also stopped. Chun Haohai was blown backwards while coughing up large amounts of blood, while Chun Tianhu also retreated few steps. Falling on the ground, Chun Haohai struggled to get up on his feet. He knew that he had just lost, but there was a trace of a proud smile on his face. This contest Chun Tianhu had won, but his complexion became pale. Chun Haohai, while laughing, said, although you have won the battle, but you will lose this war. In your current state, even a 6th-level mortal martial realm martial practitioner can easily defeat you. While laughing, he also coughed up a lot of blood, as it could be seen that he had suffered some heavy internal injuries. You are also in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, Chun Tianhu asked while covering his abdomen with one hand. He did not think that Chun Haohai would unexpectedly step into the 8th level of mortal martial realm. Are you not same? Chun Haohai sneered. Both Chun Haohai and Chun Tianhu were actually 8th level mortal martial realm martial practitioners, and this made everyone shocked. Everyone could see that Chun Haohai did not even hesitate to severely injure Chun Tianhu. Chun Tianhu still had another fight left, and his opponent was Chun Haohai's younger brother. Shen Xiang swiftly moved past, supporting Chun Tianhu, who was almost about to fall. Dad, how are you? While asking, Shen Xiang put his hand on Chun Tianhu's abdomen and poured a pure wood true qi into his father body. Sensing the vigorous wood true qi gushing inside his body, Chun Tianhu shuddered, looked at Shen Xiang with a shocked expression, but soon calmed down. Editor's note: from now on we'll try to use just wood true qi or lightning true qi instead of wooden attributed or lightning attributed true qi, as that's too long, and they have the same meaning. I suffered some serious internal injuries. Chun Haohai did not hesitate to seriously injure me, so do not waste your true qi. Chun Tianhu was excited in his heart, because he felt his son's true qi was quite vigorous, and its strength was far more than what he had expected. Shen Xiang's heart became very heavy after listening to Chun Tianhu. If his father lost the battle, then it would become a hopeless situation. Start the second battle, do not waste time needlessly, Chun Haohai said with a weak voice and a pale complexion, but he was very excited inside. He could already see the scene of his brother defeating Chun Tianhu. Shen Xiang, while watching Chun Haohai intensely, with a sharp aura flashing in his eyes, said, "I'll fight." Shen Xiang unexpectedly wanted to fight in place of his father, and this made everyone quite surprised. They knew Shen Xiang did not have any spiritual veins, and therefore was not very strong. However, he could still release true qi flames and already had a profound level of control over them. But he cannot recover the true qi in such a short amount of time. Shen Xiang wasn't also going to be facing an ordinary person, and his opponent was a practitioner with the strength at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Everyone mostly thought that in order to make his father the patriarch, Shen Xiang made an idiotic decision. Shen Tianhu was also very surprised by Shen Xiang, but when he saw Shen Xiang's gaze full of confidence, his worries disappeared. Moreover, he was now seriously injured, so if he fights in his current condition, then he will surely lose. Not to mention that his injuries will surely become worse. A teenager came forth with a contemptuous laugh. "You do not have a spiritual vein and you want to enter the dispute for the patriarch's position? By just refining some low-level pills, you think you have enough strength. I alone can easily put you down. Plus, I recently entered the 5th level of the mortal martial realm." This teenager was Chen Jinhua, and he had some conflict with Shen Xiang in the Spirit Dan Hall and was Chen Haohai's son. Entering into the 5th level of the mortal martial realm at this age also made him a rare genius, and thus justifies his arrogance. "Chen Jinhua, if I win against you, what will happen then?" Shen Xiang said with a dull tone. His expression was very calm, not like a hot-headed person. Shen Tianhu felt that Shen Xiang's true qi was unusually strong, but he also had quite a unique breath, the likes of which he had never seen before. He gave this matter some serious consideration, then said, "Let my son represent me in this battle. If he were to lose, then the patriarch's position will belong to your brother. Moreover, he will also return that 1,000-year blood spirit grass back to you." Shen Tianhu's proposal meant that he believed Shen Xiang had a chance of winning, which made Shen Xiang feel no small pressure in his heart. He turned around, looked at Shen Tianhu, and saw Shen Tianhu showing a trace of warmth in his smile while nodding his heart. "Well then, allow me to come and settle this matter with my own 2 hands." Chen Jinhua came from the crowd to the center of the field while his face was full of contempt and his pair of eyes, which were looking at Shen Xiang, were filled with pride. At such a young age, he had already entered the 5th level of mortal martial realm. Chen Jinhua ignored Shen Xiang's young alchemist achievement while showing an arrogant approach. Seeing this, many elders of the Chen family inwardly shook their heads, because they all know one alchemist has the potential to raise many powerful martial artists. The seriously injured Chen Haohai with a sneer said, "Young men sure are filled with youthful energy. If in the process of fighting, what will happen if someone were to die? Accidentally killing Chen family's talented alchemist, I will be scolded to death by those old fellows." Shen Tianhu did not speak. He was seriously contemplating this. Chen Haohai slightly smiling. "If you are determined to make your alchemist's son go to battle, and if by chance some mishap happened in the middle of fight, everybody can only wonder that he had half-baked skills. Rest assured, if I was injured or killed, it will be my own responsibility." Shen Xiang said. He knows if his father could not become the patriarch, even though his son is an alchemist, he still will be vigorously suppressed by Chen Haohai, because in the eyes of Chen Haohai he is a big threat. Everybody clearly heard. This is what he said. "Since it is this way, then let him first contest with my son, and if he wins against my son, it will be clear that he has the qualification to battle with my younger brother." Chen Haohai's face was filled with a happy expression, because he concluded Shen Xiang was not that strong. Even if he was able to win against his own son, it was impossible to win against his brother. After all, his brother was in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Not only would he become the Chen family patriarch, but also be able to recapture the 1,000-year blood spirit grass. Chen Jinhua, after getting his father's permission, with face full of contempt said, "If you get seriously injured due to my carelessness, you cannot blame me. Who told you to bite more than you can chew?" Shen Xiang, with an expressionless face, turned towards Chen Haohai and asked, "If I win, I can fight instead of my father, right?" "Ha ha ha." Chen Haohai laughed. "Yes, but you have to win first." The people who were supporting Chen Haohai began to laugh. Chen Jinhua, while performing the kung fu courtesy of covering one's fist, with a sneer said, "I will not be lenient." "Hidi, kung fu courtesy of covering one's fist. Start," shouted Chen Tianhu with an imposing look. As soon as the word left Chen Tianhu's mouth, Chen Jinhua quickly jumped and rushed towards Chen Xiang. His movements were gentle and elegant, and his hands were held high facing the sky. But just a moment later, a fierce wind surged forth and a golden aura began circulating around his hands, and it instantly formed into a giant golden axe. The Chen family's high-grade spirit-level martial skill, the Heavenly Sun Axe Strike. It can transform one's true qi into a weapon with a strong offensive power. A person exclaimed, and a high-grade spirit-level martial skill was difficult to learn, but its power was huge. Shen Xiang stood there motionlessly, just staring at the incoming axe. When everyone was thinking that he was scared due to fierce metal true qi, and seeing that true qi transform into a golden axe that was about to smash his head, fierce qi surged out from within Shen Xiang, and he opened his mouth and emitted a thunderous roar. Similar to that of a dragon, it made everyone's eardrum tingle. The most shocking thing was that what came out of Shen Xiang's mouth was a large amount of azure-colored true qi, flying towards Chen Jinhua and inundating him. The true qi transformed into an azure dragon, the kind of diffusing vicissitudes of an ancient dragon and shocking everyone around. It could be seen that this true qi was very strong and couldn't be practiced out from an ordinary sutra. When Shen Xiang emitted the dragon roar, everyone present near the field became transfixed. They watched Shen Xiang with a face full of surprise, and if they had not witnessed Shen Xiang emitting this tyrannical true qi, they wouldn't have believed it. Chen Tianhu saw how amazing his son is, and it made him extremely proud, excited, and slightly agitated. The complexion of Chen Haohai and his followers became extremely ugly, as they were well aware of how frightening that true qi was. Shen Xiang's azure dragon roar instantly shattered Chen Jinhua's Heavenly Sun Axe Strike, like as if it were glass. The true qi storm that surged from within his mouth contained a very frightening and destructive power. Chen Jinhua's entire body was filled with bloodstains. This azure dragon roar was also from the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. The dragon roar produced by Shen Xiang was similar to an original dragon's roar. Its might would devastate both a person's heart and soul. Also from within his mouth, a lightning and wind storm burst forth, and the power of the wind was similar to a knife attacking the enemy. It was incomparably overbearing. No one even dared to blink, for the fear of missing something, and Shen Xiang did not disappoint them. Just moments after Shen Xiang's roar, his body flew like that of a dragon, appearing instantly in front of the still dazed and panic-stricken Chen Jinhua. Shen Xiang's fingers stretched, and an azure aura flashed from his arm, taking the shape of a dragon's claw, strong and vigorous, and surged with the extremely tyrannical azure dragon true qi. Just like how an eagle catches a rabbit as quick as lightning, he caught Chen Jinhua's head and grasped it instantaneously. The claw opened abruptly, like a dragon's claw. The claws were as sharp as knives, and the scales were clearly visible. With the sudden appearance of an azure dragon claw covering the head of Chen Jinhua, a sharp and slaughtering qi burst forth, and everyone's heart shook. They all saw that after Chen Jinhua's head was covered with the dragon claw, he emitted a pitiful loud scream, and Chen Jinhua retreated a few steps while vomiting blood. This was the Azure Dragon Claw, the super-strong offensive martial technique of the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. Everyone saw Chen Jinhua's bloodied body, and his face was full of horror. They were having a very hard time believing what just happened. Shen Xiang defeated Chen Jinhua in a flash and in such a beautiful way. Bang! Chen Jinhua fell down, and everyone was shocked. They felt cold in their spine and only now confirmed what had happened. Abnormally powerful Azure True Qi, a strange and frightening martial technique, emitting a tyrannical power, and all of this was all done by Shen Xiang, who did not even have a spiritual vein. Chen Haohai watched his son getting severely wounded, and he could not help but vomit blood. He saw Chen Jinhua was still breathing and converged his qi with his son. Although Chen Jinhua was covered with multiple scars, he was not seriously injured, which showed that Shen Xiang was holding back. Chen Haohai looked at Chen Tianhu with a face full of gratitude, while Chen Tianhu just smiled at him. This can only be blamed at his half-assed skills. It's no wonder he got wounded so easily. Shen Xiang said dismissively. Shen Xiang's expression in his eyes were clear, neither cold nor dull. I can now fight on behalf of my father. Not only was Shen Xiang such a young alchemist, but he had also entered the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. Even with such accomplishments, he had neither shown any arrogance or pride. This subtlety had made the Chen family branch commanders and elders secretly appreciate his behavior. Shen Xiang looked at the middle-aged man standing beside Chen Haohai. He was Chen Haohai's little brother Chen Yihan, a 7th-level mortal martial realm practitioner. He was a handsome man with a beard. He gradually walked towards Shen Xiang and had not spoken since the beginning. Shen Xiang was to do battle with him, but he only had the strength of a 5th-level mortal martial realm practitioner. No one dared to leave, as such a thing had actually happened in the Chun family patriarch election, and it was something nobody had expected. Chen Yihan saw his nephew being defeated, but he did not even show a trace of anger, and with a mystical smile he said, "No matter how talented you are still going to lose against a 7th-level mortal martial realm expert." Chen Yihan had to admit, if Shen Xiang were to be given a few years' worth of time, then he would not even stand a chance against him. But that was the future, and presently the chance of him winning was a 100%. Chen Yihan practiced with ice true qi, and in the Chen family, this type of true qi practitioner was special. Out of the Chen family's junior generation, none dared to challenge a senior who was at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. If they heard someone attempting this before, they would think of it as madness. No one would believe it. But now that all of the Chen family members saw how fierce Shen Xiang's techniques were, their hearts were filled with uncertainty. But most of them still believed that Shen Xiang would lose. After all, not only was there a large gap in age, but also in strength. Not to mention Chen Yihan had practiced many high-grade martial techniques. Even his true qi was much more vigorous, and not a single young practitioner had the capability to compete with Chen Yihan. A battle of great disparity, where the gap in power was too large, was about to begin. Everyone was watching quietly as this was the deciding match to determine the next patriarch of the family. Shen Xiang had practiced the Azure Dragon Divine exercise for only 2 months, and he had the Yin and Yang Divine vein. He had spent a large amount of time absorbing the spirit qi between heaven and earth, enhancing the true qi within himself. After all, he was simultaneously cultivating 5 true qi whirlpools that had 5 different kinds of attributes, so his true qi was much more vigorous. Also, between the 5th-level true qi realm and the 7th-level true aura realm, there was the 6th-level divine sense realm. Divine sense was, although the cultivation of your spirit, it could congeal a kind of controlling true qi-type spiritual power. This provides major assistance in controlling true qi, and with time, it could also strengthen one's true qi. After having cultivated the divine sense, one can then start cultivating the true qi aura force. Chen Yihan was at the 7th-level true aura realm, and he could use his fierce qi aura. It was not something that true qi could match up to, so he had absolute confidence that he would be able to defeat Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang's frightening martial skill could deter everyone, but those who had knowledge regarding true qi could see that Shen Xiang's true qi was very immature, and it could not be compared to qi aura. However, it was still very powerful when compared to others in the same level as him. Chen Yihan gradually moved towards Shen Xiang, and with every step he takes, the temperature dropped rapidly. Freezing cold air was blowing all around, and most people could see that Shen Yihan was on the verge of a breakthrough. The icy true qi of his was extremely strong. Shen Xiang was not too far away from Chen Yihan, and he felt that this kind of freezing cold was most profound. At this time, Chen Yihan congealed out true qi aura, which can only be achieved at 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Shen Xiang used the vermilion bird true qi within his body, which was a fire-attributed true qi. After being affected by the cold qi, Shen Xiang became stimulated. The vermilion bird true qi started rushing from within his dantian into his numerous bones and 4 limbs. After feeling the comfortable warmth brought out by the vermilion bird true qi, Shen Xiang's body was finally restored from the sudden stiffness. He he he. Shen Yihan's sinister laugh resounded throughout the entire area, and suddenly a white, icy qi started overflowing from the center of his palm. The threatening, freezing cold qi aura was clearly discernible and directly rushed towards Shen Xiang's head. Shen Xiang saw that his opponent was making a move, and he slid forward, as slippery and flexible as a snake. Sliding quickly to the front while trying to avoid Shen Yihan's attack, he also unexpectedly attacked. Shen Xiang's treading was flexible and mysterious, and both of his hands transformed into dragon claws. Mesmerizing Azure Dragon true qi overflowed from both of his hands, and this was the same Azure Dragon Claw used to defeat Chen Jinhua previously. But this time, he brought out a dragon claw from both his hands, which caused everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. Humph! Shen Xiang emitted a cold sneer, and two icy chi palms boldly shot towards Shen Xiang's dragon claws. When Shen Xiang's palms struck Shen Xiang's dragon claws, a cold chi gushed out, and Shen Xiang's pair of azure dragon claws suddenly shattered. Shen Xiang's arms were covered with a thick layer of ice, and frosty chi was permeating into his body and causing his entire self to stiffen up. Shen Xiang smiled coldly, and from his feet frost congealed out, and he slightly jumped. He vigorously kicked Shen Xiang's cheek, which flung Shen Xiang 10 feet away. Shen Xiang fell on the ground, his cheek sheared due to the sharp ice, and drawing a few scars. The ice which was covering his arms also broke, but both his hands were actually frozen stiff. The Tai Chi diagram from the divine exercise started revolving and absorbing the cold chi flowing inside his body, while allowing the fiery vermilion bird true chi to surge into his arms, getting rid of the cold pain. Shen Xiang now only realized that even though he had a divine exercise, the gap between the two of them was still too large, but he had to win. I have to acknowledge that out of all the geniuses that have ever been born in the Qin family, you are the greatest one yet, but you and your father are too arrogant. Shen Xiang, with an evil smile, step by step moved towards Shen Xiang, as he was in no hurry to kill Shen Xiang. He wants to tear Shen Xiang into numerous pieces in front of the Qin family members, to show his strength and deter everyone. Suddenly, Shen Xiang with a flip actually stood up, and everyone thought he was seriously injured from the kick a moment ago, but it looked like nothing had happened to him. Including Shen Xiang, everyone was surprised. On the sidelines where Chen Tianhu was watching, he let out a sigh of relief while transferring chi to heal himself. Seeing that Shen Xiang had not taken that much damage, Shen Xiang leaped forward. Moving with elegance and gentleness, for everyone present, this agility skill was pleasing to the eye. With Shen Xiang approaching, Shen Xiang felt that he was inside a world full of ice and snow, and below his feet were covered with a layer of frost. Shen Xiang leaped, and the freezing cold fist felt like it was strong enough to shake the skies. His fist instantaneously landed on Shen Xiang's chest, and blood started to flow from where he was just struck, but it was immediately covered with frost. It is the profound ice aura energy, a high-grade profound level martial skill. Releasing it can even pierce metal and break stone. Shen Tianhu spoke with a dignified tone. After being hit, Shen Xiang almost simultaneously dodged the incoming flying kick coming from Shen Xiang, resulting in Shen Xiang's kick to be covered with a layer of ice when it landed on the ground, and shattering a large amount of bricks, and it also crushed stones from the shock and froze them. Casting Chi Aura has two weaknesses. It consumes true Chi and divine sense quickly, but if he does not use Chi Aura, you will not get injured, Shen Tianhu said. Shen Xiang knew that he could only drag the battle on. Well, it's useless. I have a very large amount of true Chi. You probably won't be able to drag it out for long and be the first one to fall. Shen Xiang objected. He resumed his onslaught against Shen Xiang, delivering countless strikes against him. Even before the flurry of attacks, Shen Xiang was injured. Now that Shen Xiang continued to keep up the pressure, he was confident that Shen Xiang would soon die by his hand. Shen Xiang blasted fist after fist, continuously attacking with his profound ice aura energy. He also delivered the attacks from a long range away, so that Shen Xiang could not retaliate and only endure. Just a moment ago you kept on proclaiming that you must fight on behalf of your father. But now look, you don't even have the strength to resist. Shen Xiang emitted a shrill laugh. On Shen Xiang's body, many bloody holes were emerging due to the strikes caused by the profound ice aura energy, which burst out from the inside of his skin. Shen Xiang took a deep breath while revolving the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram within his body. With the help of his spiritual power, he controlled the 5 elements of true Qi stored inside his body and proceeded to fuse them together. The 5 elements of true Qi started to converge. Right now, the only chance of winning for Shen Xiang was to simultaneously use the 5 elements of true Qi. However, after the 5 elements of true Qi were done fusing together, it would become intrepid and wild. His current meridians were not be able to bear the strain. Fusing together the 5 elements of true Qi had never been attempted by anyone before this, mainly because nobody ever had the opportunity. Shen Xiang was the first to embark on this mysterious domain, which could be called pure insanity. If he was unable to control the Qigong deviation would occur, and as a result Shen Xiang would die. However, he was successful. Although he felt his meridians threatening to rupture, within his dantian, the 5 elements of true qi had actually been perfectly fused together. But it was still much harder to control, and a large amount of true qi was lost from his meridians. Shen Xiang knew that he must act quickly before the true qi was exhausted. He needed to use this frightening power to defeat Shen Xiang. A violent aura suddenly exploded from Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang's heart could not help but thump, as the true qi that suddenly appeared gave off the impression of an overbearing and tyrannical nature that would not hesitate to destroy anything in its path. Shen Xiang's body was in pain due to the impact from the violent true qi, and he could not help but howl in pain. Suddenly, visible oppressive qi waves started to pour out. A howl engulfed everything around them like a sea, as the whole field fiercely shook. All the bricks near Shen Xiang started to shatter. Everything in the entire world was constituted of the 5 elements. By fusing together the 5 elemental forces, it would contain the heaven and universe. At the moment, Shen Xiang had fused together the 5 elemental forces and formed the universe's power, the universal true qi. Fall down. From within Shen Xiang's body, an icy qi burst forth. The more he felt threatened by Shen Xiang, the more he wanted to end the battle and quickly defeat Shen Xiang in order to prevent him from being victorious. Lightning was flashing in Shen Xiang's eyes. He moved towards Shen Xiang with large strides, and the soles of his feet were filled with the universal force containing a destructive nature. Each of his steps broke the floor tiles on impact. The momentum from his intense speed was like that of a herd of 10,000 steeds. Profound ice aura energy. Shen Xiang's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Shen Xiang. Both his fists moved together as 2 more intrepid freezing cold aura energies sprayed a cold qi strike towards Shen Xiang. At this moment, Shen Xiang's mental state was similar to a maniac. In his mind, there was only one thought: to defeat Shen Xiang. The 2, profound ice aura energy, were able to tear stones apart on impact. Shen Xiang roared as he caught the frightening aura energies with both of his palms. A layer of ice momentarily covered his arms, but was broken in just an instant while never stopping his charge. It only took a moment for Shen Xiang to arrive in front of Shen Xiang. His pair of fists struck forward, each producing a true qi explosion. This turned out to be the very common high-grade mortal-level martial skill, Storm-Killing Fist. With each fist, a true qi explosion would be produced, and it was extremely lethal, but in return it consumed a lot of true qi. As each fist moved through the air, thunderous qi waves were emitted. Yet even with this, Shen Xiang's fists were lightning quick. Fist after fist, the waves of blows surged without break, almost as if executing the storm-killing fist did not consume any true qi. Shen Xiang had casted this storm-killing fist with universal true qi. This frightening level of power made everyone's heart tremble. This level of attack was actually equal to qi aura. Shen Xiang also had to use qi aura in order to resist Shen Xiang's wild, storm-killing fists, which fell towards his body like rain on the ground. As he resisted each blow, his heart could not help but sink. The violent true qi explosion even made him feel fear. If even one fist managed to strike him, getting seriously injured would be unavoidable. Even after a few more breaths of time, Shen Xiang continuously blasted dozens of storm-killing fists. Shen Tianhu's eyes were wide open. His son was actually this incredibly valiant, but he could tell that Shen Xiang's situation was actually not that good. To display power which transcends one's limit was essentially damaging to their own body. Mother asterisk 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 R. Shen Xiang continued to resist those crazy storm-killing fists. He could not help but curse. For everyone else, it was their first time seeing someone using storm-killing fist in such a peculiar manner. It was also the first time they understood that this high-grade mortal-level martial skill could unexpectedly become this frightening. The universal true qi was intensely draining for Shen Xiang's body. He was regretting in his heart. He felt that if the true qi inside him was consumed and Shen Xiang was still not defeated, then he was doomed. Shen Xiang suddenly opened his mouth and let loose a giant roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the horizon. Shen Xiang ejected a violent clear true qi from his mouth, submerging Shen Xiang's figure in one shout. This was the Azure Dragon Roar, but this time colorless universal true qi was surging out. Inside the roar was lighting, flame, water, ice and various other kinds of attributes. Shen Xiang did not expect Shen Xiang to suddenly cast a large move. He quickly retreated to open up a gap between them while operating his true qi. He started releasing his qi aura to create an ice cover to try and resist this violent true qi attack. Suddenly, in Shen Xiang's hands, appeared a broadsword that was gleaming with a cold light. TLN, broadsword, off. Shen Xiang's whole body was emitting a violent true qi. He pulled back the blade, and with a yell, poured all of his remaining true qi into the blade. This let loose a burst of glaring azure aura that exuded a sharp dragon roar that cracked stone and penetrated the clouds. The sight was mesmerizing to the hearts and souls of those present. Shen Xiang leapt into the sky. His blade that was boosted with azure light left only a blur to be seen. Slicing the air with irresistible force, the blade hacked towards Shen Xiang's head. No! From the distance, of voices resounded. The broadsword had been chopped downwards with an intent to split Shen Xiang in half, but the blade stopped right next to his neck. Receiving that quick and powerful attack from Shen Xiang, violent true qi surged out in all four directions as everyone stood like a stone carving in situ, blankly staring at Shen Xiang holding that broadsword. Everyone was shocked speechless by Shen Xiang's crazy and overbearing martial might. How was he a waste with no spiritual vein? He is simply a frightening monster. A 16-year-old, yet defeating a 7th-level mortal martial realm practitioner. It was simply a miracle. In addition, Shen Xiang was also an alchemist. Their family gave birth to this type of genius. This fact alone made many of the Chen family members' hearts incomparably excited. Chen Xiang under scorching, Xiang under Xiang. Many people were shouting Chen Xiang's name in unison. Within their hearts, their feelings could not help but give way to newfound pride. Before, everyone thought that Shen Xiang accepting the challenge of the Yao family genius would be similar to fighting a hopeless battle. But looking back on it now, Shen Xiang was completely sure about winning. Inside the field, Chen Tianhu arrived at the side of the injured Chen Haohai and Shen Xiang. Facing them, he said, "You and I were all competing for the patriarch's position. I did not hope to end it such a way. We are Chen family members, and we should all be united. If you refuse to accept me as your patriarch, you can take your followers and leave the Chen family." Chen Haohai and Chen Xiang both glanced at each other before looking towards Shen Xiang and heaving heavy sighs. Chen Haohai firmly grasped Chen Tianhu's arm. With a heavy tone, he said, "I hope you can lead the Chen family. I, Chen Haohai, have lived as a Chen family member, and even after death I will become a Chen family ghost. I, Chen Haohai, am sincerely convinced by the new patriarch." Chen Haohai and Shen Xiang were not fools. They had gained insight on how frightening Shen Xiang's potential is. If he is cultivated well, soon he will have very good chances to become a fierce alchemist. If you could build a good relation now, you can reap the benefits later. It is not wise to offend a top-level alchemist. Plus, Chen Tianhu was now letting go of all the past enmities, which is a good thing for them. Two seniors, for the previous offenses, please forgive me. For our Chen family to survive in these lands for many years, we must not have internal strife. Shen Xiang gave his apologies after arriving in front of Chen Haohai and Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang's statements and actions caused many Chen family children and elders to secretly nod in approval. Although at such a young age he had already defeated a formidable elder, he was not proud, but actually very modest. This kind of subtlety is quite rare among many of the Chen family juniors. The Chen brothers were also somewhat ashamed. "My dear nephew, first go and recuperate. Dragging the injuries for a long time can be detrimental to future cultivation," Shen Xiang said, while passing some of his healing dawn. For the elder competition to reach such a conclusion made the other elders quite satisfied. An elder with a clear and resonant voice said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet will take place after 10 days, but I also request for everyone to stay after as well. By that time, many other families will have sent someone to participate. At that point, it would be a good opportunity for you to make friends with the other families." Chen Xian returned to his room. While looking at his scarred body, he could not help but let loose a deep breath. Just before, his fight with Shen Xiang was very dangerous. Yet at this moment, his mind was excited because at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, he has the strength to defeat someone at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. After giving his all in the previous fight, he also felt like his power level had somewhat increased. He had gained a lot of experience in utilizing qi. No wonder he had heard that in order to become a powerful martial artist, one needed to go through numerous battles. Just as Shen Xiang was about to take the healing pills, two auras reflected onto his eyes. He blinked, only to see Bai Yu and Su Meiyao with straight faces standing right in front of him. "You brat. Just a moment ago, you were too rash. What would we do if you had died? We have poured too much effort into your body," shouted Bai Yu with a cold expression. Shen Xiang felt a cold chill running down his spine. Su Meiyao stuck her tongue out and said, after considering the circumstance, "Devilish brat, you were somewhat courageous. This time, we will let you off the hook. However, next time you must be cautious. Take off your clothes. I will help you apply the ointments." During Shen Xiang and Chun Yihan's battle, his body was covered in many cuts due to the icy true aura. His body was covered in numerous bloodstains. If it was not specially treated, it would be harder to heal. Thus, Shen Xiang was now lying on his bed enjoying the soft and tender hands of Su Meiyao applying some ointments, which made him feel very comfortable. In accordance with custom, the other families were invited to celebrate the newly elected Chun family patriarch. However, it takes quite some time for the other families to arrive, so the actual celebration is held sometime later. But at this banquet, everyone's attention was on the expected alchemy competition between Shen Xiang and the Yao family genius. Everyone was discussing this coming alchemy competition, so at this time, many people were coming to the banquet. Many came to see the Chun family get humiliated. The Chun family's security was very tight, so news of Shen Xiang's recent achievements did not spread. In the morning, a drop of azure essence was spat out by Shen Xiang. This dewdrop was congealed from his use of the dragon saliva exercise. He wants to grasp more alchemy techniques in the upcoming 10 days and wants to try refining a mortal level middle grade pill. At his age, to congeal a mortal level middle grade, quenching body Dan, was enough to be compared with legendary genius alchemists, and even transcend many of them. You want to refine mortal level middle grade in this short time? It is somewhat difficult, but I Su Meiyao like to do these kind of challenging things. Su Meiyao's gentle voice transmitted through Shen Xiang's mind. Shen Xiang, while laughing, said, "Sister Meiyao, then quickly teach me." Su Meiyao with a soft smile said, "Don't grin that happily. This will come with a price. Although you are quite skilled in refining mortal level low grade dawn, and even have a bit of experience in refining middle grade dawn, your spiritual power is not enough. You need to be at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Then, with divine sense, you will become able to accurately manipulate the flames, and with enough control, instantly congeal the dawn." Shen Xiang, while nodding his head, said, "Well, on the side, I will accelerate the growth of the mortal level middle grade spirit herb, while elevating my power level. I hope to catch up before the day of the alchemy competition." Su Meiyao said, "In order to practice divine sense, you need a large amount of true qi and spiritual power to successfully fuse together into divine sense. There is a certain level of difficulty, but since you practice the Tai Chi divine exercise, this process should be a lot fast. Still, doing it in 10 days is doubtful." Shen Xiang let loose a small sigh. He has been too impatient, and this was a big taboo. "Well, there is still a way to quickly elevate your strength." Su Meiyao said with a mysterious smile said. "How?" Shen Xiang asked quickly. Suddenly Bai Yu transmits with her ice-cold voice, "Immortal and Devil Pool." At this moment, Shen Xiang remembered that below the Immortal and Devil Cliff, there was a strange pool. When he had fallen down there, he was able to breathe inside it. Moreover, the pool was also shining. But besides that, he did not discover anything special about it. "Is that the weird pool at the bottom of the cliff?" Shen Xiang asked with uncertainty. "Yes, you should know we were forced by our personal enemy into that pool." Su Meiyao words made Shen Xiang somewhat curious. It turned out, these two peerless martial arts girls were dropped there. In the end, how is that place mystical? The more Shen Xiang thought about it, the more suspicious he got. This was because that Immortal and Devil Cliff was perennially filled with death qi, yet for some reason there was no trace of death qi near that pool. After Shen Xiang learned that the Immortal and Devil Pool is out of the ordinary, he immediately mixed dragon saliva into the water, then poured in various spirit herbs and flowers. Following that, he greeted his father and quietly left the Chun family villa, taking a trip to the Immortal and Devil Cliff. On the way, he listened to Su Meiyao describing things about the Immortal and Devil Cliff. That place is called the Immortal and Devil Cliff because that place was where immortals and devils are buried. That pool was transformed from the pure energy that was emitted from their corpses. Someone intentionally created that pool, and the death chi near its surroundings are also caused due to the overflow from the immortals and devils' corpses. Su Meiyao said. Shen Xiang was horrified. Immortals and devil are legendary beings, and he completely did not expect their corpses to lie there. This also made him incomparably excited. If that pool truly is made up of pure energy, and he managed to obtain it. Shen Xiang arrived at the immortal and devil cliff. While looking down at the black-colored death chi, he muttered, "In this world, are there really immortals and devils?" Su Meiyao retorted with a soft snort, "Of course. Do not think that the true martial realm is the strongest state for martial practitioners. Above the true martial realm, there are 3 further extreme stages, and then after this there is the nirvana realm. After a successful nirvana, one will be able to enter the heaven martial realm, reaching a huge spatial world called heaven martial world. Do not think about those massive worlds. The world we are living in is called the mortal martial world, and it is also vast. The spirit chi is very thin here, so there are very few accumulations of demon beasts. Those truly strong martial arts practitioners travel to places with very rich spirit chi. Their strong martial artists are as plentiful as the clouds, and there are many demon beasts. However, it is also considered very dangerous. If one don't have a certain amount of strength, death is inevitable in that region. It was the first time Shen Xiang had heard about the world of martial arts, and it surprised him. However, it also made him realize just how insignificant he was. Before, he used to think the true martial realm was very powerful, but he never imagined that there were stages above the true martial realm. Brat, this mortal martial world is vast. There are many mainlands besides this one. In some of these mainlands, there are many formidable martial artists, and in this endless world, there are many hidden realms. In these hidden realms, you can find many heavenly forged treasures. While also being very dangerous, as long as you have enough strength, you'll be able to experience the vastness of the whole martial world. Currently, you just have to understand just how tiny and insignificant you are. Bai Yu said coldly. Shen Xiang tightened his fist. This time, he had a brief outlook of the world, and only by constantly elevating his strength would it allow him to take foothold in this martial world where the strong are as trees in a forest, sturdy and unmoving. Shen Xiang jumped down into the abyss. Currently, he was in the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, and there was a pool beneath him. Considering his strength, he did not need to waste time to climb down slowly. Splash. Meiyao sister, how can I use the immortal and devil pool? Shen Xiang asked while churning the strange water with his hands. Excluding the fact that the water was shining, he did not think there was anything strange about this place. Su Meiyao spoke. After the death of the immortals and devils, a great multitude of pure energy flew out of their corpses, but you cannot absorb these energies. After all, it's not your energy. However, you can only use the energy to refine the body and the spirit, but it is a very painful process. Shen Xiang's brow wrinkled. How long should I stay in the immortal and devil pool? Su Meiyao, I don't know. I suppose you can stay until you cannot bear the pain. You just have to jump inside the pool and start operating the Tai Chi divine exercise, while simply trying to guide the energies into your body. Shen Xiang, without any delay, took off his clothes and jumped inside, submerging himself in the pool. He could breathe normally underwater, so he had nothing to worry about. Moreover, this protected him from the attacks of the demon beasts. After submerging himself, Shen Xiang began operating the Tai Chi divine exercise. Suddenly, he felt that his body was being squeezed from all 4 directions by a bizarre power, as if to make his body to squeeze together to form a ball, which made him constantly wary. At the same time, a bizarre kind of energy madly rushed into his body. It continuously bombarded every part of his body as it flowed. He felt as if his body was about to burst. Every bone felt as if small insects were biting them, and it was a feeling worse than death itself. Some blisters were constantly emerging from the immortal and devil pool, and the water also churned continuously. This was all because of Shen Xiang was frantically struggling in the pool from below. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Xiang's body started to float from the pool below. He was lying on the edge of the pool and panting heavily. He said, "How have I not yet entered into the 6th level of mortal martial realm? Do you think you can break through this quickly? You are currently only refining the body, so that your whole body becomes more powerful while also elevating your spirit." Su Meiyao's voice transmitted into his mind. Shen Xiang stood up, gripping both his fists, and felt his strong body. Although he had yet to enter into the 6th level of mortal martial realm, a solid foundation was set. How many days was I under? Shen Xiang asked. He had been subjected to unimaginable pain in the immortal and devil pool without any concept of time. Only 5 days. Although this immortal and devil pool has little use, it still lets you practice the basics of the immortal devil body, Su Meiyao said. Shen Xiang's heart was secretly shocked about this immortal devil body, and listening to the name he knew it was very formidable. Immortal and Devil Cliff. In the abyss below there was a roaring burst occasionally, as well as a weak surge of strange true qi. The true qi was filled with the sense of an ancient atmosphere of vicissitudes, surging with an inexplicable pressure. That true qi was Shen Xiang releasing his Azure Dragon true qi by practicing the Azure Dragon Divine exercise. Shen Xiang did not leave the immortal and devil cliff, but still practiced below with a bare chest. On his iron fist, Azure true qi was boldly rising, continuously bombarding the cliff, and broken stones violently flew. Hai's whole body was filled with true qi. He released numerous strikes, making a small cave in the cliff, but his breath, however, remained stable, showing that his true qi and body strength were now much more vigorous. With every fist, true qi would rebound, directly surging from his arm into his head, and sudden spiritual power accumulated inside his brain, developing his brain and enhancing his spiritual power. This was one of the methods to practice divine sense. When Shen Xiang was practicing below, the commotion was not small. An originally silent abyss was now rumbling with sounds, resounding throughout the abyss. After 2 days, Shen Xiang felt his true qi was now full, and his spiritual power was much more enhanced, and as long as he opened his soul sea, he could advance to the 6th level of the mortal martial realm, the divine sense realm. To break through, one needed his spiritual power to be vigorous. Tianlin, divine sense, Sunshur, can be referred to spirit sense or simply soul. Since spirit is used in many places, I use divine sense and not soul because it felt appropriate, because using divine sense felt better than using soul. Prepare to break through the level 6 threshold. Shen Xiang took a long breath. After 2 days of practice, he could feel how tyrannical his body was, and this was all due to the refinement in the immortal and devil pool. Shen Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and with rapt attention operated the true qi within his body. While releasing his spiritual power, he let the two blend, using spiritual power to sense the soul gate, and using the true qi to break it open. The profound heart law of the Tai Chi divine exercise was directing Shen Xiang's true qi and spiritual power to seek the soul gate hidden inside his soul. Soon, Shen Xiang saw a golden door as if it was right in front of his eyes. Seeing the door meant the divine sense realm was right in front of him, condensed right between the eyebrows, and moving with one thought. Azure true qi suddenly transformed into a claw, then into a solemn azure dragon. The true qi that transformed into an azure dragon gave a fierce roar and hit that golden gate. As the azure dragon hit the door, it blew outward with a bang sound. Shen Xiang saw a glaring golden aura. At the same time, he opened his eyes, and a tough true qi flowed in every part of his body, and he couldn't help but yell in surprise. The 5 elements of true qi violently surged out from inside his body, raising the fierce wind and blowing out in all 4 directions. Is this 6th level of the mortal martial realm? Shen Xiang closed his eyes while feeling his internal vigorous and formidable true qi, simultaneously releasing his divine sense, and the slightest sign of trouble all around was within his grasp. Shen Xiang opens his eyes, slightly smiled. This time I can use that trick. Behind his back, a sudden burst of fiery aura could be seen. The flames transformed into a pair of gigantic wings rising behind his back. A fiery aura burst out with a flash, and heat waves rose, looking like a pair of phoenix wings. Vermilion bird fire wings. Fly. Shen Xiang's laughter came forth, as his fire wings fluttered upward, and just within a few blinks of time, his silhouette was gone into the black death qi. This is where the 6th level of mortal martial realm showed its power. By controlling internal true qi with the powerful divine sense to keep it solidified, Shen Xiang's internal true qi could be released outside, to transform into wings and fly into the sky. Shen Xiang was standing above the immortal and devil cliff. He had put away his vermilion bird fire wings. To transform true qi into wings required a very high-grade technique. He practiced the Tai Chi divine exercise, which, of course, included these types of martial techniques. As Shen Xiang arrived at the top of the immortal and devil cliff, he heard sounds of fighting coming from below. Although the distance was quite far away, he was able to hear it clearly through his divine sense. Shen Xiang immediately started to fly towards it. If it was just an ordinary battle, he wouldn't pay the slightest attention, but the sounds of fighting were deafening and created large impacts. Shen Xiang deduced from this that it was no ordinary martial battle. Shen Xiang flew silently through the air, arriving before a forest clearing. There he saw 2 handsome teenagers against 5 black-robed assailants. The 2 seemed rather frail, but their strength was satisfactory. They were matching the 5 black-robed people's knife techniques, but their true qi was not potent enough. If they continued to delay, they would certainly end up being killed by the 5 black-robed people. It seems to be the Shui family imaginary sword technique, where the aura illuminating from the sword produces illusions, making it difficult to distinguish between opponents. Shen Xiang read various martial art books in his lifetime, and could instantly identify the sword style with just a glance. After learning they were Shui family members, Shen Xiang could not idly sit by. After all, Shui Xian was his fiancée. Additionally, the Chun and Shui families had a close relationship. "Watch out!" Shen Xiang shouted. His body seemed like an azure rainbow as he flew towards the commotion. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as it headed straight towards the head of a black-robed man. He roared at the same moment as an azure, true qi wave gushed out from inside his mouth, covering the black-robed man. Along with the azure dragon roar, Shen Xiang's azure dragon claw grasped the head of the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man's skull shattered into shards of bone and flesh. This sudden scene of insane brute force stunned the remaining 4 black-robed men and the 2 Shui family members. The true qi that was embodied with the majesty of the azure dragon caused their hearts to be shocked from fear. Of course, the most shocking thing to them was the martial technique that they had never seen before. After Shen Xiang broke the skull of the black-robed man, the dragon claw immediately transformed back into a fist striking towards another black-robed man. In an instant, he struck dozens of times, forming afterimages like the wind. They were sent whistling towards the astonished black-robed man. The blows pounded onto his body and after the strike, emitted a series of explosions. This was the storm-killing fist. Shen Xiang's true qi was now much more potent, and so casting storm-killing fist was quite simple and easy. He did not have to worry about the consumption of true qi, and each fist's explosive power was phenomenal. It was quite difficult to resist, not to mention the fact that he could instantly use this technique multiple times. With a moment of effort, Shen Xiang had defeated another black-robed man. After that display, the 2 Shui family teenagers finally reacted and continued to attack with their swords. After Shen Xiang had joined the fight, the remaining black-robed men began to retreat after witnessing their 2 defeats. They were soon beaten and seriously injured, and they did not expect this type of result. "Thanks a lot for the rescue, esteemed senior brother," one slightly tall teenager said while cupping his fist. "This one is called little brother Xueming." "Shui Zhilong," the other teenager said while cupping his fist. "Thanks a lot for coming to the rescue, great brother." Although Shen Xiang was only 16 years old, he was very big and tall, so he looked relatively more mature. "No need to be so polite. I am called Shen Xiang. Our Chun and Shui family have had a friendship for many generations, so this is a must." Shen Xiang also replied with courtesy. This caused Shui Ming and Shui Zhilong's countenance to change. They had not expected their savior to be Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was quite famous in the Shui family because their beloved daughter of the heavens, Shui Xian, was Shen Xiang's fiancée. However, many juniors of the Shui family were not in favor of Shen Xiang because they knew Shen Xiang does not have a martial practitioner's spiritual vein. They were thus amazed at Shen Xiang's display of strength. "Are you really Shen Xiang?" Shui Ming found it somewhat hard to believe. Shen Xiang, while nodding and smiling, said, "Of course, you 2 should be here to attend our Chun family's banquet, right?" Shui Ming and Shui Zhilong nodded their heads. Although they were uncertain, they did not question Shen Xiang anymore. After all, it would be impolite. This person was their savior. What is the origin of these people? Why were they trying to assassinate you? Shen Xiang looked at the 3 injured black-robed men on the ground. Shui Ming said, "They are killers from an unknown organization. Their strength should be at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. We met them on the way. Shui Ming and Shui Zhilong beheaded the remaining 3. They did not uncover anything from their possessions, and they also did not intend to interrogate them. Since these assassins were specially trained, they would not open their mouth even in death. Great Brother Chun, you should have entered the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Otherwise, you could not have easily killed those 2 black-robed men. Shui Ming thought about Shen Xiang's sudden rush and how he killed the 2 black-robed men instantly. One could not help but feel chills run down their spine. They respected Shen Xiang because although they were much older than him, he was still stronger than them. Shen Xiang nodded with a smile. I just broke through. Chun released true qi flames and incinerated the corpses. This made Shui Ming and Shui Zhilong slightly surprised. True qi flames was an alchemical flame. This time, they understood why Shen Xiang had the courage to accept the challenge of the Yao family genius. Shui Zhilong had an ashamed look on his face as he spoke. Great Brother Chun, I really did not think that you had concealed your strength all this time. Before I used to always look down upon you. Please forgive me. Shen Xiang shook his head and said with a smile, no problem. After all, strength comes first in this world. Right? Is Shen Xiang coming to attend the banquet? Shui Ming smiled and said, she is the cause of the challenge between you and Yao family genius. How can she not come? No wonder this little girl only has Great Brother Chun in her heart and so much confidence in her choice. Shen Xiang was speechless. He did not think that Shui Xian would truly pass on his challenge to the Yao family genius. Initially, he had indeed said it, but he had not thought that it would arrive this quickly. Great Brother Chun, that Yao family genius is very cunning. Although you are strong, the challenge is issued by him, so he will definitely compete in alchemy. His strength is probably also not weak. It has always been a mystery. Shui Ming said. Shui Zhilong nodded and added, I've seen that guy. He is very arrogant. Previously, he was invited to our Shui family, and he was already looking at little sister Shen Xiang and did not pay any attention to other people. However, his alchemy is splendid. Thus, the patriarch and elders endured him. Therefore, they want to match Shen Xiang and that guy in a marriage. Shen Xiang had already heard about the Yao family genius. He was known to be very arrogant and proud, but many people thought it was natural considering he was one of the youngest alchemists. In front was the hustling and bustling Wohu city. Shen Xiang and Shui Ming noticed in the distance a team of horses gradually moving towards Wohu city. This team of horses and carriages was very grand. A total of 5 luxurious horse carriages, and each was being towed by 8 steeds. But one carriage team had a man riding a horse who looked imposing and cold. His whole face teemed with slaughter qi, and with one look one could easily tell that he was a bodyguard. Yes, Yao family members are really extraordinary, Shen Xiang said as he saw the big Yao symbol on the horse carriage, while those bodyguards' luxurious clothing also had the Yao insignia on it. The Yao family style had always been high profile. You 3, quickly report your name. Otherwise, we will deal with you as murderers. Suddenly a fierce shout came from the carriage team. This made Shen Xiang and Shui Ming unpleased. At that instant, just after their reply, a long 2-edged sword came like an arrow out of the blue. On top of it, vigorous true qi was seen, and it was flying precisely towards Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang quickly took a few steps, his hand similar to a dragon's claw. It shot out like lightning, firmly grasped the flying sword, and suddenly a powerful qi exploded. While blocking the true qi from the sword, Shen Xiang's arm was the only thing that slightly moved. He stood firmly and steadily like a mountain. Shen Xiang coldly said, I am Shen Xiang, a Chen family member. Who are you? Quickly report your name, or else I will treat you as killers. This declaration made Shui Ming and Shui Zhilong's hearts tremble. Shen Xiang was clearly being provocative towards the Yao family carriage. It should be known that the Yao family had sent many experts to protect their family genius. Just that flying sword alone was enough to make their guts tighten. If it were them standing there instead of Shen Xiang, they would certainly not be able to block that sword. Brother Xiang. During the silence between both sides, a sweet and gentle shout came from inside the carriage. Suddenly a slender silhouette came flying out with staggering speed. Without good eyesight, one simply would not be able to catch the person's appearance. However, Shen Xiang could clearly tell that it was Shui Xian. Her Qigong had reached a high degree of proficiency. Even Shen Xiang could not help but gasp in surprise. TLN, Qigong Chinese martial technique for dodging and movement. Shui Xian's movement seemed like she was only skimming the ground. In one breath, she treaded 100 feet and arrived in front of Shen Xiang and the others. With a charming smile, she said, "Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, you are also here." Xue Ming and Xue Zhilan both snorted, as Xue Ming said, "Little girl, you should not call us like that in front of outsiders. Otherwise, how are we supposed to show our faces in public?" Xue Xianxian stuck her tongue out and then laughed tenderly, revealing 2 little dimples on her sweet and tender cheeks. It was a beautiful and heart-rending expression. Shen Xiang couldn't help but squeeze Xue Xianxian's beautiful face and with a laugh said, "How can you be together with your husband's enemies? Just now, I was almost killed by that group of people." Xue Xianxian furrowed her nose, laughing softly. "I know Brother Xiang is very formidable. That sword was thrown by a Yao family elder." Shen Xiang recalled that the previous true qi explosion was indeed quite frightening. Its power was at least in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. However, he practiced all 5 elements of true qi, so he could easily best it. The Yao family's carriage stopped as several people stepped down from the horse carriage. It seemed like they were waiting for Shen Xiang to step aside. "Brother Xiang, we should move," Xue Xianxian softly said. "No, it is not necessary." Shen Xiang looked coldly at the carriage team while remembering the ruthlessly thrown sword, and in his heart, he was furious. That was because if it were an ordinary person, then they would have died unjustly. "Chen family Jr., come and salute the Yao family elder." A person waiting near the carriage shouted. "I'm not going to salute someone who just tried to kill me. Furthermore, there is not a single rule in my Chen family which directs me to salute a Yao family elder." Shen Xiang replied coldly. Xue Ming and Xue Zhiliang suddenly admired Shen Xiang. He dared not only to contradict a Yao family member, but did so in the presence of a Yao family elder. "Humph, a good-for-nothing showing arrogance. We will continue on our way." Ironically, a voice full of arrogance was heard. It sounded very weak, yet still reached Shen Xiang's ear, which showed that this man's strength was quite good. After all, they were separated by at least 100 feet. Xue Xianxian's eyebrows wrinkled. While softly snorting, she held on to Shen Xiang's arm and whispered, "Don't mind him." Shen Xiang sneered. He tightly gripped the sword that was thrown just a moment ago and poured his true qi into it before throwing the sword towards that distant carriage team. Azure true qi enveloped the sword. It flew and pierced the middle carriage wheel while discharging an azure light, which was followed by an explosion that shattered the whole wheel. But since the luxurious carriage had 4 wheels, it remained stable. Xue Ming, Xue Zhilang, and Xue Xianxian were dumbfounded. They did not expect Shen Xiang to repeatedly provoke the Yao family members. They also felt extremely shocked regarding the sword throw from Shen Xiang. The formidable strength put into it was actually comparable with the sword that was formerly thrown by the Yao family elder a moment earlier. "Sorry, I just returned the sword, yet no one was there to receive it," Shen Xiang faintly said. However, his voice was transmitted in all 4 directions and was filled with provocation. "You're courting death." Yao Tianhua angrily shouted, yet he did not follow suit. It seemed as if he was being blocked. The carriage team continued onward as if nothing had happened. "My father is still inside the carriage. I have to accompany him. I probably won't have the opportunity to stay beside him in the future," Xue Xianxian said with a distressed tone. Her beautiful face revealed a somewhat anxious expression. Shen Xiang caressed her hair while softly speaking, "Go." Xue Xianxian dashed away. Shen Xiang thoughtfully looked at her departing back and asked, why would she not have the opportunity to accompany her father in the future? Xue Ming spoke with a furrowed brow. "Big brother Chun, have you heard about those martial arts sects inside the Immortal Mountains? This little girl will probably be fancied by those martial arts sects and enroll in one of them." The number of powerful martial experts in the sects were as plentiful as the clouds in the sky. Many martial artists aspired their whole life to go there, but the best time to go would be during childhood. If you want to enter those sects, it's best to apply after advancing to the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Otherwise, you would not be able to properly accompany her. Su Meiyao suddenly said. Shen Xiang had a strong desire to enter those sections. After all, once he was there, he would be able to experience the strength of much more formidable martial artists. The spirit qi was also rich there, which would allow him to display the full potential of his yin and yang divine vein. Shen Xiang, with Xue Ming and Xue Zhilang, entered Wohu City. The Xue family had some shops inside, so they turned down Shen Xiang's invitation to accompany him into the Chun family villa. The Chen family villa was quite lively inside. There were only 3 days until the banquet. Shen Xiang quickly greeted his father before returning to his own residence. My current cultivation is at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. I think I can now start to refine middle-grade mortal level dawn. Shen Xiang looked at the 2 beautiful girls who were drinking fragrant tea. Bai Yu said, although I am not an alchemist, I know that the materials required to refine mortal level dawn are very expensive. If you want to refine them, you also need to spend a large amount of spirit coins. Su Meiyao lightly sipped the tea with a smile, saying, that is not a problem. Don't you have the hell spirit grass and the 1,000-year blood spirit grass? If these 2 spirit herbs were sold, that would be enough for the supply cost. Shen Xiang had obviously not forgotten that he had these 2 precious spirit herbs. He smiled and asked, elder sisters, don't you have any treasuries with you? Currently, I do not have unsuitable weapons on me. Su Meiyao sighed. My magic storage weapon was taken away by the enemy. Fortunately, I was able to conceal 1 storage ring, but it only has some clothes inside, nothing more. While speaking on this matter, Bai Yu's elegant and beautiful face was filled with anger as she accidentally crushed the teacup. Shen Xiang could easily tell that there was a lot of good things inside that magical storage weapon. You practice the divine exercise of 4 symbols. The most suitable weapons for you to use are the 4 beast divine weapons, but these are not easy to find, because each one is a divine weapon. Su Meiyao's words made Shen Xiang feel slightly excited. Divine weapons? Weapons used by gods? Wouldn't it clearly be very powerful? Furthermore, there were even 4 in total. But listening to the previous statements, these 4 beast divine weapons were extremely special and even ethereal. Bai Yu said these 4 beast divine weapons were born with the divine exercise of 4 symbols. Our teacher only got the divine exercise of 4 symbols, while the actual divine weapons were lost with no trace. It is said that only someone who practices the divine exercise of 4 symbols can even hope to gain the recognition of the 4 beasts' divine weapons. Su Meiyao spread her hands and said, although I practice the divine exercise of 4 symbols, I have no intention of ever finding those 4 beasts' divine weapons. I'm simply not interested. Shen Xiang and the 2 girls chatted for quite some time. From these discussions, he learned a lot about the world of martial arts. Shen Xiang took 10,000 spirit coins from Chen Tianhu and arrived in a hurry at Spirit Dan Hall. He wanted to seize the time to refine a middle-grade mortal level Dan. This was not only to defeat the Yao family genius, but also to help him quickly elevate his strength. What? The price was actually raised by 3-fold. Shen Xiang, standing near the counter, knitted his eyebrows together while looking at the Spirit Dan Hall's lord. The Spirit Dan Hall's lord caressed his beard and said, this is the stated price. If you have any questions, you can ask the owner. Spirit Dan Hall's owner. This was the first time Shen Xiang even heard of someone like him. In the past, was it not what the Hall Lord said that counted? Starting today, as long as a Chun family member is the one to buy any dawn, it will be 5 times the price. At this time, an arrogant voice was heard. Shen Xiang knew that this voice belonged to Yao Tianhua. The Spirit Dan Hall was unexpectedly purchased by the Yao family. The Spirit Dan Hall suddenly became quiet. Everyone was silently looking at the teenager who was walking down the stairs. He was quite handsome with fair skin. He wore luxurious golden attire, and behind him were 2 old men with sharp gazes. His pair of eyes were full of pride. Glancing at everyone, his line of sight finally stopped to rest on Shen Xiang. This teenager was the Yao family genius, Yao Tianhua. Inside Wohu City, dawn were only sold at Spirit Dan Hall. They had the final say on their prices. Buying them or not was all up to the individual. Now that Spirit Dan Hall was controlled by the Yao family, the jealousy and hatred of Yao Tianhua seeped towards Shen Xiang and definitely played a part in the new attitude towards the Chen family. You are buying the herbs to refine a baptizing marrow Dan. Moreover, the seedlings. What? Are you going to refine them? Yao Tianhu said with a face full of disdain. So what? Could it be in this world you are the only one who can become an alchemist? Shen Xiang sneered. I heard that you can release decent true chi flames, but that doesn't mean you could use them for alchemy. For alchemy is awfully picky when it comes to flames. If a poor ruffian like you could refine pills, then the world would not have so little alchemists. Yao Tianhu sneered in reply. In Shen Xiang's mind flashed one thought. He just thought of an ingenious plan. While laughing, he said, Yao family genius, this poor ruffian does indeed truly understand alchemy. How about we make a bet? Well, assuming you dare to bet with me, that is. Yao Tianhu suddenly laughed. You understand alchemy? You should not be refining dawn through bragging. Good, good, good. What do you want to be? I will accompany you until the end. Looking at the fish that just took the bait, Shen Xiang felt happy in his heart as he took out a blood-red spirit grass. This spirit grass is around the size of a plate and released a bizarre kind of smell. This was the 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass that he won from Chen Haoai. After this blood spirit grass was put forth, everyone in Spirit Dan Hall could not help but change their expression. Even Yao Tianhua's face was filled with surprise. He was a Yao family junior and could with one glance recognize that this blood spirit grass was at least 1,000 years old. This was a very expensive spirit herb, and as a result had no set market price. I would like to bet this 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass. Can this young master of the Yao family afford to bet with me? Shen Xiang said with a faint smile. As long as I can refine a pill, I win. Opposingly, if I am not able to refine one, I lose. Simple as that. How is it? Do you dare to bet with me? Looking at Shen Xiang's appearance, it was as if bringing out the incomparably precious 1,000-year-old spirit grass was simply not valuable based on how casually he brought it out. Yao Tianhua had a very arrogant nature, being extremely concerned about face. In any case, he would definitely not reject the bet, but the betting stakes were simply too high this time. Although he was the Yao family genius and carried along a large amount of money, but he was still unable to compare it with this blood spirit grass. Shen Xiang actually carried around 1,000-year blood spirit grass. This made many people hold him in high esteem. No one even dared to have any thought of robbing him. After all, in Wohu City, the Chun family was very respected. Currently, Shen Xiang's father was the Chun family patriarch. Shen Xiang's status could only be imagined by looking at the 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass. After seeing Yao Tianhua's complexion become extremely ugly, Shen Xiang felt good inside his heart. He pointed at the top of a small piece of the 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass and said, Young master, Yao has only come to Wohu City for the first time, so you didn't know. I was just joking with you. Let's bet this small piece. If I win, you just have to give me 3 sets of mature herbs required to refine a baptizing marrow dan. A fingernail-sized section of that blood spirit grass was more than enough to exchange for 3 sets of baptizing marrow dan ingredients. Yao Tianhua's complexion became a lot better as he heaves a heavy sigh of relief in his heart, replying, No problem, let's begin. After Shen Xiang retrieved the blood spirit grass, he immediately took out his inferior alchemy furnace and let the Spirit Dan Hall's lord examine it. After confirming there was no issues with the furnace, Shen Xiang took out some herbs and began to process them. At this time, everyone was intently watching Shen Xiang. Everyone who came here, more or less, yearned to become an alchemist, and actually witnessing the process of alchemy was a somewhat rare occasion for them. No one was against watching the various processes of alchemy, not to mention if it was a teenager that was the one doing it. True chi flames poured out from Shen Xiang. The Spirit Dan Hall's lord's old face was filled with regret from Shen Xiang's refusal to become his apprentice. Upon seeing the flames, he knew that this was the flame best suited for alchemy. After seeing the flames, Yao Tianhua could not help but frown as his complexion became very grim. He cursed in his heart, Damn brat, he has been hiding his abilities well. Watching Shen Xiang's skilled motions and calm look, Yao Tianhu secretly gritted his teeth. He had determined that Shen Xiang had a certain amount of experience in regards to alchemy. Furthermore, it was no worse than his. Shen Xiang was definitely the most adept in refining a quenching body dan. This pill was not only easy to refine, but required very little herbs. If one also had good control of their flames, they could refine many pills at once. When the crowd witnessed the relaxed expression on Shen Xiang's face, they were amazed. They had never seen someone refining dawn so leisurely before. Unknowingly, an hour passed by. After watching Shen Xiang's slightly serious complexion vanish, everyone knew that Shen Xiang had passed the most crucial step of refinement. Done. Shen Xiang opened the lid of his alchemy furnace. Overflowing herbal fragrance drifted inside the hall. Everyone came and crowded around the furnace while staring inside. They all saw white mist slowly winding around 5 snow-white pills. The crowd sucked in a deep breath. Shen Xiang had actually refined the quenching body dan. The Spirit Dan Hall's lord's face froze. Seeing those 5 quenching body dawn in front of him was hard to believe. He was also an alchemist, so he was able to clearly distinguish the quality of these quenching body dawn from their color and aroma. Yet because it was of a superior quality and refined in only a short period of time. Furthermore, from this inferior quality alchemy furnace, most people could not accept the fact that this was refined by a 16-year-old. Yao Tianhu's fair and handsome face started to turn ugly. His face muscles were slightly twitching. He was also shocked by Shen Xiang's alchemy technique. He had not thought that there was another young alchemist in this world that was on par with him. Shen Xiang placed the 5 quenching body dawn on his palm. Like eating candies, he popped them into his mouth. While smiling, he said to Yao Tianhua, "Now, can you please give me those herbs for the baptizing marrow dan?" Watching Shen Xiang causally eating the freshly refined, quenching body dawn, the corners of everyone's mouth started twitching as they cursed Shen Xiang's prodigal skills. They wished they could ruthlessly trample him with their feet. Treating dawn like snacks dealt an extremely heavy blow to them. Do all alchemists usually treat dawn like candies? Shen Xiang placed the 5 quenching body dan on his palm. Like eating candies, he puts them in his mouth, and while smiling, he said to Yao Tianhua, "Now you can give me those herbs for baptizing marrow dan." Spirit Dan Hall's lord's 2 hands were shivering as he gave 3 sets of herbs to Shen Xiang. Wearing a look of surprise, he asked, "You aren't going to try and refine a baptizing marrow dan, are you?" Shen Xiang scratched his head. "There's a first time for everything, and they're not always bad things. Your Spirit Dan Hall is now selling these dawn at such an expensive price, so I can only resort to refining my own dawn." Shen Xiang received the herbs and turned around to leave. He turned his head back when he reached the door and said to Yao Tianhua, "Young Master Yao, a few days later the time of our alchemy competition will arrive. At that time, I hope that you will be able to raise the gambling stakes and actually bet with me. Since it is a competition, it should have a little more flair and fun. At that time, I will also raise the stakes. If you are unable to match them, you don't need to show up and compete with me." Shen Xiang left with his mischievous words residing in the hall. Everyone inside Spirit Dan Hall suddenly began discussing about his terms. 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass as a bet was able to scare even heaven, much less man, and he still wanted to raise the bet. TLN, too exaggerating, smiley face. Yao Tianhua coldly snorted with anger before he headed upstairs. Inside Spirit Dan Hall, its lord murmured, "Impossible. He is only 16 years old. It would be impossible for him to refine a baptizing marrow dan." Shen Xiang's mood was extremely good from getting the 3 sets of baptizing marrow dan ingredients for free. Soon he would be able to refine the baptizing marrow dan. "Little devil, do not turn the boat in a trench. It's better to be careful," Su Meiyao reminded him. "Compared to other things, alchemy is really boring. You should just go and chop him up into pieces." Bai Yuyu's chilling voice came. Hearing this statement, Shen Xiang could not help but shiver. He knew that Bai Yuyu was a peerless she-devil lord that was practicing devil exercises. Suddenly, he doesn't want to practice Bai Yuyu's devil exercises anymore. Shen Xiang returned to the Chun family villa. He inquired Chun Tianhu and learned that both Shui Xianxian and her father were staying as a guest in the city lord's villa. Furthermore, many other families from Wohu City were frequently paying them a visit. It must be known that Shui Xianxian's father was someone with many connections. Shen Xiang arrived at the secret underground stone room. To refine the baptizing marrow dan, he first needed to concentrate and could not be bothered. Opening the package, Su Meiyao fiddled with the herbs in her exuberant smooth fingers and nodded with satisfaction. 50-year-old blood ginseng, 50-year-old spirit leaf grass, profound elemental fruit, and yang fire flower. The quality of these 4 herbs are pretty good. As for the rest of them, they are of ordinary quality but would not affect the refinement of the baptizing marrow dan. Shen Xiang picked up a white fruit that was the size of a walnut and picked up a small flower that resembled a sunflower. These were the profound elemental fruit and yang fire flower respectively. Their prices were very expensive as they took dozens of years to mature. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu did not want to stay all day inside the ring, so whenever they got the chance they would come out. At the same time, they often chatted with Shen Xiang, which helped keeping them from feeling too bored. Shen Xiang also liked it when both stunning beauties would emerge from time to time. After all, they were very beautiful, and their just appearances would make people feel pleasant and happy. Accompanying these 2 beauties was a very wonderful opportunity. "Sister Meiyao, if I use the dragon saliva exercise to mature the herbs for the baptizing marrow dan, how long do you think it would take?" asked Shen Xiang. He knew that the herbs for the baptizing marrow Dan required them to be at least dozens of years old. Su Meiyao rolled her pretty eyes and said, "It will probably take 10 days. You are now at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. You can now use more of the dragon saliva exercise, S abilities. Only 10 days to mature spirit herbs by dozens of years." This made Shen Xiang pretty surprised. Su Meiyao said, "Begin refining now." While refining the baptizing marrow Dan, you need to pay attention to 2 main points. First, because more herbs are required to make the Dan and each herb has different levels of flame resistance, you need to control your flames extremely accurately to make sure you don't burn some of the auxiliary herbs. Second, when it becomes time to solidify and congeal the pill, you need to make sure you have comprehended the essence of the pill at that time. Shen Xiang tried to remember each and every word. Then he turned towards the not-so-far elegant beauty, asking, "Sister Yu, can you please return to the inside of the ring? The cold qi emitted from your body will affect my control over my flames." Bai Yu's complexion immediately turned even more cold, causing Shen Xiang to hastily say, "Sister Yu, you are extremely beautiful. If it wasn't a last resort, there would be no way I would want a stunning beauty like you to return to the inside of a ring." Su Meiyao heard this and laughed over and over. "Beautiful senior sister, don't scare this little guy. Let him refine his Dan in peace." A humph sound could be heard from Bai Yu before she returned to the ring. Shen Xiang started to refine the baptizing marrow Dan, which is a middle-grade mortal level Dan. One pill could be sold for 5,000 spirit coins. Since spirit Dan halls prices were now increased, it could probably be sold for 10,000 spirit coins, which was equivalent to 1 million small spirit coins. After placing the herbs inside the furnace, Shen Xiang released his flames, simultaneously controlling the flames and temperature inside the alchemy furnace. The temperature of each region varied slightly in order to bake those herbs at the optimal temperature and completely release their respective spirit qi. The herbs required for the baptizing marrow Dan were not easy to use. Shen Xiang spent more than 1 hour before he could grasp the characteristics of each of the herbs and identify their degree of fire resistance. At this time, a colorful spirit qi was drifting inside the furnace. This spirit qi was released by those spirit herbs during their baking through the true flames. These were the main ingredients in the creation of spirit dawn. The herbs were slowly transforming into herbal powder. Shen Xiang's divine sense was slowly wrapping around the herbal powder. At this moment, as long as this herbal powder and the released herbal qi were fused, he would be able to successfully congeal the Dan. Everything started off well, but at the final step Shen Xiang was sweating. This herbal qi was very brutal in nature, making it very difficult to fuse different types of them together. No wonder divine sense is a requirement before refining the baptizing marrow Dan. These spirit herbs' herbal qi are very difficult to control, Shen Xiang thought while adhering. He then concentrated his spirit and released even more divine sense, forcing these colorful herbal qis to fuse together. At least they started to turn into a black spirit qi and started to fuse with the gray herbal powder. I must be successful and endure. Shen Xiang's heart only had this one thought. The herbal powder and herbal qi were gradually fusing, but he felt as if his divine sense was not powerful enough to successfully congeal them into pills. Shen Xiang watched as the herbal powders mixed and were about to congeal into a Dan. Bang! A horrid sound spread through the air, and a rapid qi wave burst out from the alchemic furnace. Shen Xiang quickly retreated and glared at the fallen lid with a stunned face and sweat dripping down his back. That damn furnace exploded. "Are you okay?" Su Meiyao asked with a slight disregard as she combed her hair. "I'm all right," replied Shen Xiang, trying to catch his breath. When he had somewhat calmed down, he inspected his alchemic furnace to check for any damages. Surprisingly, it was fine. Su Meiyao's lips spread into a slight smile as said encouragingly, "Then continue. It's common for such a thing to happen." Seeing Su Meiyao's fascinating and charming smile, the sense of failure in Shen Xiang's mind was swept away. Having calmed down, he took a few moments of rest and then brought out more herbs. 1, 2, and 3 hours passed, and once again Shen Xiang arrived at the last step only to fail. Fortunately, the furnace had not exploded like the last time. Shen Xiang sighed and said, "This is too difficult to refine. There are only one set of herbs remaining, which means that I only have one more chance left to succeed." Looking at the sweat on Shen Xiang's furrowed face, Su Meiyao came up to him. With a damp towel, She wiped it off and said, "Little one, this sister here, during her time of refining the baptizing marrow Dan exploded several alchemic furnaces. You are doing well at the rate you're going. According to my estimation, for you to be successful, it would probably take you at least another 20 more tries." Staring into Su Meiyao's bewitching eyes, Shen Xiang became flustered. The allure of her beauty made his heart throb, and at that moment, his mind could not help but think of her naked image burned in his mind. "What? 20 times? That won't do. I do not have that much money to spend," Shen Xiang said. He shook his head, trying to stay focused and clear those disturbing images floating in his mind. As if reading Shen Xiang's mind, Su Meiyao played cutely and shook her bosom a little. "Little guy, you going off into wild flights of fantasy has nothing to do with me, but if your thoughts wander towards senior sister, you will probably be out of luck." A sudden thought of an elegant and beautiful Bai Yu, filled with a bloodthirsty and cruel qi, one rod of slaughter, came to Shen Xiang's mind, and he laughed. He felt silly and did not dare to take another glance at the giggling soft bosom of Su Meiyao again. A proud smile bloomed on Su Meiyao's face. After that, Shen Xiang took more than an hour of rest. In the meantime, he listened to Su Meiyao's narration of her experience in refining the baptizing marrow Dan. When Shen Xiang had fully rested, he once again attempted to refine it. Only, this time, it was twice as quick. After about an hour and a half, he was at the last stage of solidifying the Dan. Su Meiyao's eyes glittered as she watched. In her opinion, it would have been impossible for Shen Xiang to refine the baptizing marrow Dan so quickly, but it was successful. Thus, Su Meiyao could not help but feel admiration towards the boy's alchemic talent. At that moment, she could see an amazing and diverse future for Shen Xiang, more than she had ever expected to live herself. "Senior sister, our divine veins were not passed on to the wrong person. This man has not disappointed us," Su Meiyao transmitted to Bai Yu inside of the ring using her divine sense. "This is merely better than the most," Bai Yu said in a cold voice, but Su Meiyao could sense a trace of a rare smile. A moment later, Shen Xiang opened his eyes. Filled with excitement, he propped the lid of the furnace open. After seeing what's inside, he looked towards Su Meiyao in excitement. "Sister Meiyao, I did it. I refined the baptizing marrow Dan." Bai Yu came out from inside the ring. At that moment, like Su Meiyao, her eyes gleamed with surprise and joy. They had pinned all of their hopes on Shen Xiang, and after seeing his level of inherent talent, they couldn't help but be happy. Ordinarily, 3 baptizing marrow dawn could be refined at the same time. Shen Xiang was only able to refine 2 dawn, but it had taken him only a day to successfully refine them. Such a thing can only be done by someone of great talent. Shen Xiang's actions showed he not only had the ability, but an unusual perception that could detect the subtle changes during the Dan congealing process. After a few tries, with such a perception, Shen Xiang was able to become attuned with what was necessary to succeed. Su Meiyao ruffled Shen Xiang's hair. Her alluring eyes locked onto him as she smiled and said, "Good brat, you did not disappoint me." Hearing Su Meiyao, Bai Yu nodded in agreement. The cold look in her eyes had softened considerably. Watching the 2 stunning beauties praising him, and with such closeness, Shen Xiang's heart was filled with pride. But although he was successful this time, it did not mean that he would succeed every time. Not allowing his pride to dampen his resolution, he went to refine a few more dawn before he left the underground private room. Just as he left, a girl wearing a purple skirt, sitting in the small hall, came into his view. She had a noble air about her and looked absolutely stunning. For a moment, Shen Xiang's mind went blank as he asked in a confused voice, "Xian, why are you here?" Xian looked at Shen Xiang and said, "What? Can't I come to find you? Well, you are an adult, so you should be the one to look after me, right? Why am I the one who is always coming for you? Humph. After all, this will just make me a joke in front of others." Shen Xiang scratched his head in embarrassment. He had honestly wanted to go to find Xian, but he first wanted to practice his alchemy. He sauntered to Xian and brushed his hand against her face. The girl's face turned bright red as she blushed. Xian opened the box and said with a soft shout, "Baptizing marrow Dan. Did Xiao Xiang brother refine it?" Shen Xiang smiled and said, "I only managed to refine them due to luck. I do not have any more raw materials now, and was just preparing to buy more, but the Spirit Dan Hall now belongs to the Yao family. If I were to buy from them, I would have to pay several times that of the market price. Xian, can you help me buy some of these herbs? Xian bent her head in serious thought. Her demeanor and her face became stern as she said in a serious voice, certainty. But Xiang brother, you can refine baptizing marrow Dan at this age. This is simply too astonishing. Xian then brought her voice level to a whisper and continued. Xiang brother, you can later enter those martial arts sects and can most likely reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Shen Xiang nodded and said, I plan to, but presently I do not have enough strength. Xian, did some sect come to recruit you? The girl sighed and answered, it is not a sect, but a person. She has received our Shui family's grace, and she fancies me and wants me to be her apprentice. She seems to be a member of some martial arts sect, but she did not specifically mention about its identity. I will follow her, and soon. Xian stopped herself in dismay. It does not matter. It is the goal of every martial artist, and sooner or later, I will go as well, said Shen Xiang as he took out a 10,000 spirit coin bill and gave it to Xian. Taking the bill from Shen Xiang, Xian said, baptizing marrow Dan is of no use to me now, so I will help you sell it in exchange for the herbs you need. Xiang brother. Wait for me. I will be back quickly. After Xian left, Shen Xiang hurriedly took a bath. Just as he finished, Xian returned with a mature and charming white-robed lady with her. If Shen Xiang had previously not encountered by Yu and Su Meiyao, he would have been easily smitten by the lady. This middle-aged beauty coming with Xian had an oval face that was clear of any makeup. Her skin was pale and tender, and unexpectedly, she was in no way inferior to Xian. With a smile on her face, she looked at Shen Xiang with her phoenix-like eyes, and her graceful figure exuded an imposing manner. Along with the power coursing in those eyes of hers, she could easily have been mistaken as an aloof goddess with an Armageddon might. TLN. Divine Weapons Heavenly Empire or Shun Bing Tian Empire, Sun Bing Tingo. The middle-aged woman was slowly walking towards Shen Xiang. With every single step she took towards him, the pressure that descended upon Shen Xiang increased greatly. Although he had been somewhat bewildered by her beauty, that feeling was now firmly swept away. A cold sweat emerged on his skin, and his limbs turned weak as his body became stiff. It was as if he had lost all his strength and was rendered unable to move. As the woman's eyes that resembled a phoenix landed on him, Shen Xiang felt as if he was stripped and bare in front of her. It was as if she could see right through him, his heart, his desires, his capabilities. It quickly dawned on Shen Xiang that this was a very formidable and capable woman. He felt that he needed to act fast, so he calmed his mind and operated the Tai Chi divine exercise and quickly covered his aura, concealing it within his yin and yang divine veins. He wanted to adhere to Su Meiyao and by Yu's orders and make sure that no one found out anything about what he had or could do. Although this took quite a while to describe, it all happened in an instant. As the two finally entered the room Shen Xiang was in, the phoenix-eyed woman's eyebrows became furrowed as a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. Upon entering, she noticed that Shen Xiang was calm and looked at her as he would any other woman. The phoenix-eyed woman had always been aware of her own beauty and grace. She knew that the power she exuded accentuated her beauty and vice versa. She was even confident and prideful about it. Any vigorous and healthy teenager would have been instantly ensnared and enamored with her charm and allure, or at least been affected by her presence. Yet after seeing Shen Xiang, a bud of uncertainty about her own beauty became planted deeply within her heart. Xian, your fiancé here is really capable. Much better than that sh*** head genius from the Yao family. The middle-aged woman's voice was soft. It was a majestic and commanding tone. It could be seen that the woman was accustomed to giving out orders and clearly expected those orders to be followed. Shen Xiang did not waste any time. He instantly cupped his hands in salute and said, Junior Shen Xiang greets Senior. May I inquire if this Senior is Xian's master? The woman smiled in reply. He became unable to say a single word in response to that charming smile, something which could seize the soul of any man. Shen Xiang quickly realized he had become flustered, but after seeing and meeting so many different kinds of people, he was barely able to keep his mind calm. Shen Xiang was also startled at his power of self-control. Yes, you can rest assured and leave your little wife to me. The middle-aged woman's voice was gentle. Unlike before, the commanding tone had disappeared and was replaced with tenderness. Xian sighed with relief. She had been worried over how her master and fiancé would feel about each other. However, knowing that she and Shen Xiang were soon to part, an overwhelming and bitter sadness permeated throughout her heart. Nibbling her lips in distraught, Shen Xiang took out a package of herbs and handed them to Shen Xiang. "I must leave with master, but you must quickly come and look for me," mumbled Shen Xiang while bowing. Shen Xiang had not expected that their time together would be so short. His heart was also filled with dismay. He cupped his future wife's face and said, "Be happy, we will definitely be together. I will find you again." Shen Xiang's master harumphed. "Brat, you better have strength above the 9th level of the mortal martial realm before you go off and look for those martial sections. You say you want to look for Shen Xiang? Then you should first start looking into me. After all, obtaining information about me shouldn't be too difficult. Once that's done and you manage to find me, you'll be able to see her again." Afterwards, the woman turned to Shen Xiang. "Little girl, let's go. That brat is more formidable than you can imagine. Don't worry about him. It's a waste of energy." Before the woman departed, Shen Xiang and Shen Xiang embraced each other. The phoenix-eyed woman then took Shen Xiang away. Shen Xiang watched them soar through the sky as they flew towards the horizon, disappearing in a second's notice. When Shen Xiang was sure that the middle-aged woman was gone, he snorted, "Humph," pretending to be profound and mysterious, "not giving me any information to go off of, and then having the gall to tell me to go look into her. Damn it, at least tell me your name. That woman is very strong. She's known as the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. It is well known that the divine weapon of the Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 beasts' divine weapons, is in her hands. Having her receive your little wife as an apprentice is a fortunate opportunity," said Su Meiyao. Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire? Shen Xiang had never heard of them. Just as he was about to ask more about this matter, Bai Yu interrupted the thought. "That woman is very formidable and has a power similar to our own. She is, after all, one of the deans of the 8 major righteous sects in the Qinwu mainland. It's to be expected. However, I did not expect that she would actually come here to accept an apprentice." Shen Xiang recalled that Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had previously mentioned the Qinwu mainland. It was one of the many large land masses of the mortal martial world. Inside it were 8 righteous sects, each with its own dean as the rulers of the region they occupied. Those sects were at the pinnacle of strength and were the pillars of the mortal martial realm. The Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire was originally just a singular sect, but later developed into the nation it is now by relying upon their skills at refining formidable weapons. "That woman just now is their empress," said Su Meiyao. Shen Xiang was happy knowing that Shen Xiang's teacher was such a formidable figure. He felt more at ease. Although Shen Xiang felt somewhat lost with Shen Xiang gone, he had convinced himself that this was the best for her. Taking the 6 set of herbs that Shen Xiang had given him, he continued to refine more baptizing marrow dawn. 3 days passed. At this point in time, Shen Xiang had successfully refined the baptizing marrow dan 4 times and only failed once. He was satisfied with the overall results, and today was the start of the Chun family patriarch banquet. Many families had been invited, and each sent someone to represent them. Every participant was looking forward to the competition between Shen Xiang and Yao Tianhua. The Chun family banquet brought together many different families. These people had not come just for the food, but for the competition. The competitive spirit amongst the junior members was at a boiling point from the excitement. The banquet was held in a wide field at night. Several guests were bustling about. Some sipped wine while others ordered off the menu. The entire dining experience was rich and vibrant. Some of the patriarchs from various other families came, but more had not due to the relationship between them and the Chun family being terribly poor. They sent representatives in their stead instead. Only the patriarchs who were still in a good relationship with the Chun family attended. Inside the wide field of the Chun family villa, numerous members from the junior generations of various martial art families of the Southern Martial Empire had been gathered. Although these bouts between them were going to be grand and intense, the majority of the crowd's attention was gathered on a specific match, the one between Shen Xiang and Yao Tianhua. The news of Shen Xiang refining the quenching body Dan had spread out. Furthermore, tonight was the date of the alchemy competition with Yao Tianhua. After learning about the skills of the 2 participants, there was a huge betting pool which caused the attention put on this competition to soar even higher. When the banquet had been held for about half of the night, one of the guests could not sit still and shouted, "Patriarch Chun, At what time will the alchemy competition between your son and the Yao family start? We have all been patiently waiting for a long time. At the end of the day, the competition between those two is much more interesting than anything else tonight. Originally, I had planned to first start off with a martial art contest to add some enthusiasm as well as bring up everyone's mood. However, seeing that everyone has waited for so long, let's begin right now. Let the two young men begin their contest. Shen Xiang's voice boomed over the entire field as everything suddenly became quiet. In the middle of the courtyard, a large elevated stage was being built by a few old men. As the stage almost reached the end of its construction, Shen Xiang arrived. He wore black tights, a simple garb made for versatile movement. However, when compared to Shen Xiang, Yao Tianhua was simply eye-catching. His luxurious gown shone with a golden aura with a sword sheathed at his waist, the hilt gleaming with studded gems. Yao Tianhua seemed like the son of the heavens. His posture, dress, and demeanor all permeated arrogance. Even the expression on his face was overbearing and made many uncomfortable or even unhappy. Yao Tianhua, do you like our current stakes? Why not raise them for such a grand competition? Shen Xiang said coolly. No matter what your bet is, my Yao family can afford to match it. Yao Tianhua said, his voice flat and cold. Ha ha, I'm just betting on my own behalf, not on the whole Chen family's. I had not expected you, as a young and dignified alchemist, would need to rely on his entire family just to match my bet. Shen Xiang said with a smile. Yao Tianhua's facial expression contorted. He knew that without his family's support, he would be unable to match the bet of 1,000-year blood spirit grass. Shen family young master, please don't speak such nonsense. Tianhua is representing the whole Yao family in this competition, so it's no big deal getting their support. You are yourself, and he is himself. An old man immediately said, with an impatient tone. He was the Yao family elder who had come along with Yao Tianhua. Shen Xiang took out his 1,000-year blood spirit grass and said, this is the 1,000-year blood spirit grass. Everyone had long since heard about Shen Xiang owning a 1,000-year blood spirit grass, but now that it was presented in front of everyone, they were still inevitably surprised. After all, this was a world-famous rare herb. Of course, if I only use this for the bet, then maybe the Yao family will look down on me. So I will also add 1/2 of a hell spirit grass. In Shen Xiang's hand appeared half a hell spirit grass. Although 1/2 had been eaten by Su Meiyao and by Yu Yu, the remaining half was still very precious. This time several old men desperately jumped on the stage, while Shen Tianhu and several Chen family elders also went on the stage. After all, the hell spirit grass was a legendary spirit herb. Suddenly the whole field was deadly silent, and everyone could see the black hell spirit grass, but they simply did not believe that, so every one of those old men who knew about the hell spirit grass jumped up to verify it. Even the Yao family elder came up to see the hell spirit grass. Yes, this is a hell spirit grass. Spirit Dan Hall's lord exclaimed loudly, his voice containing indescribable jealousy and envy, while those pair of old eyes frantically looked at the black half of the hell spirit grass in the hands of Shen Xiang. Authenticated, the field suddenly burst into cries, and everyone was talking about Shen Xiang taking out half of a hell spirit grass and a 1,000-year blood spirit grass as the betting stakes. This bet was very large, and was something that any ordinary family simply could not afford. What are you going to bet? Shen Xiang looked at Yao Tianhua and the elder. Yao Tianhua and the elder's complexion were not looking good, and anyone who was proficient in alchemy would know that the hell spirit grass was a profound level spirit herb. Spirit level spirit herbs were already very rare, and profound level was even more so, so they knew its value. 1,000-year beast Dan, and a 1,000 vein fruit. What do you think? The elder said. Only after the death of a wild beast who had lived for more than 1,000 years would leave behind a Dan, which is congealed out from its yuan essence. This Dan is the 1,000-year beast Dan. If this Dan were used in the refinement process, it would provide a large help. The 1,000 vein fruit was also extremely valuable. It was a profound level spirit herb, and apparently only grew once every 1,000 years. Furthermore, on the peel of the fruit there were 1,000 veins, and was a key ingredient in refining a foundation-building Dan. The Yao family stakes were equally astonishing, which once again surprised the entire crowd. Whoever won would absolutely reap giant profits. Good, agreed, said Shen Xiang. Regarding the rules, in most alchemy competitions, whoever has the fastest speed in refining the best Dan will win. The quality of the Dan can be judged by everybody present. The Yao family elders said. Shen Xiang did not have any opinions regarding this matter. Shen Tianhu patted his son's shoulders to show his encouragement. Shen Xiang and Yao Tianhu took out their respective alchemy furnaces to let some elders examine to avoid any cheating in the competition. After the examination, they all left the high stage and announced the start of the competition. Shen Xiang quickly took out the herbs and placed them inside the alchemy furnace. Yao Tianhua was not able to clearly see what herbs Shen Xiang placed, and in his heart he was somewhat unhappy since he could not tell what Dan Shen Xiang was refining. Nevertheless, Yao Tianhua was still confident about his win because with his status of a Yao family member, he could acquire very high-grade materials. In his opinion, when creating a Dan of the same level, absolutely no one could refine a better quality Dan than him. Looking at the glittering golden light from Yao Tianhua's alchemy furnace, Shen Xiang's heart was burning with jealousy. His poor alchemy furnace was much more inferior, and many people assumed that he would lose just by looking at his furnace. Wanting to do alchemy with a furnace like that is simply too much of a joke. It's even inferior when compared with the tripod furnace that we use for cooking soup in our family. One teenager laughed. Others soon burst into laughter after hearing the statement. Only the people with decent alchemy knowledge knew that alchemy was not determined by the furnace, but the individual performing the refinement process. If it was an alchemy grandmaster, even without an alchemy furnace, they could perform alchemy and successfully refine dawn. While Shen Xiang was refining the baptizing marrow Dan, he was also observing Yao Tianhua as he placed his spirit herbs in the furnace. Just by observing the herbs, he had determined Yao Tianhua was trying to refine a low-grade mortal-level Dan called a spirit yuan Dan, which provided a boost during cultivation. It could be called the most expensive low-grade mortal-level Dan, and its refinement was rather difficult. It was common for many people to refine this Dan in alchemy competitions. It was also a test for alchemists to determine how well they grasped the basics of alchemy. Shen Xiang had already long before practiced refining that Dan. However, the cost of refinement was rather high and was only slightly cheaper compared to the baptizing marrow Dan. Therefore, it did not make much sense for Shen Xiang to refine that Dan. Waiting for the outcome was rather tedious. Everyone was either eating, drinking, or chatting while watching the two young alchemists on stage. In order to successfully refine the baptizing marrow Dan, Shen Xiang did not pursue speed, but was instead cautiously refining. It took almost half an hour for Shen Xiang to completely transform all the spirit herbs into herbal powder, which soon filled the alchemy furnace with colorful herbal spirit qi. Now he only had to fuse together the various herbal spirit qis, and then fuse together the completed herbal spirit qi with the herbal powder. This was the most crucial and nerve-wracking process, and if it was not done correctly, it would lead to the entire furnace exploding. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Currently, Shen Xiang had a very serious facial expression and was sweating profusely. On the other hand, Yao Tianhua was much more relaxed and could even be described as idle. He occasionally took glances at Shen Xiang. Seeing him in pain was very satisfying for Yao Tianhua. He could easily tell that Shen Xiang was at the most crucial step of refinement. Furthermore, he might easily make a mistake. Done. 5 spirit yuan Dan. Yao Tianhua suddenly shouted. This put everyone into a momentary lapse of confusion. Meanwhile, Shen Xiang had yet to finish. Everyone looked at Shen Xiang, and seeing his serious expression assumed he had encountered some problems in the refining process. The Yao family genius really deserves his reputation. Not only did he refine 5 spirit yuan Dan in 2 hours, but this is also the best low-grade mortal-level Dan. It seems that Shen family brat is going to lose. One person said, I heard that refining a spirit yuan Dan is not easy. Is that Shen family brat also refining the exact same Dan? If so, he already lost and is behind in time by a great margin. Another person said. Everyone started discussing about Shen Xiang's apparent loss. After all, Shen Xiang had placed very huge betting stakes. Yao Tianhua was also waiting for Shen Xiang to finish. He could barely disguise his pleasure as he was certain Shen Xiang would lose and that he would soon win that 1,000-year blood spirit gra along with the hell spirit grass. With these 2 items, he would certainly become famous throughout the entire southern martial empire. Shen Xiang did not make them wait for too long. He took a long and deep breath before saying, Well, I'm finally done. Hearing Shen Xiang speak, the crowd quieted down, only to hear Yao Tianhua's ridicule. So what? You still lost. Shen Xiang faintly smiled as he wiped off the sweat on his forehead, saying, I have refined 3 baptizing marrow Dan. Please verify it. 3 baptizing marrow Dan. This made the audience transfixed like wooden chickens. This was unbelievable, and everybody suspected they had problems with their hearing. Shen Xiang actually refined a middle-grade mortal-level baptizing marrow Dan. That was far more expensive than the spirit yuan Dan. It's not possible. He's only 16 years old. It's impossible for him to refine a baptizing marrow Dan. The spirit Dan Hall's lord, while strangely crying, rushed onto the high stage. Some other elders also flew onto the stage, as well as Chun Tianhu, who arrived by Shen Xiang's side. Shen Xiang, now is not the time or place for a joke. Yao Tianhua could not believe that Shen Xiang had actually successfully refined a baptizing marrow Dan, and he wasn't alone. The majority of people present also could not believe it. Shen Xiang smiled and indifferently said again, "Please verify it." The 2 alchemy furnaces were simultaneously opened. Yao Tianhua's alchemy furnace contained 5 azure dawn, while in Shen Xiang's alchemy furnace there were 3 black dawn. Yao Tianhua has refined 5 spirit yuan Dan. Meanwhile, Shen Xiang has refined 3 baptizing marrow Dan. One of the elders of the Chen family shouted in a very excited voice. The Chen family now had a supreme alchemy genius. As long as they were Chen family members, everyone was obviously going to be extremely excited just like him. Yao Tianhua and the Yao family elders saw those 3 black dawn, and just from the aroma originating from the Dan, they confirmed it really was the baptizing marrow Dan. However, the spirit Dan Hall's lord still picked the up Dan and carefully examined it. This really is the baptizing marrow Dan and is also of such good quality. Honestly, it is difficult for others to admit. One little boy is actually capable of refining this Dan. Spirit Dan Hall's lord exclaimed again and again, his face full of a complex expression, and he suddenly felt that he had wasted his 70-80 years of life. The whole field surged with bursts of cries, and after the confirmation, everyone was dumbfounded. They had witnessed the whole alchemy process, and Shen Xiang did not to do anything tricky and was actually able to refine the middle-grade mortal-level baptizing marrow Dan. The matter of Shen Xiang having no spiritual veins had long been forgotten, and now in the heart of everyone, he was an alchemist with huge potential. Yao Tianhua's expression was similar to dying embers. The handsome face of his was full of anger, envy, and ruthlessness. If possible, he just could not wait to kill Shen Xiang, because him losing to Shen Xiang was just insulting. You willingly took the bet. Now it's time to admit defeat. Take out your bet. Shen Xiang had a faint smile on his face, but it seemed, through Yao Tianhua's eyes, like he was being contemptuous with a mocking smile, making Yao Tianhua furious inside his heart. The Yao family's elder's entire body was trembling. He was also furious from the loss because not only did their Yao family lose a lot of precious materials, but they also lost their reputation. Their acclaimed Yao family genius was inferior to a Chun family member who did not even have spirit veins. The 1,000-year beast Dan looked like an emerald egg, and inside flowed the yuan essence of a 1,000-year-old wild beast. The 1,000-vein fruit was as big as an apple but very heavy, and holding it in his hands, Shen Xiang could feel the energy contained inside. Shen Xiang was very happy in his heart from obtaining these 2 precious materials. If he could refine these materials into dawn, he would be able to elevate his strength very quickly. Shen Xiang, let's compete in martial arts. Yao Tianhua pulled out the double-edged sword from his waist as killing intent emanated from his body. Shen Xiang could defeat a martial artist of the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, so naturally this challenge from Yao Tianhua did not hold any meaning. As such, the Chen family members were all very relieved. Chun Tianhu said with a sigh, "Young man, don't be arrogant. Otherwise you are bound to suffer another loss." Chen Tianhu was currently very excited. Not only could his son refine the baptizing marrow Dan, but he had also earned 2 very precious alchemy ingredients. If you want to fight, then let's fight. However, if you get injured, don't blame me. After all, fists and kicks do not have eyes. Shen Xiang said lazily. By now, the Chen family elder and Chun Tianhu had already retreated to the sidelines. But the Yao family elder was now a bit worried. From many years of experience, he could see that Shen Xiang was definitely out of the ordinary and definitely not the wimpy kid with no spiritual vein like the rumors suggested. Tianhua, how confident are you about victory? The Yao family elder asked in a deep voice. I'm 100% sure I will win. I'm a mortal martial realm martial artist of the 5th level and practice many excellent martial skills. Yao Tianhua glared with anger-stricken eyes at Shen Xiang. He could not wait to kill him. Good. Remember, you are just simply exchanging pointers. You do not want to take his life. After all, we are inside the Chun family's villa. The Yao family also proceeded to retreat off the high stage. Shen Xiang felt that this situation was somewhat funny. Just a moment ago, everybody thought that he could not refine the baptizing marrow Dan, and now they were once more making assumptions that he was weak. Since it is a competition you proposed, how about we add a little bet to it? Shen Xiang asked with a smile. Seeing Yao Tianhua not reply, Shen Xiang knew that the Yao family could not afford to bet again. Shen Xiang said with a smile, if you win, how about you get to take back the 1,000-year beast Dan and the 1,000-vein fruit? But if you lose, then our Chun family will get to take the spirit Dan Hall's lord. He will then become our Chun family's alchemist, and we also get to take half of the spirit herbs owned by Spirit Dan Hall. How about it? Spirit Dan Hall was currently the Yao family's property. From this, it was certain that the Yao family had already recruited the Spirit Dan Hall's lord. Since the Spirit Dan Hall's lord had to be at least somewhat knowledgeable in alchemy, Shen Xiang wanted to win over this talented person to the Qin family. No problem, but the Spirit Dan Hall will still belong to our Yao family. The Yao family readily agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it was just one alchemist and some cheap spirit herbs. The Yao family had no shortage of this. Not to mention Yao Tianhua was 100% sure of his win. Spirit Dan Hall's lord could only sigh loudly. He was very unhappy at being treated as a betting stake, but he also felt there was no major problem in joining the Qin family. Perhaps in the future, he would have an opportunity to trade and gain the Hell Spirit Grass from Shen Xiang. Come on, take out your weapon, Yao Tianhua coldly said while shaking his double-edged sword that was radiating with a cold and cruel aura. Shen Xiang shook his head in response and replied, I do not use weapons. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Yao Tianhua wielded his sword and with a steady step, stomped on the stage causing it to tremble. From this action of his, one could clearly see his attack was going to be violent and full of power. It was already late into the night, but no one felt the need to sleep. On the contrary, everyone was very energetic, since these two very talented young alchemists were going to compete in martial arts. The general impression of alchemists were that they were not very strong, but this line of thinking was dead wrong. In order to become an alchemist, one should first and foremost be able to control their true qi freely. Their divine sense should be strong enough that they could arbitrarily manipulate their flames to respond to any sudden changes or danger during the refining process. They also needed to occasionally personally acquire rare herbs, which was also very dangerous. Moreover, alchemists had so many dawn they could take, so their strength was in no way weak. It was just that most alchemists were protected at all times, so there was usually no need for them to come out and personally fight. Looking at the sharp long sword that was stabbing towards him, Shen Xiang quickly took a step forward and punched out. Azure True Qi suddenly wrapped around his arm as it transformed into a tiger's head. Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. This child has actually entered into the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Chun Tianhu shouted with surprise. The Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist was originally a high-grade spirit-level martial skill. It was similar to a ferocious tiger pouncing onto its prey and was filled with the power of a true qi explosion. As long as they were not blind, everyone could see that Shen Xiang had entered into the divine sense stage. He could control true qi externally and congeal it into a solid form by controlling his divine sense. Congealing a tiger's head could only be accomplished by divine sense stage martial artists. 16 years old, and not only could he refine a baptizing marrow Dan, but he had also reached the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. This level of talent was an extreme rarity, at most only one in 1,000 years. Only Shen Xiang of the Shui family could possibly hope to compare. There was a rumor that she had fought on par with a Shui family elder. Although it was only a rumor, many people believed it. The elder's strength was over the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Shen Xiang had fought with this elder numerous times. Shen Xiang was only around 14 years old, yet she was already able to fight on par with an elder. This degree of talent, perhaps only Shen Xiang could hope to match it. Shen Xiang's fists looked like an angry, ferocious tiger, and the azure true qi shattered the atmosphere as it continuously emitted explosion that swallowed the long sword. Fist and sword both collided with each other. As a powerful momentum, a wave of true qi surged in every direction. As the azure aura exploded, Shen Xiang's vigorous true qi broke Yao Tianhua's long sword with a sharp sound. Shen Xiang's heavenly tiger storm-killing fists were unstoppable. Violent fists with powerful and steaming true qi smashed into Yao Tianhua, pressuring him until he was unable to move his body, nor was he able to take a breath. Stop! Just then the Yao family elder shouted, but Shen Xiang's fists were like thunderbolts attacking from the sky. Everyone was extremely shocked. Even their eyes and mouths were fully open. Accompanied by powerful wind, Yao Tianhua's body flew off the stage, vomiting large amounts of blood as he fainted mid-air. The Yao family elder as well as several of the Yao family bodyguards quickly flew into the sky and landed near the fallen Yao Tianhua. You actually injured him so heavily. The Yao family elder angrily shouted. He quickly took out a pill and placed it inside Yao Tianhua's mouth. After treating Yao Tianhua, he handed him over to the Yao family bodyguards. Then the Yao family elder jumped up onto the high stage. Shen Xiang, just with his fists, broke Yao Tianhua's sword and severely wounded him in the process. This level of strength made others hang their heads in shame. At this time, the other family juniors were very excited because they realized that the Chun and Yao families were now mortal enemies. Moreover, that Yao family elder was currently preparing to fight Shen Xiang. The Chun family elders and branch commanders were also getting ready to deal with the trouble, but before they could move they were stopped by Chen Tianhu. In a low voice he said to them, "Everyone, do not move. We will simply watch this spectacular play." Chen Yihan said with a somewhat unnatural complexion, "This brat defeated me with only a 5th level mortal martial realm strength. Now he has already advanced to the 6th level. That Yao family elder will absolutely not be able to take advantage of him in any way." Although the Yao family elder's strength was in 7th level of the mortal martial realm, for Shen Xiang, who cultivated divine exercises and had a yin and yang divine veins, it would not be difficult for him to defeat the Yao family elder. Someone who was highly talented with huge potential would become the future of their family. Although Chen family was very powerful, they also had many powerful families that were secretly hostile towards them. Now that the other family's juniors had witnessed Shen Xiang's strength, those families with violent tensions against Chen family were bound to restrain their thoughts. Also, the other families would try to get friendly with the Chun family to establish equally beneficial relations. What's wrong? Can the younger generation not beat the elders? Shen Xiang sneered, while his pair of fists occasionally burst out with azure lightning. Everyone present in the field was surprised. Didn't Shen Xiang cultivate flames? How come he was releasing such violent lightning, true qi? The Yao family elder was not stupid. He realized that this was not the true extent of Shen Xiang's strength. What surprised him even more was the fact that the Chun family experts didn't even step forward to help Shen Xiang. This made the Yao family elder feel an inexplicable shame, because the Chun family experts believed that Shen Xiang could easily cope with him. In fact, it seemed like they disdained to even step forward to deal with him. Shen Xiang looked at the Yao family elder standing in front of him, and said while watching that old face grimaced in anger, "Yao family elder, in the end, what did you come here to do? Are you also going to exchange pointers with me?" Exchange pointers? One who had lived dozens of years was going to exchange pointers with a 10 or so year old brat. This was simply going to make him a laughing stock, whether he wins or not. This matter could only tarnish his reputation. You wounded Tianhua. The Yao family elder really had nothing else to say because he simply jumped up on the stage in spur of the moment. Shen Xiang slowly said in a relaxed tone, "So what? If I did not retaliate, his sword would have pierced my throat. I did not kill him. That is already me being lenient." Anyone could see that Yao Tianhua's sword attack was very ruthless, so Shen Xiang's actions were also natural. Furthermore, they were in a martial competition. Getting injured was obviously unavoidable. Only the Yao family elder felt unjustified. He belonged to one dignified Dan aristocratic family, and had a wide network of many strong families who had alliances with the Yao family. But today, the Yao family not only lost their precious herbs, but also their face. Moreover, the Yao family prided alchemist also got injured, and all of this was due to Shen Xiang. Huh? The Yao family elder suddenly looked up and laughed. One little Chen family really dares to overestimate their own capabilities and is going to try to oppose my Yao family. Today I will teach a lesson to a brat who does not even know the immensity of heaven and earth. The Yao family elder was already desperate. In his opinion, the Chen family was only a small family. Even if he taught a lesson to Shen Xiang this one time, The Chen family would not dare to say anything. Plus, even if the two families went to war, the Yao family would definitely not lose. Shameless old bastard. It's your Yao family who don't know the immensity of heavens and earth. The Yao family has already lost face because of you today, Shen Xiang said in a loud and clear voice which resounded over the whole field. In their hearts, everyone had already secretly despised the Yao family. They didn't even admit defeat, and now they were also trying to bully the weak. They were relying on their strength and prosperity. Regardless of morality and justice, they were going to attack Shen Xiang. It was simply too ridiculous. The Yao family elder got more angry. With a howl, his whole body was suddenly covered in fiery red, true qi. From both of his eyes fire was gushing out, and with just one step he appeared in front of Shen Xiang. Both of the Yao family elders' palms resembled radiant fiery meteors, and the strike rushed towards Shen Xiang. Whilst an invisible wall made of the fiery true qi aura surrounded Shen Xiang. Those pair of hot palms had not yet hit Shen Xiang, but the invisible true aura had already penetrated Shen Xiang's body. Yet he just stood still with calmness and tranquility, similar to a mountain even when faced with the scorching flames. Both his fists were overflowing with true qi, azure light flashing above them. They immediately transformed into tiger heads, and this attack was even bigger than the one that heavily injured Yao Tianhua. Flames were gushing out from the Yao family elder's whole body, appearing ferocious like an angry fiery devil. Vigorous true qi gathered around on his pair of skinny palms. Old man, actually even against me you are resorting to such a heavy hand. Then I'm also not going to be polite. Shen Xiang suddenly roared like a mad dragon, while azure qi waves spewed out from inside his mouth. Suddenly, a fierce azure wind started blowing. Within this fierce wind, azure lightning was flashing one after another. At the same time Shen Xiang like a bolt moved towards the Yao family elder. That pair of tiger heads' fists instantaneously transformed into two solemn and powerful azure dragon heads. The azure dragon roar released a fierce wind containing lightning, and it was very powerful. After seeing this, the Yao family elder could not help but be surprised. At this time, he also saw two giant dragons that were roaring and rushing towards him. You brat! The Yao family elder was panic-stricken from watching Shen Xiang's violent true qi rushing towards him. Both of Shen Xiang's fists met with the approaching Yao family elder's fire palms. Punching each other away, the palm and fist fiercely collided. Bang! With thunderous sounds and with various flashing lights due to the blast, qi waves resembled sea waves, as the hurricane-like momentum spread in every direction, instantaneously destroying the high stage and even lifted up some of the nearby dining tables and chairs. Everyone was dumbstruck. Unexpectedly, a 16-year-old teenager was on par with the Yao family elder. Moreover, he even got the upper hand. Everyone could clearly notice the blood overflowing from the corners of the mouth of the Yao family elder. Although Shen Xiang looked embarrassed and could not bear with it, but he was steadily standing there like a mountain, with uniform breath. Unlike the Yao family elder, who was panting, everyone could see that the Yao family elder probably had consumed a huge amount of true qi to withstand the crazy and fierce attack from Shen Xiang. In the end, what martial skill did you use? The Yao family elder asked with an ugly complexion. If Shen Xiang hadn't cultivated the peerless divine exercise, it would have been impossible for him to endure with just his 6th level of mortal martial realm strength. Shen Xiang didn't answer, but clenched both his fists, and in the next moment, two tiger heads once again appeared above them. Step by step he advanced, and in the blink of an eye, only his fist shadow was visible, and like numerous ferocious tigers, they bombarded on Yao family elder. After each and every fists, a violent explosion took place, resulting in the ground to continuously shake. After the Yao elder was struck 10 times, his true qi encompassing his body shattered. He had to use his own body to resist the rest of Shen Xiang's storm-like fists. Shen Xiang's fists were not only violent, but fierce and ruthless too. Each fist struck on Yao family elder's body, making everyone shudder. They were thinking about what would happen if they were hit by those fists. At this point, everyone present in the field was staring with their mouths wide open. Looking at Shen Xiang's oppressive attacks, if they had not personally watched this, it would have been difficult for them to believe that a 16-year-old teenager actually made a Yao family elder a punching bag. This level of strength sent shivers down their spines. Competing with the Yao family members is simply humiliating. Willing to bet, but does not concede when they've lost. Get out of here. Shen Xiang shouted while he sent a flying kick towards the body of the Yao family elder, which sent him towards the nearby Yao family bodyguards. The Yao family elder had already fainted due to severe injuries. Several of his bones were broken by Shen Xiang's heavenly tiger storm-killing fists. At this time, everyone suspected that it was some sort of illusion, as they simply couldn't believe that Shen Xiang was capable of seriously injuring the Yao family elder. This time they were convinced. Shen Xiang must have practiced a peerless martial skill, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have this level of strength. Yao Tianhua and the Yao family elder came up on stage, on their legs, but now they were being carried out. Moreover, they asked for it. Today's matter was observed by many people. Even if the Yao family wanted to pursue the Chen family, they could not say anything. After all, it was the Yao family who acted first. Late at night, everyone who was invited to the Chen family banquet departed in full excitement. They were not at all disappointed with the Chen family's banquet. Although everyone left, the banquet still kept on going. This was the Chen family's own banquet. All the broken tables, chairs, and spoilt food was now being replaced. The tables were once again filled with delicacies and good wines. The Chen family were celebrating for their new patriarch and cheered for the birth of a new powerful figure, Shen Xiang. This could make the whole Chen family's status elevate. In the morning, sunlight was shining on the chaotic field. On the field, a large number of Chen family members were dead drunk. But Chen Tianhu and numerous elders were energetic like dragons and fierce as tigers. After all, they were the main support of the Chen family, and they needed to remain vigilant at all times. Shen Xiang and Chen Tianhu sent off the Chen family branch commanders. Only after this they let out a sigh of relief. Dad, inside Wohu City, only Spirit Dan Hall sells Dawn. Later on, when we buy Dawn from them, it will definitely be expensive, which is very troublesome for us. Shen Xiang said with a wry smile. Chen Tianhu rubbed his temples and said, Now are you thinking about this? You ruthlessly humiliated the Yao family, and now you want your father to wipe your ass. Shen Xiang stuck out his tongue and then asked, It's not a big problem, right? Chen Tianhu coldly replied, Rest assured, although the Yao family is a Dan aristocratic family, our Chen family is definitely not a vegetarian. But the issue regarding Dawn is a bit hard to solve. Indeed, the vegetarian bit might confuse some, but it basically means they are not scared to spill blood. At this time, one sound came. Actually, this issue is not at all hard to solve. Under the heavens, it is not just the Yao family who sells Dawn. Although Spirit Dan Hall is the Yao family property, but what about other cities? The voice belonged to Spirit Dan Hall Lord. His name was known to only few people. Even Chen Tianhu was not clear about it. Hall Lord, although I won the bet with Yao Tianhua, but you are still free. Except that you can't return to Spirit Dan Hall. Aside from that, you can go anywhere you want, said Shen Xiang. Spirit Dan Hall Lord replied, Do not call me Hall Lord. This old man is a well-known figure. I'm called Chen Luzhong. This name came as a surprise to Shen Xiang and Chen Tianhu. To their surprise, Spirit Dan Hall Lord was surnamed Chen. Shen Xiang's grandfather was also called Chen Luhong, so it came as a surprise for Chen Tianhu. Ha ha ha. Do you know why your grandfather and I have so much hatred? Chen Luzhong looked at Shen Xiang and laughingly asked, Because he is my elder brother, simply because I was not able to become patriarch at that time and had some conflict with him, I left the family. After leaving the family, I started to learn alchemy and at last established Spirit Dan Hall. Using it, I plan to make amends with your grandfather. Since he has left the Chen family, then I have nothing to come back for. If you want this old man, I'm willing to solve the Dan problem for you. Chen Luzhong turned his head and looked at the Chen family main gate. The expression in his eyes was as if he fondly remembered something. Shen Xiang with a smile said, Granduncle, if you can stay behind, it will be definitely good. Otherwise, the whole Dan issue will become a heavy burden that will fall on my head. Chen Tianhu also said, Uncle, welcome back to the Chen family. Chen Luzhong only slightly smiled, with sentimental countenance looking at Chen Tianhu. When I left the Chen family, you were just a kid back then. I was very young at that time. Now I am too old. You youngsters look after the Chen family. After last night's banquet, Shen Xiang's name had spread to elders of various forces. The Chen family's new position was also being evaluated. The Chen family now had 2 alchemists and they wouldn't need to worry about Dawn, but at present the only root of the problem was herb source. For low-level herbs, it was not an issue. However, high-level herbs were rather expensive and rare. The Yao family held the majority of many high-level herbs. Inside a private room, Shen Xiang, with Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao, was discussing the situation of the Qin family. He was hoping that before he joined a martial arts sect, the Qin family would become very powerful. This is not a problem. Your Qin family is only missing the herbs. You can just go to the nearby city and simply buy some and return. You can first sell that blood spirit grass. Su Meiyao said while playing with the 1,000-year beast Dan. Shen Xiang said with some sorrow, that is but 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass. It is very rare. Su Meiyao placed back the 1,000-year beast Dan in Shen Xiang's hand and laughingly said, don't you have the dragon saliva exercise? So long as you have time, even the 10,000-old blood spirit grass is not a problem. However, blood spirit grass is a low-level spirit herb, and no matter how high its maturity is, its efficiency is far too limited. However, that hell spirit grass is pretty good. Dragon saliva. It could accelerate growth of spirit herbs. If one kind of spirit herb was continuously nourished with it, then you could grow the spirit herb with high maturity. Shen Xiang, after thinking this through, became restless. He wanted to try something. He wanted to see if he could grow a 10,000-year-old blood spirit grass. Su Meiyao, as if she could see through his thoughts in a tender voice, said, do not try to attempt to mature the blood spirit grass up to 10,000 years. That is simply a waste. When it is used to nourish other high-ranking spirit herbs, it will be more cost-effective. You should know that dragon saliva exercise congeals out the essence of sun and moon. Plus, the dragon saliva is congealed out only by using your azure dragon true qi. You do not have the liberty to waste it at will. Shen Xiang nodded and said, understood, Sister Yuyu sister. When will you teach me those devil skills? Bai Yuyu looked at him coldly out of the corner of her eye and said, you haven't even completely grasped junior sister's divine exercise of 4 symbols yet, so don't even think about learning the devil skills. You still have a long way to go. Shen Xiang was currently able to use only a portion of the Azure Dragon Divine Exercise and the Vermilion Bird Divine Exercise, while the White Tiger Divine Exercise and the Black Tortoise Divine Exercise were exceptionally difficult to practice and also had some special requirements to practice them. Azure Dragon Claw and Azure Dragon Roar from the Azure Dragon Divine Exercise were relatively easy to learn, and Vermilion Bird Profound Fire and Vermilion Bird Fire Wing were also the same. Although the divine exercise of 4 symbols consisted of many powerful martial techniques, they required a certain amount of strength to be able to start practicing them. Otherwise, Qigong deviation would occur. TLN. Qigong deviation is simply imbalance in Qi. Late at night, hidden deep below the ground, inside a private room, a pung-pung sound was being transmitted intermittently. This was caused by Shen Xiang practicing his martial skills. Just looking at his bare chest, one could see incomparably strong muscles that turned to a shade of dark red due to the slightly surging out hot qi, while he was standing steadily in a horse stance and was hitting the iron wall not far away from him. At this time, hot qi waves were bursting out of his fists, combined with an invisible fist strength, and were striking the iron wall, due to which the land shook and trembled. Not bad. Within a day's time, you were able to grasp the Fire King fists, which is a basic attack skill of the Vermilion Bird Divine Exercise. However, it gets more difficult as you advance. You can now rest up. Su Meiyao was also a little bored and tired as she had been sitting there watching as Shen Xiang practiced for the whole day. Shen Xiang looked at that mature and ample bosom of Su Meiyao, and with a smile said, Sister Meiyao, I need to take a shower. Would you like to join? Su Meiyao, with her gentle and enchanting voice and eyes full of charm, said, I have to call senior sister to join us. I fear you will not be honest at that time. Speaking of Bai Yuyu, Shen Xiang's complexion suddenly froze. Forget about it. Su Meiyao, while laughing loudly, entered the invisible ring on Shen Xiang's finger. Inside the ring, there was a small room where all the daily necessities were present. Inside the ring, the 2 girls' lives were also very relaxed. The next day, Shen Xiang woke up and spat out the dragon saliva present inside his mouth in a small bottle, but he did not immediately go out and pour it on some herbs. He was currently saving and leaving it for the future. Shen Xiang wanted to look for Chen Luzhong to talk about alchemy, but did not expect that Shen Luzhong had already departed to purchase the spirit herbs. Moreover, he also left behind spirit herbs required to refine dawn. These were already matured spirit herbs. Shen Xiang was also very happy to use them for refining dawn, which could also help increase his alchemical experience. One day, 2 days, after 3 days had passed, Shen Xiang finished all the spirit herbs left behind by Chen Luzhong. Because most of these spirit herbs were of the low-grade mortal level, the Dawn refined were also of same level. At this time the Chen family also had enough Dawn to cope for some time. These days, many of the Chen family juniors gathered around Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang would often go to martial arts field and exchange pointers with the Chen family youths, and would sometimes also give them advice, which was very helpful for them. Xiang, can you attend the King City's martial art tournament and obtain the first place reward of the high-grade spirit level true elemental Dan? Chen Tianhu suddenly came to the martial arts field. Shen Xiang, after giving it some thought, said, I want to go to other cities to purchase some spirit herbs. At that time, along the way if it is convenient, I will participate. At this time, one of the Chen family children said, Shen Xiang, please participate. If we go it will definitely be hopeless, but I heard that in the King City's martial arts tournament many talented people will be participating. Some even have the strength at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. One girl while nodding also said, I also heard that many people who returned from martial arts sects will also be participating. Shen Xiang heard all the information, which can be summarized as such. King City's martial arts tournament was held once every 10 years. The participants must be below the age of 20, and it was conducted by the largest city of Southern Martial Empire, King City. The present area of King City was previously the location of 4 different cities, but as the cities developed more and more people started to settle in, the 4 cities expanded and got well interconnected, which later resulted in them combining to form a single major city. That was King City. King City was also the royal capital of the Southern Martial Empire. The Yao family and the Imperial Palace were also situated there. Many of the formidable families of the Southern Martial Empire were also established there, which led to many experts gathering there. Chen Tianhu also nodded and said, King City's martial arts tournament also has one more purpose, which is to select some excellent practitioners to enter those martial arts sections. You should already know that the whole Southern Martial Empire is affiliated with those martial arts sects. Martial arts families were required to pay taxes each year as a tribute to the Imperial Palace, while the Southern Martial Empire offered them to martial arts sections. Obviously, these martial arts sects were formidable enough to dominate all the major families of the whole kingdom. Do not think that these taxes are handed over in vain. You should know that these martial arts sects are necessary to maintain our safety. Otherwise, this place will most likely encounter a group of demon beasts, demons, or devils, and will be easily slaughtered. Chen Tianhu was looking up at the sky as he said in an imposing tone. All the Chen family juniors suddenly went into an uproar. Previously, they thought that these big sects were some kind of legendary existences, but now that they came to know that these legendary sects maintained such close relations with the mortal world, they were surprised. The Southern Martial Empire could be considered to be very big with a population of some dozen hundred millions, but still there weren't many truly powerful martial practitioners, and as for alchemists, they were as rare as finding the feathers of a phoenix and horns of a unicorn. However, with such a huge population, there were bound to be some good martial practitioners, so these martial arts sect would sometimes come here to recruit such practitioners. The fastest and the most effective way to select them was to gather all of these formidable and strong youngsters in a place and make them fight, and the strongest from them all would attain the qualifications to enter these martial arts sections. TLN, feathers of phoenix and horns of unicorn, Chinese idiom meaning extremely rare. Shen Xiang arrived at the library with Chen Tianhu. Along the way, Shen Xiang noticed that Chen Tianhu must have had something important to say, because Chen Tianhu's complexion had been very serious since earlier. Once they were inside the library, Chen Tianhu said, Xiang, your granduncle Chen Luzhong has already gone to King City. Our Chen family, in the eyes of many people, is considered to be a formidable martial arts aristocratic family, but we are still unable to enter the King City. We cannot be regarded as an unconditionally strong and prosperous family, so our Chen family's next target is King City. Shen Xiang also heard some information, such as the Yao family also had some relations with those martial arts sects, and also that the Yao family doesn't pay taxes to the Imperial Palace, but rather directly offers them to these sections. The Shui family is also migrating to King City now. Because of Shen Xiang, the Shui family was able to establish themselves due to their relations with a strong martial arts sect. But if we want to strive there and open a path for the Chen family, we can only rely on you and your granduncle. Chen Tianhu's hands were pressing on Chen Xiang's shoulder as he sincerely said. Shen Xiang, while frowning, asked, "What do I need to do? Join a martial arts sect?" Chen Tianhu shook his head and said, "No. Even if you are able to join a martial arts sect, the Chen family still will not be able to get the support of those big sections. Now the only way is to get our Chen family noticed by those big sects, and then make them look for us on their own initiative. The only way to do this is to show off your talent in alchemy." Shen Xiang's gaze turned fierce, a bright flash flickered in his eyes, and he was grinning with a smile as he said, "I know what to do. I will pick some things up and then go to King's City and meet up with Granduncle." Chen Tianhu patted Shen Xiang's shoulder, and with a smile on his face, said, "Xiang heir, your stage is not here in this mortal world, but rather at those martial arts sects where strong practitioners are as numerous as trees in a forest." After packing up some simple things and slightly changing his appearance, Shen Xiang started his solitary journey towards King City. With his strength, as long as his opponent was not someone above the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, it was difficult for them to pose any threat to him. In the whole southern martial empire, there were not many who had reached the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, so Chen Tianhu was assured about his safety. The distance from Wohu City to King City was relatively far, and one needed to travel at least 5 or 6 days to reach their destination. Along the way, there was no noticeable danger, unless one was seeking death and tried to enter the mountain forest where demon beasts frequently roamed. "Brat, currently you do not need to rush to enter those martial arts sects. The competition inside those sects are very intense. If you do not have absolute strength, you will only further humiliate yourself," Bai Yu said. "Understood, Sister Yu." Shen Xiang felt slightly warm in his heart, as it was rare for this ice-cold beauty to care about him. At this time, Shen Xiang was already very far away from Wohu City and had already arrived in the wilderness. This was the first time he'd been so far away from Wohu City. His heart was somewhat excited but also vigilant. In the evening, as the whole sky turned dark, Shen Xiang stopped at a nearby forest. While walking on the dirt road, Shen Xiang suddenly noticed some movements behind him. "Damn, this father is already being followed. Moreover, there are several of them." Shen Xiang cursed in his mind while increasing his guard. He operated his true qi and gathered it at his feet so that he could quickly dodge or attack at any time. "Do not panic, let them come out. If you cannot defeat them, then just flee. With the help of the vermilion bird firewing, you can easily escape." Su Meiyao transmitted to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang replied with the help of his divine sense, "I'm not panicking. I'm just in a bad mood. Have they been stalking me for a long time? Have they been following me from Wohu City? Really useless. You were being followed since the beginning," Bai Yu said with contempt, which elevated the bad mood of Shen Xiang more. Shen Xiang turned around and in a cold voice said, "How long are you going to follow me? All of you, get your fucking asses out here." Just shortly after, he shouted, "Shwa shwa shwa." 5 masked black-robed men appeared in front of him. He remembered that not long ago he had helped the Shui family children cope with some black-robed killers, but he had not expected that he would also encounter them. These 5 black-robed men really had been following Shen Xiang from Wohu City. It's just that Shen Xiang had been very vigilant since the beginning, which made it harder for them to sneak attack him. Now that they had been discovered by Shen Xiang, their only choice was to come out and fight. Only the eyes of the black-robed men were visible. The expressions in their eyes were very dull. One could clearly see that they were certainly experienced in this line of business. As soon as they appeared, each one took out a 2-edged pitch-black broadsword from their storage pouch. As they poured the true qi, they raised their swords and at the same time leapt towards Shen Xiang. The 5 killers' actions were although simple, but at the same time were also quick and ruthless. In the moment they leaped, 2 flames flickered in Shen Xiang's eyes. Hot qi soared from his whole body. As vermilion bird, true qi suddenly poured into his arms. His right hand burst out with a fiery aura, and a long fire whip congealed from vermilion bird, true qi appeared in his hand. It quickly swooped towards those 5 black-robed men. As it brushed past the 5 of them, their robes were instantly ignited. The 5 black-robed men had to give up attacking Shen Xiang and retreated to one side. The flames compared to before were much more formidable now. They were not able to withstand the flames, and some even had to discard their burning robes. Shen Xiang exposed a sneer on his face. The fire whip in his hands mercilessly whipped towards a black-robed man's head. An explosion followed just after the fire whip struck the black-robed man, which was then followed by a burst of fire aura, which instantly incinerated the black-robed man into ash. The vermilion bird flames were no ordinary flames. They were cultivated from the divine exercise and was thus unmatched in power. These 5 black-robed men's strengths were merely at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm, and with only this much strength, trying to assassinate Shen Xiang was just wishful thinking. Shen Xiang again started waving the fire whip. In the blink of an eye, he had already whipped 3 black-robed men and killed them. These black-robed men in front of the fire whip were like butter being in front of a hot knife. Their bodies were easily cut down in half with just a sweep of the fire whip. Only with the help of a powerful divine sense was it possible to congeal true qi into a strong weapon. Sister Yu, do you have a way to make this guy talk? Shen Xiang caught the remaining black-robed man, but he refused to say anything. Bai Yu coldly smiled. You asked the right person, just follow my instructions. First, with one hand hold down his head, then congeal out your divine sense. Operate your divine sense exactly as I tell you. First divide your divine sense in 6 parts, and then pour it into his head from these 6 different locations. Shen Xiang complied immediately. This method was easy to understand, and its results were also very quick. The black-robed man's eyes became noticeably sluggish and lost its luster. He also did not make any effort to struggle like before. You can now ask him, Bai Yu said. Shen Xiang praised this mysterious odd skill of Bai Yu. Then to the black-robed man asked, Who sent you to kill me? Yao family's 7th elder. The voice of the black-robed man was stiff and was without any trace of emotion. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of Shen Xiang. He had not thought it would turn out to be the Yao family who sent them. He continued and asked, Where is he now? On his way to King City. That black-robed man replied. Shen Xiang lifted up the black-robed man by his robes and asked, Did you also try to assassinate those family juniors? Yes. The black-robed man replied. Shen Xiang's countenance was solemn as well as surprised. This matter turned out to be related to the Yao family. Why would the Yao family try to assassinate those families' children attending the banquet? Shen Xiang once again asked. I do not know. Black-robed man replied. Shen Xiang asked a few other questions. When he could not get anything out of the black-robed man, he killed him and incinerated his body. The sky was completely dark. Various stars were shining in the sky, and suddenly a vibrant red light soared across the sky. It looked similar to an ordinary meteor, but a meteor does not travel horizontally. That light was Shen Xiang. After releasing his vermilion bird firewing, he immediately rushed through the night to chase the Yao family's 7th elder. It was exactly the Yao elder who was previously wounded by him. Releasing true qi, he transformed it into wings. Not only did he consume a large amount of his divine sense, but he also simultaneously consumed a lot of true qi. But since Shen Xiang practiced the 5 elements true qi, only the fire-attributed vermilion bird true qi was consumed, while the azure dragon true qi within his body was in surplus. It should be known that martial skills capable of transforming true qi into wings were not many. This type of martial skills were extremely rigorous because true qi is needed to be emitted from the back, which required an accurate control of divine sense to transform it into wings. This would make them look similar to the wings of a bird. The slightest mistake, and the user would fall down, which was very dangerous. These kind of martial skills were regarded as treasures by the martial artists. Shen Xiang learned from Bai Yu and Su Meiyao that even in those martial arts sects, such skills were extremely rare. So at the time of casting this skill, Shen Xiang was especially careful, as he wanted to catch up with Yao family elder convoy without delay. If others could try to kill him, why could he not do the same? Shen Xiang would absolutely not leave anyone alive after they tried to kill him. Moreover, he could not pass on such a good opportunity to weaken the Yao family. That's right. On the road of martial arts, one should kill decisively. Otherwise, if grievances are accumulated in the heart, it will easily lead to qigong deviation. By any means, you should catch up to that fellow and behead him. Bai Yu's words were filled with slaughter qi. Shen Xiang was still flying. This allowed him to feel wonderful in every way. Since childhood, he had always wanted the ability to fly, and now he had it. This was all thanks to the 2 peerless beauties inside his ring. Sister Yu, how did you become Sister Meiyao's senior sister? It's difficult to imagine what kind of person your master is. Shen Xiang sighed from the bottom of his heart. If the apprentices were already this formidable, then just how powerful was their teacher? TLN, senior sister as in senior sister apprentice. Our teacher did not have a name. Regarding his origins, Even we are not clear. Perhaps when you advance to that stage you might even be able to meet him. By you said. Shen Xiang was very curious about these two enigmatic girls, but at the same time, he was also very helpless since they were reluctant to disclose the information he wanted to know. Shen Xiang flew the entire night. Furthermore, he chose to fly on the outskirts of the wilderness. After the third night, he could see a carriage in the distance which was slowly moving forward on an avenue. This avenue led to King City since these types of roads were only built near King City. Shen Xiang stared at that avenue in the distance. He was vaguely able to see large houses in the King City which was not too far away from him. Once the Yao family members set foot in King City, Shen Xiang would not have the opportunity to enact his revenge. That carriage had 2 coachmen and 2 horse-riding bodyguards. The strongest among them was the Yao family elder, and after him was Yao Tianhua. However, both had been wounded by Shen Xiang, and the strongest out of the 2 coachmen and the bodyguards were only at the 5th level of the mortal martial realm. When they came to Wohu City, there had been many people with them, but now only 1 carriage is left. Shen Xiang muttered as he flew to the front. They should have been hiding killers in the caravan. They must have first sent some people back to the Yao family as messengers, and some of them should have remained in Wohu City to guard the Spirit Dan Hall. As such, only these people are left. Shen Xiang guessed. He stopped at the edge of the avenue, which was situated near a forest. After resting for a little bit, he put on a black robe and hood. After all, he was going to kill important members of the Yao family. If they came to know the identity of the killer, a war would break out between the Yao and the Qin families. Although the night was dark, a gentle silver-white moonlight shone upon the land. This gentle pale aura allowed people not to be engulfed in utter darkness. Shen Xiang, who was hiding on a tree near the roadside, held his breath and waited for the carriage to arrive. The sound of the carriage was accompanied by the insects chirping at night. Shen Xiang's heart was as calm and tranquil as water, but on the contrary, his eyes shone with killing intent, staring at the avenue under the tree. It had arrived. Just as the carriage was passing by, Shen Xiang's body sprung like a silent arrow that was released from a bow. At the same time, he congealed out a golden long whip in his hand. Slaughter chi was emitted by the long whip, accompanied by a violent aura. The whip was congealed from the metal attributed true chi. This metal attribute corresponded to the white tiger. The white tiger divine exercise signified slaughter and ruthlessness. To further its progress, one should indulge in endless killing and comprehend the way of slaughtering. While Shen Xiang leapt towards the carriage, he ruthlessly swung the whip downwards, striking right at the middle of the carriage. With a weapon similar to a 2-edged long knife chopping down, the luxurious carriage was split into 2 with a crackling sound. 2 people simultaneously jumped out. One of them was the Yao family elder, and the other was Yao Tianhua. Which gang of bandits do you belong to? We are the Yao families. The Yao family elder had not even finished with his sentence before Shen Xiang swung his whip like lightning 4 more times, hitting the 2 coachmen and the 2 bodyguards as they were just about to draw their blades and jump off their horses. The long golden whip, which contained valiant metal attributed true chi accompanied by slaughter chi, simultaneously struck their upper body. Similar to striking tofu, the 4 people became separate pieces of flesh and blood. This type of brutal true chi had not only made the Yao family elder and Yao Tianhua panic-stricken, even Shen Xiang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. You are Shen Xiang. When the Yao family elder saw Shen Xiang, he suddenly shouted. However, Shen Xiang's whip had already ruthlessly struck down on his body. The Yao family elder was worthy of being a 7th level of mortal martial realm martial artist. Although he was seriously injured, he was still able to gather true chi in his body and catch the whip laden with white tiger slaughtering true chi. You really are Shen Xiang, the Yao family elder said in a high-pitched voice. The expression in his eyes could not conceal his fear. He had not thought Shen Xiang would actually dare to come and try to kill them so brutally. Shen Xiang remained silent. In his left hand, fire aura flashed while another fire whip was also congealed, and then he opened his mouth and roared, using would attribute true chi. The Azure Dragon roar wreaked havoc on the Yao family elder. At this time, Shen Xiang's vermilion bird true chi whip lashed accurately above the Yao family elder's neck, breaking his head into pieces. Nearby, Yao Tianhua was already frightened by Shen Xiang. Not only could he cast the purest alchemy flame, but he could also use the metal attribute slaughtering true chi. and at the same time, he could even release what attribute true qi. This was displaying 3 types of attributes at the same time. To Yao Tianhua's knowledge, this sort of feat had never been heard of. Shen Xiang moved towards Yao Tianhua, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He swung the golden long whip in his hand, and it lashed towards Yao Tianhua's neck, and in that instant, Yao Tianhua emitted a panic-stricken cry as his eyes were filled with horror. As the long whip struck his neck, his head immediately fell down. With a frozen and frightened countenance, Yao Tianhua had died filled with both disbelief and resentment. He had never expected that as the Yao family genius, his death would actually happen in such a way. Shen Xiang inhaled a mouthful of air and faintly said, "Originally, at the time when you tried to stab me with your sword, I already wanted to kill you." After killing the 2 of them, Shen Xiang removed their storage pouches. They contained some spirit coins and herbs. It still could be considered as a substantial income. In order to not leave any traces, Shen Xiang tidied up the scene with great difficulty. If one was to arrive where the carriage had been, no one would be able to notice that a one-sided massacre had taken place here. Shen Xiang walked on the avenue towards the tall and prosperous city. King City was vast and was surrounded by thick walls. Shen Xiang looked at the endless wall and the moat outside of the city. Many people were going in and out of the enormous city gate, and many soldiers stood on the city wall and next to the gate. The lively streets were covered with smooth bricks and were full of pedestrians. Such a scene was clearly visible through the gate. Shen Xiang finally arrived inside of King City. He curiously looked around. Before, he had thought that Wohu City was quite big and lively, but now, he discovered that he was a frog in a well. He did not know just how vast King City was, but he knew that it was many times larger than Wohu City. After entering the city, Shen Xiang saw many people were gathering in front of a very long wall. He went over and found that a lot of information was put up on that wall. They were either giving some directions or some kind of other informations. On top of everything, there was also a map of the entire city indicating some inns, well-known stores, imperial palace, and marital family addresses. The map itself was very detailed. Shen Xiang soon found where the Yao family was on the map. It was located not far away from the imperial palace. He also saw where the Shui family was on the map. Currently, the Shui family was still in the process of moving to King City. Another thing that had caught Shen Xiang's attention was that there was information regarding the buying and selling of items, looking for missing persons or items, and recruitment offers for various jobs. This was to help people who were new to King City. Shen Xiang swept through the myriad of information. To his surprise, a recruitment poster was posted by his granduncle. Recruiting alchemist, location is posted by Chen Luzhong. Shen Xiang remembered the location posted and then looked at the map to find it. Granduncle moves really fast. He just arrived at King City and has already found a good store. Shen Xiang could see from the map that the location of the store was quite good. It was situated at the corner of a crossroad, and moreover it was a 3-story building. After memorizing the route, Shen Xiang left immediately. He soon arrived at his destination, but the store was closed and its doors were heavily damaged. There were many slashes with other markings on it. Shen Xiang tightly frowned and knocked on the door. "Who?" A very angry voice came from inside. "Granduncle, it's me," Shen Xiang replied in a low voice. At this point, he had already guessed the crux of the matter. As the door opened, Shen Xiang saw Chen Luzhong's old face filled with anger. At this time, Shen Xiang clearly saw that the inside of the shop was actually a mess. Broken chairs and walls cluttered with blade slashes. After seeing all of this, Shen Xiang suddenly clenched his fists as they made brittle sounds. His eyes were filled with anger. "Who did this?" Shen Xiang gloomily asked. He swore in his heart that he would make that person pay 10 times for what they had done. "Come inside, then we will talk," said Chen Luzhong. After Shen Xiang went inside, they went to 3rd floor. On the way up, he could see the extent of the damage done. The walls, floors, and roof were all heavily damaged. It was needless to mention the chairs and tables. The more Shen Xiang looked, the more furious he got, but his facial expression was still tranquil. This made Chen Luzhong slightly surprised. On the 3rd floor, Shen Xiang and Chen Luzhong were sitting on the floor. "The backyard is still good. I had invited 2 assistants to the shop, but they have been injured. I just went to deliver some dawn and spirit coins to them." Chen Luzhong sighed. "This store was bought by me a long time ago. However, when I went out this morning, some people rushed in. Then it became like this. Who did it? I will immediately make them pay." Shen Xiang was filled with killing intent. He had already killed the Yao family elder and genius. Who wouldn't he dare to kill? I also want to go and teach a lesson to that fellow, but they're one of the shopkeepers of the alchemy force. If we offend them, later on it will be difficult for us to sell Dawn. Shen Xiang said in a cold voice. Granduncle, you don't need to worry. Our Chen family has just entered King City. If we are bullied in front of our gate and yet yield to them, then in the future how will our Chun family be able to settle here? I also understand this. However, the alchemy forces behind the shopkeeper wants to obtain this store, but I refused. Just after I posted the recruitment notice, he made his move. He wants to make me to retreat in the face of these difficulties. Shen Xiang, while curling his lips, said, Granduncle, you are an alchemist, and surprisingly you are being oppressed by a mere shopkeeper. Chun Luzhong smilingly said, I'm taking into consideration of the overall situation. Our Chen family has already offended the Yao family. In King City, beside the Yao family, there was one more alchemy force, and that was the Danxiang Herbal Manor. In King City and several other cities, they had many branch stores. Moreover, they had always kept a low profile, but now they had actually made such a move. TLN, Danxiang, Danshang, equals pill, aroma, or fragrance. Danxiang Herbal Manor? I'll go and find that shopkeeper. Which one of the 5 Danxiang Herbal Manors inside the King City does he have a shop? Shen Xiang stood up while brushing the dust off his bottom. From his facial expression, anyone could clearly guess that he was not planning to give up. Chen Luzhong knew that today there was no other method to deal with this situation. He was also aware of his nephew's strength and arrogance. South Side. Remember not to murder anyone. In King City, murdering anyone is not a good fruit to eat. Asterisk. I will also go with you. TLN does not have a good result. Shen Xiang nodded his head, then with Chen Luzhong, left the store. Granduncle, what is your current level? While being with Chen Luzhong, Shen Xiang could only sense fire qi and was unable to sense vigorous levels of true qi from Chen Luzhong. Hey, I'm not a vegetarian, but my strength still cannot be compared to your grandfather. Chen Luzhong only gave a vague answer to Shen Xiang. Little guy, King City has people that can be described as crouching tigers and hidden dragons asterisk, so I dare not to arbitrarily act. TLN equals hidden experts. Shen Xiang nodded and said, I understand. Listening to what Granduncle has said, you should be very formidable. Unexpectedly, you are still willing to admit defeat. Chen Luzhong, while smiling, said, later on, you will know sometimes it is even harder to eat a shriveled fruit. As of now, no one knows the exact strength of this poor old guy. If someone provokes me, hey. Chen Luzhong's laugh was extremely sinister. Even Shen Xiang could not help but shiver. If you hid your strength, you could give your enemy a very nasty surprise. This was actually a very sinister move. Soon, Shen Xiang and Chen Luzhong came inside a manor surrounded by high walls. This was the Southern Danxiang Herbal Manor. They entered a large 2-story building. Inside, they came to a place where dawn were primarily sold. Brat, do not take things too far, Chen Luzhong said complainingly. Shen Xiang nodded his head and then shouted, Shopkeeper, quickly roll out. Shen Xiang poured vigorous true qi into his voice, turning it into a roar. The whole building shook slightly due to the roar. Everyone present inside was shocked. It was a surprise to them that someone came here to cause trouble. Moreover, it was just a teenager. The Danxiang Herbal Manor's business was generally good, but due to Shen Xiang's roar, everyone immediately went out and started watching the situation. Shen Xiang's roar disturbed all of the Danxiang Herbal Manor's personnel. A ton of bodyguards immediately rushed to the scene and surrounded Shen Xiang. These bodyguards were only at the 4th or 5th level of the mortal martial realm. Shen Xiang could judge their strength from the slight, true qi emanating from their body. There were not many like Shen Xiang, who was already at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm strength at a relatively younger age. Therefore, Shen Xiang, compared to these bodyguards, was relatively strong. Shen Xiang looked around. There wasn't any trace of Chen Luzhong. Just a moment ago, Chen Luzhong blended into the crowd and had already arrived outside. It seemed that Chen Luzhong did not wish to make an appearance in this matter. Do you even know what this place is? You dare to rush here and make trouble. At last, one 30 years old or so handsome man came forward. He was wearing white luxurious clothes, and an exquisite jade belt was hanging on his waist. With just one glance, everybody could guess his noble status. Although Chen Xiang's appearance was pretty simple, he looked like a teen who had just left his mother's embrace. But just from his roar alone, It was evidently clear to the bodyguards how powerful Shen Xiang was, so they did not dare to move against him. You are the shopkeeper here. After hearing his words, all the bodyguards and the people watching from outside burst into laughter. You don't even know the shopkeeper and still came here to make trouble? One bodyguard said while laughing. You have not heard about shopkeeper Hua, right? You should have heard of the city's third young master. Our shopkeeper Hua is Governor Hua's third child. You are just seeking death by trying to provoke shopkeeper Hua. Another bodyguard said as he sneered. TLN, governor here is City Lord Chengju. After the Huafu-wearing man heard people mention his name, his face could not help but reveal a sliver of pride. He nodded and said, I'm the shopkeeper of this place. Hua Xian, why have you come? TLN, Huafu is a Chinese noble dress. Pu. TLN, spitting in contempt. Shen Xiang laughingly said, I don't give a shit. If you really had some skill, you would not even be here to be a shopkeeper by your father's arrangement. When you came here to be a shopkeeper, in your father's eyes, you were already deemed hopeless. This remark startled everyone. They did not expect Shen Xiang would dare to say something like this face to face. Hua Xian's complexion turned extremely ugly. Shen Xiang's statement wasn't far from the truth. As the son of one of the prominent figures capable of influencing one region, coming to this place and taking care of business really was nothing to be proud of. Only the status was somewhat noble. I'll ask you again, was our store smashed by you and your people? Shen Xiang's complexion became incomparably cold. So what? One bodyguard with face full of anger said. Right, shopkeeper Hua took us there. Hua Xian's face muscles started to twitch. Turns out that you are here for revenge. Indeed, it was I who brought people to that store. The crowd of bodyguards behind Hua Xian started to shout out about how they damaged the store. Shen Xiang coldly said, You are only a pack of dogs. If desired, your master will not even hesitate to sell you lackeys as slaves. What are you so happy about? Glad to have found a good master. Mongrel, you seek death. One bodyguard angrily cursed and already started to rush towards him. Meanwhile, in Shen Xiang's hand, threatening hot flames suddenly appeared. A pa! Sound reverberated, and immediately after that, painful screams were heard. Shen Xiang, with his true qi, congealed out a long whip and struck the face of the bodyguard, which then made the bodyguard fly away. A charred black mark was left on the face of the bodyguard. Seeing this, the group of bodyguards, although they were shocked, still rushed at him. After all, there were many of them while the opponent was only one. Shen Xiang said in a cold voice, Since you have already admitted to doing it, I have decided not to forgive you. Suddenly, a scorching hot qi burst out from Shen Xiang's body before he fiercely started to wave the fire whip in his hand. He lashed continuously with a speed so fast that others' eyes could not even get a glimpse of it. It even produced numerous afterimages. For everyone, it was similar to Shen Xiang holding multiple whips and lashing at them. Limitless fire whips that were like innumerable salamanders, overwhelmingly lashed towards the group of bodyguards. Hua Xian and his bunch couldn't even dodge. Just in the blink of an eye, they were whipped innumerable times with the fire whip. The fire whip continued to lash at them with madness, lashing them on nearly every part of their body. This had left numerous charred black marks on them, burning them down to their marrow, making them yell due to the intermittent pain. In just a few moments, each person had at least 3 whip marks, releasing true qi outside the body, which created a form from it. One could clearly see that he was at the 6th level of mortal martial realm. Shen Xiang's true qi was terribly vigorous, like a scorching hot breath with an invisible powerful pressure. Shen Xiang's flames were cultivated out by the Vermilion Bird divine exercise. Vermilion Bird was a revered beast, and any ordinary person in the face of such invisible almighty pressure would quiver in fear. Hua Xian himself knew he had kicked an iron wall and unexpectedly annoyed a 6th level of mortal martial realm martial artist. But he remembered that earlier, the store only had a poor old man of an unknown origin. Danxiang Herbal Manor will not let you get away with this. Our manor lord is very powerful. Hua Xian, while grinding his teeth, spoke, but just as he finished speaking, a fire whip ruthlessly lashed on his mouth. At this point, Hua Xian had to admit that the martial artist in front of him was indeed very powerful. In just a short moment of time and a little effort, he hit them to the extent that they couldn't defend themselves anymore. Moreover, in their bodies, remnants of fire qi were still left. If they failed to expel them out quickly, It will have huge effects on their future cultivation. Tell your manor lord, if he wants revenge, despite everything that has happened, he can come and find me in the store. Shen Xiang dropped these words and left. Although there were some bodyguards still left unharmed outside, no one dared to stop him. After watching Shen Xiang leave, everyone present outside were slightly excited. They already started spreading rumors of what they saw. In the backyard of the store, Chun Luzhong laughingly said, "Brat, you have not only offended the Danxiang herbal manor but also the King City governor. If I was you, I would have already left." Chun Xiang spoke with a contemptuous look. "Granduncle, were you already aware that the shopkeeper was the King City's governor's son? You disappeared in the blink of an eye." Chun Luzhong smiled and said, "My old bones are not like you youngsters. I can't afford to act crazily. Therefore, the following matter is for you to resolve. I'm only responsible for some leisure matters, that's all." Shen Xiang had been rushing for several days. This time, he was very tired, so he wanted to rest well. Soon, he would have to face Danxiang Herbal Manor's lord and the King City governor. Shen Xiang had already made some plans to deal with them. That's why he dared to hit the governor's son. After all, in this world, the power of wealth was extremely powerful. Of course, the true strength was still a lot stronger compared to the power of wealth. Shen Xiang, that Danxiang Herbal Manor is very likely to be a branch division of one of the sections. Su Meiyao appeared from inside the ring and spoke to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang, at this time, was soaking in a bathtub. Su Meiyao's sudden appearance shocked him. Before he spoke, "Sister Meiyao, why didn't you say so earlier?" Su Meiyao, while looking at Shen Xiang's exposed strong muscles, smiled charmingly. "Rest assured, Danxiang Taoyuan is a friendly sect. Moreover, they make a clear distinction between right and wrong. I believe that the manor lord will not find you for trouble." Shen Xiang let out a loose yet deep breath and smilingly said, "Sister Meiyao, the water is still quite warm. Come bathe with me. I'm going to let senior sister accompany you. Although she is icy, she very much likes taking hot baths." Su Meiyao chuckled as she spoke. Shen Xiang coughed twice and asked, "Is Danxiang Taoyuan the name of the sect?" Shen Xiang very much yearned to enter those big sections. Su Meiyao came next to the big tub and said, "Among the 8 major sects, Danxiang Taoyuan's expertise regarding pills even makes other sects jealous. Then wouldn't it be great for me to enter Danxiang Taoyuan? After all, it is an alchemy-related sect." Su Meiyao shook her head. "I don't recommend you doing that. As for alchemy, I can teach you. You should enter the extreme martial sect. When it comes to strength of the sect, it is at the pinnacle of all the 8 major sections. It's been founded for quite a number of years, and the first dean of the extreme martial sect is a legendary figure. To be able to enter those martial arts sects, Shen Xiang cultivated even more diligently, because he had to reach the 9th level of mortal martial realm before he could truly start his journey. TLN, Danxiang Taoyuan, Danxiang Tang, equals pill fragrance paradise. Extreme martial sect, Tungmun, equals Tai Wu Min. Shen Xiang had successfully refined 3 baptizing marrow dawn and placed them in his mouth, then immediately started to operate the Tai Chi divine exercise. While assimilating the potency of the pills, he also started to absorb the 5 elements of Qi in between the heaven and earth. Furthermore, he also casted the dragon saliva exercise, while creating the accelerating growth catalyst for the spirit herb in the due process, the dragon saliva. The next morning, the sun had just started to rise and King City was already very noisy. The Danxiang Herbal Manor news had already been spread among the whole city. This was just a small issue, and as long as nobody was killed, it was just a simple matter for the governor. But yesterday, his own son was beaten. If the governor wasn't going to intervene, then he would become a laughingstock to everyone. Therefore, the entrance of Chun Luzhong's store was already surrounded by many guards. On the avenue, 2 luxurious horse carriages were respectively driving directly towards the store. These luxurious horse carriages stopped just before the entrance of the store. There were many guards around the carriages, but only one carriage belonged to the Danxiang Herbal Manor, whereas the others belonged to the governor. Both parties were here for the same purpose, and that was to find Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang was still training in his room, but with his keen senses, he was able to hear the commotion at the entrance. He immediately woke up and carefully listened to the voices. "Manor Lord Hua, I did not expect that you would personally come here regarding my son's issue. I know my son has really caused trouble for you, but please do forgive him." From the black horse carriage, Only a man's voice could be heard, and this voice belonged to the famous governor of the king city of the southern martial empire, Hua Gaoyan. Well, your son this time brought a lot of troubles for the Danxiang herbal manor. I didn't come here for him. I came because I couldn't sit idly and do nothing while someone has come to trouble my Danxiang herbal manor. A sliver of anger could be felt in this beautiful voice. Shen Xiang couldn't help but be surprised. Danxiang herbal manor's lord turned out to be a girl. After tidying himself, Shen Xiang left his room through the backyard and entered the store inside, where Chen Luzhong was already present. Granduncle, how come you didn't hide this time? Shen Xiang asked in a whisper. Meanwhile, he heard a knock. Shouldn't I worry about you, brat? The governor and manor lord are not people you can mess with. After opening the door, Shen Xiang and Chen Luzhong saw the bold and powerful soldiers standing outside. Of course, the most striking were the 2 horse carriages. What do you want? Chen Luzhong asked while laughing. From the 2 carriages inside, 2 people got down. The one with the robust body was the governor. He had a very small beard on his middle-aged face, wearing a golden robe and adorned with shiny gold ornaments. The other was Danxiang herbal manor's lord, a girl with a graceful figure and a gentle smile, wearing a blue skirt, face covered with a white muslin, revealing a pair of youthful and pretty eyes. When she saw Shen Xiang and Chen Luzhong, those clear like water eyes suddenly glittered with a slight shimmer. Was it you who injured my son? Hua Gaoyan swept past Shen Xiang with his 2 eyes as he asked. Yes. On Shen Xiang's face there was no fear. Although he was facing 2 noble figures of King City, he was still very calm. He could see that Hua Gaoyan's strength had reached the 8th level of mortal martial realm. He was not only fearless, but also wanted to have a contest with him. At this time, a group of people from the crowd rushed out and pointed at Shen Xiang as they cursed. And it was evidently clear from their covered body and gauzes. These people were the bodyguards wounded by Shen Xiang at the manor. Manor Lord, this is the guy who rushed into our Danxiang herbal manor and wounded us and the shopkeeper. One bodyguard, while grimacing in pain, said. Hua Gaoyan coldly smiled, then turned to the manor lord and said, Now that it is confirmed, Manor Lord Hua, how do you say we dispose of him? The next words of Manor Lord Hua made surprised everyone. The partakers who damaged this store are hereby expelled from the Danxiang herbal manor. Although the young master indeed caused trouble with our manor, but it was all because we Danxiang herbal manor's people were wrong earlier. Therefore, we are not investigating. Hua Yueyun, take this opportunity to apologize to the young master, and also, the Danxiang herbal manor will compensate for the young master's losses. Danxiang herbal manor's lord went as far as to apologize to a person. Hua Gaoyan was not the only one who was shocked. Shen Xiang and Chen Luzhong were also puzzled, but their impression of the manor lord had improved at this time. As Su Meiyao had said, this Danxiang herbal manor's lord is indeed a person with a clear distinction between right and wrong. Although Manor Lord Hua let you off, I will not do the same. Catch him. This person caused trouble in King City and injured many people. Be sure to deal with him ruthlessly. Hua Gaoyan was not as easy as soft and gentle woman. Hua Yueyun slightly sighed and said, Governor Hua, these 2 present before your eyes are alchemists. Are you really going to make enemy with alchemists? Hua Gaoyan was shocked, as well as those bodyguards and the soldiers too. That young man and the old man before their eyes were alchemists. It should be known the identity of alchemists were very rare in the southern martial empire. Particularly the old alchemist, they were generally in a formidable family at a very high position and garnering respect. How would he appear here, and moreover in such a poor condition? Shen Xiang and Chen Luzhong from the start never said a word. They calmly stood there, fearlessly. Chen Luzhong said, Governor Hua, this old man had bought this store many years before. Your son wanted to buy this from my hands, but I did not sell it, so he took advantage of my absence and brought people to destroy it. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Mister, you should be the hall lord of Wohu City's Spirit Dan Hall, and this young master must be the famous genius of the Chen family. Chen family genius. Was he not the one who trounced against both the Yao family genius and elder? Famous throughout the whole southern martial empire, Shen Xiang? He actually came to King City, moreover together with Spirit Dan Hall's lord. Everyone had long known that Spirit Dan Hall's lord was treated as anti and lost to the Chen family. Now, I am not a hall lord, just an old servant of this brat. Chen Luzhong laughed, but his words scared the hell out of everybody. Spirit Dan Hall's lord was a relatively well-known figure in Southern Martial Empire and had now become a mere servant of someone. If they didn't hear this from his own mouth, people would never believe it. Hua Gaoyuan's eyebrows were continuously moving up and down. The other two were alchemists, and he didn't think that his own idiot son would have a dispute with alchemists. That's definitely not a wise move. Shen Xiang looked at Hua Gaoyuan and coldly said, Governor Hua, your son tried to seize our Chun family property. If it would have been someone else, I would have definitely slain him. You should know if one's family property is threatened, it is a very serious issue. Shen Xiang's words were filled with slaughter chi. The majority of the crowd couldn't help but have shivers run down their spines. The Qin family wasn't a martial artist's aristocratic family inside King City, but they still had inheritance from many years back. Their profound heritage still could not be overlooked. Hua Gaoyuan wrinkled his brows, his face filled with anger, yet he couldn't even attack. If he did so, he would have to consider the retaliation from the Qin family. Although his and the Yao family relationship was pretty good, it was only a relationship for mutual benefits. Let's go, Hua Gaoyuan coldly shouted. He swallowed down the anger inside his heart and embarked on his carriage to leave. TLN, there is no relation between the governor and manor lord. Their surname Hua are not the same. Both have two different character and sound. Chinese is phonetic language, so each character may seem similarly written, but their sounds are different. Hua Gaoyuan, Hua Gong, equals Hua Gaoyuan. Hua Yuyuan, Huan, equals Hua Yuan. This, Hua Yuan commanded some people to enter the store and estimate the damages, then said to Shen Xiang, if the two of you have some time, you can always come to Danxiang Herbal Manor as guests. We'll always welcome you too. After Hua Yuan departed, Chen Luzhong held his waist and said while smiling, you think this woman is interesting, right? Shen Xiang whispered while his shining eyes were looking at the distant carriage. This woman's schemes are very deep. I sense that she wants to win us over. You're overthinking. Despite being a woman, she could still govern such a large pill force. She had long been accustomed to gnawing the bones till nothing was left. Why would she need to use any underhanded means to win us over? 5 days quickly passed. The store was brand new and was all done at no cost. Danxiang Herbal Manor had sent people to repair it, and as long as there were enough pills and alchemists, the store would soon be open. Shen Xiang came to King City for two purposes. One was to start the pill store, and other was to participate in the martial arts tournament of King City. King City's martial arts tournament had already begun accepting registrations. Although there were more than 2 months before it started, Shen Xiang had went to sign up early. Shen Xiang had also learned some information along the way. Sect's disciple would indeed appear at the tournament, but they weren't going to participate in it. Rather, they were just here to observe. For several days, Shen Xiang and Shen Luzhong were very busy refining pills. In order for the business to run smoothly, they had to refine a large number of pills. Granduncle, with just the two of us refining pills, this is not the way to go. I don't know if we'll be able to continue like this. Shen Xiang had just refined a baptizing marrow dan, but the herbs he had to buy were from the Danxiang Herbal Manor. Young man, you think it is so easy to open up a store? If we don't have at least 5 alchemists, it'll be difficult to sustain. Even after opening the store, we'd have to wait for the customers to come and buy. As I see it, it'll take at least 2 to 3 years before we can run smoothly. Shen Luzhong's reply made Shen Xiang stamp his feet anxiously. He couldn't wait for so long. In order to attract alchemists, he could only use some precious spirit herbs. Shen Xiang had planned to ripen a batch of herbs, so he immediately left the alchemy room, but when he arrived inside the store, he saw several people standing inside. These people were 1 old man and 4 handsome teenagers. The breath released from their bodies were very pure, which give people a strange feeling. This kind of purest true qi couldn't be cultivated out in the mortal world. You are Shen Xiang. That white-haired old man shouted, his face both mighty and angry, and also those 4 teenagers had put on a high and mighty act while looking at Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang frowned, clenching his fist, and said coldly, right. Are you here to make trouble? At this time Shen Luzhong also came out. When he saw that old man, he also froze for a moment, his body still trembling. Apparently, he was very afraid of this old man. You are? Shen Luzhong was speechless. He actually knew this old man. That old man spoke. Right, I am Qin Furong. 50 years ago, I left the Qin family and entered a martial arts sect, and this time I came back to recruit some sect disciples, but I heard some bad news. Shen Xiang was shocked inside his heart. This person responsible for recruiting sect disciple unexpectedly was one of the Chun family elders, but this elder seemed to be somewhat discontented with him. You dare to be enemies with the Yao family. You should know when I was inside the martial arts sect, the Yao family members had helped me a lot. Chun Furong glared at Shen Xiang. Simultaneously, he released true qi pressing towards Shen Xiang, which made Shen Xiang suddenly feel as if his body weighed 10,000 jin. TLN. Jin equals Chinese measurement of weight. 1 jin equals 500 g. Astonishment from Chun Luzhong's face had faded away and was replaced with coldness. He is the Chun family's once-in-1,000 years born rare good seedling, but you embarrass him for your own selfish reason. This reason alone is enough for you not to have any qualification to be a member of the Chun family. When Chun Furong heard this statement, he restrained his breath and looked at Chun Luzhong to determine his power level. As he was unable to see his power level, he contemptuously said, "What good seed? This little devil? Just casually grab anyone inside my sect, and they will be much stronger than him. My 4 apprentices behind me will be able to win very easily against him." Just as Chun Furong's last words fell, Shen Xiang's stature moved similar to lightning. Azure aura started to surge into his fist, with flashing lightning aura and carrying vigorous and tyrannical lightning power, struck towards the teenager. This sudden fierce attack left that teenager simply no time to dodge. His chest was ruthlessly hit by Shen Xiang's fist. Blood spilled from his mouth and was forced to retreat couple of steps before coming to a stop. "Just SOSO. Shen Xiang faintly said. He completely saw through Chun Furong. He now knew that the Chun family elder had no loyalty towards the Chun family. In order to befriend the Yao family, he was even dealing with his own clansmen. Shen Xiang's sudden action made Chun Furong unceasingly shocked and angry. He had only heard of Chun Xiang's strength but never witnessed it. But now it seems it was indeed amazing, even capable of slightly injuring a martial arts sect disciple. This is the strength of a martial arts sect disciple. Shen Xiang said in contempt while glancing at the 4 teenagers, which in turn made the 4 teenager extremely furious. "If you did not sneak attack me, you wouldn't even be able to touch me." The teenager, while wiping his blood-stained mouth, angrily retorted. "So how about we have a little fight?" Shen Xiang kneaded his fists, while on his face the intention to fight could be seen. "Let's fight." The teenager's heart was filled with anger. Only by fighting would he be able to vent his anger that resided in his heart. Chun Furong did not try to stop them. He retreated to one side blankly. This left a little space open. At this time, the teenager and Shen Xiang both rushed towards each other. The teenager's steps were very light. It was similar to superficially treading only using the tip of the toes. Not only was it fast, but he carried himself with a strong momentum. Mortal Martial Realm Level 6. Shen Xiang judged the teenager's strength immediately. The teenager saw Shen Xiang motionlessly standing there, his whole body full of openings. When he saw Shen Xiang trying to guard from his steps, he was secretly proud of himself. He leapt into the sky. Both his feet continuously sent out flying kicks. Suddenly, after images were overflowing from the top of the sky and surged towards Shen Xiang. Vigorous true qi shook the air with a loud noise. Obviously, this teenager's kicking method was impressive. Shen Xiang didn't imagine this kind of attack, and at that moment, he simply couldn't escape the countless leg shadows. He didn't think this little weak-looking teenager would know such an overbearing kicking technique. Ding, ding, ding. Shen Xiang's body in a blink of an eye flew and kicked it dozens of times. Afterwards, he fell on top of a wooden table which destroyed it immediately. "Humph. You are also just SOSO. The teenager said in disdain. Just as he finished, Shen Xiang jumped into the sky and stood straight, beating his clothes like nothing ever happened. The teenagers as well as Chun Furong were completely astonished. I truly kicked your body a moment ago, but how can you afford to withstand my powerful true qi? I had at least kicked your body 10 or so times. On each kick, I poured very powerful true qi." That teenager with a serious complexion said. Only few people among the same level were capable of remaining safely unharmed under his kicking method. Shen Xiang lightly smiled and said, "That move of yours was really good, but it was still average." While speaking, Shen Xiang dashed towards the teenager and with his fists, strikes similar to giant axe cutting mountains, were continuously struck out. Every fist strike had momentum similar to a giant river's flow, bursting out a flurry of explosions. Each fist transformed into ferocious tiger heads, shocking the air. as if ferocious tigers were roaring in anger. Uninterrupted and quick, Shen Xiang's fist made countless afterimages similar to violent storms striking towards the teenage. The reaction of the teenager was very quick. Wind revolved around his body before it was covered in a layer of golden brilliance, which was metal attribute true chi, and he released a true chi cover to protect himself. Edited by A Simple Melody. The teenager's true chi shield was also very intrepid, as it was even able to withstand Shen Xiang's crazy lightning fist strikes. Even so, Shen Xiang still didn't pay any attention to it. Suddenly a trace of fiery red chi started to mix with his green true chi. Till now Shen Xiang was only using what attributed Azure Dragon true chi, but now he started to add fire attributed Zhu Ke true chi. As both true chi fused and superimposed on each other, their combined might was more than just double. Chen Furong's pupils contracted as Shen Xiang's true chi color changed, because one person possessing two types of true chi was rarely seen. The golden true chi shield covering the teenager's body slightly vibrated before Shen Xiang's fists shook his firm true chi shield. Shen Xiang's fists, with an explosive roar, suddenly gushed out scorching hot flames with lightning blowing inside the flames. An all-around powerful and oppressive aura like wave violently surged, completely shaking everything. Shen Xiang's fists bombarded again, while lightning and fire were flashing inside. Hong hong hong. Shen Xiang's fists were quick as always. In a blink of an eye, tens of fists struck on the teenager's golden true chi shield, sending out thunderous roars, loudly shaking the ground, and soon after, spreading to the whole pavilion in all four directions. With madness, continuously striking out fists while bursting continuous roars, watching this level of crazy attack, Chen Luzhong Chen Furong, as well as those teenagers watching were in awe. They did not think that the young Shen Xiang's true chi was vigorous to this degree, madly able to cast out such fierce true chi attacks. The golden chi shield covering the teenager's body covered already started to dim down. He was beaten back by Shen Xiang, and his body was numbing in pain as his golden true chi shield was shaken by Shen Xiang's crazy fist strength. Break! Shen Xiang heavily shouted. While jumping, on his fists lightning and fire burst out as they struck towards the teenager's body like a meteor. Directly breaking the teenager's golden chi, the teenager flew out and crashed through the wall, falling on the avenue outside as a mouthful of blood surged out before he fainted. Shen Xiang's gaze swept past the other teenagers and coldly shouted, "Would you also like to come?" The three teenagers couldn't even speak. At this time, they were unable to calm down. Fear was clearly visible on their face. The level of slaughter chi emitted by Shen Xiang was similar to a great general who was perennial engaged in slaughtering. "Let's go." Shen Furong was speechless. Shen Xiang's strength also made him deeply shocked. He could see Shen Xiang's martial skill was very strong and frightening. Wait. He is one of the big sect's disciple. Although we exchanged some pointers, as I was not careful and wounded him, I have to heal him to avoid the jealousy and hatred of the sect. Immediately after Shen Xiang took out an alchemy furnace, he sat down cross-legged while taking out some spirit herbs from his storage pouch. Shen Xiang actually wanted to refine a pill. Certainly you can directly heal him. Why bother? Shen Furong impassively said. Shen Xiang, while sneering, said, "You can try and see if ordinary pills will heal him. He was injured by my fire and lighting true chi. If he doesn't have the corresponding pill, his wounds will have a hard time healing." After speaking, Shen Xiang began to pour flames inside the furnace. Meanwhile, Shen Furong carried the teenager from the avenue. He determined that the teenager was seriously injured as he probed the wounds. Moreover, lighting and fire chi had entered the body from the wounds, and these lighting and fire were not common lightning and fire. Half an hour passed. Shen Furong and his apprentices had been silent, patiently waiting, and they also wanted to take a look at Shen Xiang's alchemy technique. Shen Xiang opened the furnace lid while a pill aroma wafted out. It only took half an hour to refine the healing pill. This was too damn fast. This made Shen Furong and the three teenagers extremely scared. "This is a great rejuvenating Dan, middle-grade mortal-level Dan." Shen Xiang handed out a pink Dan to Shen Furong. He did this so that the Chun family senior wouldn't hate him, as well as changed Shen Furong's opinion about him. Middle-grade mortal-level Dan. Shen Xiang only took half an hour to refine it. As Shen Furong received the Dan, he immediately determined that it was genuine. At this time, he had to admit that Shen Xiang was someone with an immeasurable future. Do you want to start a business by selling Dawn? Here, there is not only the Danxiang herbal manor, but also the Yao family. With just the two of you refining pills, this store will surely fail. This idea is simply too naive. I will make the Chen family stop you. This is simply a waste of money. Shen Xiang here is a tip. It is best if you go and apologize to the Yao family. Chen Furong, after dropping this sentence, left with the teenagers. With Chen Furong gone, Chen Luzhong said with a sigh, "This guy has always been very selfish. Therefore he left the Chen family a long time ago. I simply did not imagine that he would have received the Yao family's grace and actually came here to deal with his own clan member. If your grandfather was here, he would have punished him." Shen Xiang asked as he cleaned the floor. "Granduncle, great sect's disciple all have this level of strength?" Chen Luzhong shook his head and said, "They are just outer sect disciples. If it would have been an inner sect disciple or a true disciple, then you would simply have no chance of winning. Chen Furong should have a relatively high position among outer sect's disciple." Shen Xiang was shocked. He had estimated that Chen Furong's strength was at least at the 9th level of mortal martial realm, and he was only an outer sect disciple. Then what is the level of inner sect and true disciples? I have to go look and hire some alchemists. Shen Xiang said. He already had some plans about how to proceed. Most of the alchemists inside the King City have already joined other forces. In order to find some will be somewhat difficult. Shen Luzhong sighed because alchemists were very rare, and so, many forces fought over them. Shen Xiang said while he rolled his eyes, "I have to go to Danxiang Herbal Manor. I'll look for that woman to discuss about some business." Soon after Shen Xiang put down the broom, he ran out of the store towards the biggest Danxiang Herbal Manor located in the central region of the King City. This was also the headquarters of all the Danxiang Herbal Manor located in King City. The Danxiang Herbal Manor headquarters was a giant manor. Shen Xiang entered inside while indicating his identity. Immediately after, he was received with warm welcome. One maid took him through many halls and courtyards inside the manor, eventually coming to a colorful and gorgeous garden, and amidst the garden was a small house. The aroma wafting from the flower beds made Shen Xiang feel somewhat refreshed. Then from inside the house came an enchanting and gentle voice. "Young Master Chen, please come in. I knew you would come visit." An attractive laughter sounded out, and Hua Yueyun words slightly stunned Shen Xiang. In his heart, he subtly cursed Vixen, then pulled himself together and walked forward. Shen Xiang came to a small hall full of exquisite aroma. Inside the hut, he saw an enchanting woman with a graceful posture and beautiful appearance was preparing some tea leaves. Previously, Hua Yueyun had covered her face with a veil, so Shen Xiang wasn't able to see her face, but now that he saw, it was much more beautiful than he had imagined, but this time, she was wearing a white transparent gauze skirt. You could partly see her jade lotus-like arms, as well as her sultry and slender legs. Her pretty waist was visible through her thin veil, as well as her milk-white ample bosom with a deep ravine. This was but naked temptation. If Shen Xiang didn't have extremely good control over his mind against stunning beauties, he probably would have already been under their control. This left him puzzled about why such a stunning figure was here. Edited by A Simple Melody. Hua Yueyun's little red mouth was slightly stretched before she took a sip of the petal tea. Seemingly speechless and enchanted, with a sweet smile hanging on her face, she said to Shen Xiang, "Young master, what say we get down to business over a cup of tea?" Shen Xiang touched his nose. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed, because he just had a martial art contest with someone. Moreover, he had also refined a set of herbs of the great rejuvenating Dan, so he was more or less covered in sweat and dressed very sloppy. He smiled and said, "Manor Lord Hua, compared to the beauties outside, you are much more beautiful, and I just do not understand why would Manor Lord Hua be so warm towards me. This passion truly made me feel very hot." Finished speaking, Shen Xiang cursed Yao Jing in his heart. Soon after, a fire secretly started burning in his lower abdomen. TLN. Yao Jing equals alluring woman or evil spirit who is enchanting and beautiful. Although on the surface, he was calm, he was actually very restless in his heart. He had seen Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao's jade-like body before, and also had intimate contacts with the little fairy like soft refined dust asterisk, Shui Xianxian. Moreover, he had also seen the remarkably graceful empress of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. He had to admit that the Hua Yueyun in front of him was indeed like lilies and roses, and that her appearance was comparable to the several beauties he had seen. TLN. soft refined dust. Qing Qin Tutu. I just translated as written, but in Chinese it is used to describe a woman in elegant way who is pure and not tainted by any other worldly things. Not that kind which you are thinking, more in good way. Smiley face. Young master already has Shen Xiang, that talented little fairy. How could you think highly of this little miss? Hua Yueyun pretended to be self-deprecating, and on her pretty face a trace of envy was visible. Shen Xiang no longer excessively looked at this beautiful woman. He drank a cup of petal tea and said, Manor Lord Hua, let's get to the point. I want to dispose 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass, and I think that Manor Lord Hua should give me a satisfactory price. When Hua Yueyun heard this, she no longer sexually harassed this innocent young boy. She sat down and poured him more tea and said, You caught me by surprise. This is 1,000-year blood spirit grass, and you are an alchemist. Is it that you don't know how precious it is? If young master is short on money, then this little miss can lend you some first. Shen Xiang was surprised in his heart. He wasn't clear about why he got her favor. How was he able to make such a mature, stunning beauty act so intimately with him? Even lend him some money. This woman's schemes are very heavy. I have to be careful. Shen Xiang fully realized that the truth was anything but gallant. No, I don't want to owe anybody. If Manor Lord Hua is not willing, then I will find someone else. Shen Xiang stood up. He did not want to get enticed by this woman again. After all, this was not good for him. Hua Yueyun sighed lightly, sipped the tea while looking dejected, faintly said, While in the eyes of others I'm a superior manor lord, but my real identity is nothing but a maidservant of the Danxiang Taoyuan. Just because I was comparatively more beautiful and a little clever, I was sent here to assume control of the Danxiang herbal manor. So this girl, as beautiful as a heavenly immortal, was just a maidservant. For Shen Xiang it was implausible. Young Master Chen, you are but a rare genius. Whether it is strength or alchemy, both are inherent. Even in martial arts sects, it would be very difficult to find someone like you. I want to say openly, I want to pull you into the Danxiang Taoyuan. That way I can obtain rewards from the Danxiang Taoyuan, and you can leave this damned place with meager spirit qi. Hua Yueyun grumbled tenderly and pitifully looking at Shen Xiang. One martial arts sect recruiting a good seedling. For a sect, that was a good thing, but Shen Xiang felt somewhat uncertain. You mean, after you enroll me into the Danxiang Taoyuan, you will gain some benefits? You do not look like a maidservant. I sense your strength to be at least at 8th level of mortal martial realm. Hua Yueyun was slightly taken back. Young Master Chen has good eyes. To tell you the truth, after entering the Danxiang Taoyuan, I'll only get the reward once you become a true disciple, because many geniuses are unable to enter the true martial realm. I've personally seen many of those geniuses. Shen Xiang said with a smirk, You have been fooling a lot of people. Hua Yueyun pouted her little mouth. I've never lied to them, which is why they voluntarily went to the Danxiang Taoyuan. Moreover, it was not harmful for them. Shen Xiang shook his head and said, I do not want to enter the Danxiang Taoyuan. I want to enter the extreme martial sect. Hua Yueyun said with contempt, Extreme martial sect? Young Master Chen, you know amongst the 8 major factions, the extreme martial sect is the most difficult to enter. Extreme martial sect. No matter how talented you are, as long you cannot pass through their tests, you will be rejected from the gate. Shen Xiang's gaze became sharp, said, This is challenging. Hua Yueyun wrinkled her nose, and with an angry hump said, Fool, you've me leading you into the Danxiang Taoyuan, and you don't want to enter. You're hell-bent going into that bloody extreme martial sect. You're going to regret it later. Regretting is still my issue. Thanks for Manor Lord Hua's concern. Shen Xiang slightly smiled to her. Hua Yueyun nibbled her red lip. Looking at Shen Xiang with resentment, she murmured, Don't call me something like Manor Lord Hua. I'm just a maidservant that I cannot stand this title. Since you know who I am, don't be so flattering. Just call me Yueyun, or I will not sell any dawn to your Chen family. Just a moment ago, she could eternally enthrall someone with her peerless charm, and now, she turned into an angry little girl, which made Shen Xiang laugh involuntarily. Yueyun, now can we talk about that 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass? Hua Yueyun drank 2 cups of tea, and after dispersing the anger in her heart, she said, Shen Xiang, since you insist on selling, I'll not urge you. You're really a fool. Not only do you want to sell this precious spirit herb, but you also want to reject my invitation to enter the Danxiang Taoyuan. Shen Xiang, this heavenly pampered daughter, why does she fancy an idiot like you? Speaking of which, Hua Yueyun's pretty face full of anger had a totally different kind of charm. Looking at her, Shen Xiang secretly admired her in his heart. If Hua Yueyun came to know about this, she would certainly fly into a rage. If you are in urgent need of money, if you want, I can lend you some. Although I'm just a maidservant, I have a lot of spirit coins, and I can also freely mobilize spirit coins of the Danxiang herbal manner. Woman, you're getting really long-winded. Give me a price. I don't want to owe you, said Shen Xiang while curling his lips. Hua Yueyun spat and said, 400,000 spirit coins. Shen Xiang was satisfied with this price. He nodded and said, and I would also like to buy some of the spirit herbs. Shen Xiang took out a list, as well as the 1,000-year blood spirit grass. Hua Yueyun sighed after taking the 1,000-year blood spirit grass. If you enter the Danxiang Taoyuan and become a true disciple, I can be your maidservant. At that time, I will be yours forever. Shen Xiang's eyebrows rose. That was a very big temptation, but he refused. Xian, this little girl will be jealous. Hua Yueyun stuck her tongue out and said, talking to this fool is like talking to a dead person. Wait for my return. Looking at that writhing, charming waist of Hua Yueyun as she left, Shen Xiang let out a deep breath. This time Su Meiyao laughingly said, this is a formidable little Yaojing. If she is capable of making you a true disciple, that is indeed a very good thing. You should know that inside those martial arts sects, a true disciple status is very high. Why? Bai Yu said, simple, because true disciples are in or above true martial realm. Although those martial sects are very big and have numerous disciples, true disciples are not many, and true disciples basically represent the strength of the whole sect. Translated by Xianxia World. At this point, Shen Xian wanted more and more to experience what it felt like to be in a sect. But even those who were in the 8th and 9th level of the mortal martial realm were only outer sects disciples. From this, it was clear how competitive it was, let alone to enter the extreme martial sect. Extreme martial sect has really harsh conditions. Can I even become a true disciple? Shen Xiang muttered. Sure, you have yin and yang divine veins, and being personally taught by us two sisters, as long as you work hard, in the future you will definitely become strong enough to even reign over an entire region. Bai Yu said resolutely and decisively, as she was very confident in Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang waited for a while, before Hua Yueyun returned. This time, she wore a purple robe and skirt, not like before, as she was now looming with temptation, which made Shen Xiang feel somewhat disappointed. These are the things that you wanted along with the leftover spirit coins. Hua Yueyun placed the spirit coins and some herbs wrapped in paper on the table. Shen Xiang didn't bother checking and directly received them inside his storage pouch, thus showing his trust in Hua Yueyun, which made Hua Yueyun secretly happy in her heart. Have you registered to participate in King City's martial arts tournament? This Southern Martial Empire is under the jurisdiction of the true martial sect forces. Hua Yueyun asked because she was obviously concerned about Shen Xiang. After some thinking, Shen Xiang said, I will participate, but I'm not going to join the true martial sect. I'm just participating for the true elemental Dan. Looking at Shen Xiang leaving, Hua Yueyun shook her head and lightly sighed. Disappointment was evident in her pretty eyes. Previously, she was able to make this kind of callow teenager submit to her with just a few words. However, now, not only did she talk a lot, she was also rather enticing while she spoke. Yet, in the end, she still wasn't able to persuade Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang sold the 1,000-year blood spirit grass for 400,000 spirit coins, and then with 100,000 spirit coins, purchased a lot of mature spirit herbs. Among these spirit herbs, the most precious of all was the metal spirit fruit seed. TLN. Here in the end I translated as seed, but the actual translation would be fruit nuclei. Well, basically seed. Smiley face. Metal spirit fruit was a high-grade, profound level spirit fruit, and was as precious as the 1,000-vein fruit. Reportedly, it would only appear once every 1,000 years. Whether it was the pulp or the peel, they were of great usage, especially in refining high-grade dawn. Adding some of it during the refining could allow an increase of the quality of the dawn, and also increasing the chance of congealing the dawn. Shen Xiang had just purchased a metal spirit fruit seed, and it would be used for planting a metal spirit tree. The seed was also used in alchemy, but no one had ever thought of growing a tree from it, because it needed an exceedingly long time to grow. Even if someone were to grow one, they'd still have to wait 1,000 years before the tree would bear a fruit for the first time. But this wasn't the same for Shen Xiang. These days, he had accumulated a lot of dragon saliva. Continually irrigating the seed with it, he would be able to produce the metal spirit fruit quickly. Shen Xiang was in the small courtyard. He planted the seed before he took out a jade bottle filled with the dragon saliva. Now he needed to nurture the seed, so there was no need to dilute the dragon saliva with water. He just had to directly drip it on the metal spirit fruit seed inside the soil. Just as he poured a drop, a large amount of spirit chi suddenly surged and permeated into the soil. Immediately after, a small bud grew out. After seeing that it was this effective, Shen Xiang continued dripping the dragon saliva on the soil. With each drop, a large amount of spirit chi violently surged deep into the ground, leading into the metal spirit fruit seed inside. The dragon saliva itself contained an abundant life force, and now, it would allow the small tree to absorb a large amount of spirit chi, which would accelerate its growth. Shen Xiang now understood why Su Meiyao had always repeatedly urged him not to reveal anything about the dragon saliva exercise. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. It was only now that he deeply felt the formability of this heaven-defying divine exercise. His heart grew more and more excited. Give him some time, and even growing a 10,000-year-old spirit herb would be like taking a walk in the park. After exhausting a bottle of the dragon saliva, the metal spirit fruit seed had grown into a human-sized small tree. This was only in half a day worth of time. Ugh, there's still no fruit. Shen Xiang complained as he was somewhat dissatisfied. Humph. You should be content. If it was under normal circumstances, it would have taken at least 500 years to grow into this size. You will need to collect at least one more month worth of dragon saliva to allow this tree to bear fruit. As long as it bore a fruit, Shen Xiang would be able to grow several metal spirit fruits. At that time, he would announce this to the entire nation, recruiting alchemists with metal spirit fruit as a reward. With such an easy task, it might even lead to a dogfight between the alchemists. Brat, you should now start collecting herbs for refining a building foundation, Dan. You have yin and yang divine veins and cultivate divine exercises, so entering into the true martial realm is not a problem. But if you want it to be fast and stable, this Dan is a must. By you said. Building foundation Dan, a low-grade profound level Dan, mainly used for a stable foundation and enhancing the body. It also increased the purity of true chi, and if taken before entering the true martial realm, advancing would be much easier. Shen Xiang, while curling his lips, said, I can only refine middle-grade mortal level Dan, but profound level Dan? Even when I'm at the peak of mortal martial realm, I'm afraid I still wouldn't have the ability to refine it. Ignorant little devil, as long as you're able to refine a high-grade spirit level Dan, you'll be able to refine the building foundation Dan. Only because the herbs of the building foundation Dan are very rare, it is categorized as a profound level Dan. But the difficulty of refining it isn't all that great. Humph, by you said coldly. Shen Xiang now had the 1,000-vein fruit and also a 1,000-year beast Dan. With these 3 rare spirit herbs, refining the building foundation Dan was possible. Because he practiced dragon saliva exercise, as long as he had a seed, he could infinitely grow the spirit herbs. At that time, he could have as many building foundation Dan as he wanted. Buying the seeds wouldn't be an issue, since the building foundation Dan could be sold for many spirit coins. Thinking of this point, Shen Xiang was extremely excited. Of course, presently, he had to elevate his strength. With stronger strength came also an increase in the ripening of the dragon saliva. Moreover, refining high-grade dawn required stronger flames. At night, Shen Xiang disguised himself and left King City. He went to a distant mountain forest with relatively dense true chi, which would allow him to speed up his cultivation. Shen Xiang closed his eyes, and with the help of his yin and yang divine veins, he sensed the rich spirit chi within a radius of tens of li. When he operated the Tai Chi divine exercise, the spirit chi immediately surged into his body. Shen Xiang then refined them into 5-element true chi, compressing and storing them in the 5 locations inside his dantian. Before dawn, Shen Xiang had already woken up. Cultivating in a place with rich spirit chi, not only would it allow him to cultivate more true chi, it would also help him in gathering more dragon saliva. This was also one of the reasons he came to these outskirts. Shen Xiang was as energetic as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Suddenly, in the middle of the forest, he started boxing. In this dim forest, Crisscrossing green and red light constantly flashed, transforming into tiger heads, striking out at the empty air while bursting out roars. Each of his fists emitted fierce winds, while the soil on the ground was curled up like the waves of the sea. Intermittent sounds bursted out as his fist struck the trees, while dismembering the trees, which could be encircled by two people in the process. This was the high-grade spirit-level martial skill, Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. Shen Xiang had the divine exercise of four symbols, but presently he could only learn some of the common martial techniques. Although its power was good, it was still insufficient. Only if one was familiar in casting martial techniques would it be useful during a battle. By now, Shen Xiang was able to smoothly perform the Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. He now felt pleasure in releasing the vigorous true qi from his body, while casting the martial techniques. As he struck out, his vigorous true qi transformed into a formidable and ingenious power, which also made him feel more comfortable. Many trees broke as his punches landed on them, one by one, blasting them off from the ground and forming many pits. Shen Xiang sighed as he thought. He was only at the 6th level of the mortal martial realm and had this level of strength. An ordinary person, in his eyes, were already similar to ants, as even for someone at the same level, it would be difficult for them to resist his violent, Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist. If I enter into the true martial realm, how powerful will I be? When Shen Xiang thought about this, his mind couldn't help but surge with an inexplicable excitement. He had a very strong desire for more and more power, which boosted his morale. Translated by Xianxia World. Shen Xiang returned just before dawn. During the day, he madly refined dawn, while during night, he went to the outskirts of the city to cultivate. 20 days of this cycle continued. Now, not only had his cultivation enhanced by a lot, he also became very skillful in refining middle-grade mortal-level dawn and below, with almost no chance of failure. The time required for the entire alchemy process was also shortened by a large amount. It was to the point that even the old alchemist Shen Xiang felt completely embarrassed of his own inferiority. 70 to 80% of the money acquired from selling the 1,000-year-old blood spirit grass had already been spent. Shen Xiang and Shen Xiang had refined many commonly used low-grade mortal-level dawn, but it was still far from enough. Of course, the metal spirit tree planted by Shen Xiang was also about to bear fruits. In these past 20 days, he had been constantly producing dragon saliva and accelerating its growth. This was the first time he had stimulated the growth of a single type of spirit herb for such a long time, but it would definitely be worth it. The metal spirit tree was his confidential secret, which was why he had planted it in his own private courtyard. Even Shen Xiang wasn't allowed to casually enter Shen Xiang's small courtyard. As long as we hire enough alchemists, I can be carefree and gain some breathing room. Shen Xiang was stroking a small golden fruit, which was birthed out from the tree this very morning after he nourished it with the dragon saliva. Shen Xiang had never thought of just refining and selling dawn all day. He aspired to do much grander things, such as finding precious spirit herbs, killing demon beasts, acquiring and practicing suitable martial techniques, or even just to explore this vast world. At this moment, the King City's martial arts tournament was only a month away, and Shen Xiang went to sign up for it. However, what made him depressed was the fact that the King City's martial arts tournament was unexpectedly hosted by the Yao family, and due to this, the registration venue was inside the Yao family area. Shen Xiang had been lodging in King City for quite some time now, and had already heard people discussing about the missing Yao Tianhua and the Yao family elder. But fortunately for Shen Xiang, there were a few wicked organizations of formidable martial artists organizations that frequently wrought havoc outside King City. They looted and killed many of King City's children from aristocrat families, so Shen Xiang was never suspected of the deed. That being said, the whole Yao family was furious as their Yao family genius and an elder had gone missing. They denounced those evil forces with the help of the imperial family, along with many other families with whom they had good relations with. In just a few days, many of the evil forces had been punished or completely destroyed, yet despite all this, the Yao family wasn't able to find any clue to the whereabouts of Yao Tianhua. In reality, Yao Tianhua and the Yao family elder had long been killed by Shen Xiang, their bodies incinerated until only ashes remained. The Yao family finding out what happened was the least of Shen Xiang's worries. Currently, Shen Xiang had just arrived at the Yao family residence, which to no surprise, was very large. In his heart, Shen Xiang was slightly in awe from just seeing the entrance, let alone inside. The competition, as well as registrations, was being held in the huge field in front of the Yao family entrance. Although registrations had started early, a vast majority of people were still coming every day to register. The whole field was very lively. Many long queues stretched out like a dragon. Shen Xiang had lined up quite a while ago, and now he finally stood in front of the registration table. The young, 20 or so, man responsible for registrations yawned and picked up his pen and paper. He lazily asked, "Name?" "Shen Xiang." The young man was originally listless, but after hearing these two words, he became wide awake while carefully sizing up Shen Xiang. Everyone around them also looked over. Shen Xiang's name was well known to everyone here. Not only was he capable of refining the baptizing marrow Dan, but his strength was known to be comparable to someone in the 7th level of the mortal marital realm. He had wounded the Yao family elder, beat up the governor's son, and gained the favor of the manor lord of Danxiang Herbal Manor, who was considered the most beautiful woman in the city. These were only some of his more notable deeds. Shen Xiang was also a genius-level figure comparable to Yao Tianhua. As long as one walked around the city before, they would have surely heard of his name. However, the Yao family thought of him as nothing but a thorn in their eyes. Every single Yao family member pretty much hated him. For them, Shen Xiang injuring the Yao family elder and Yao Tianhua was the only reason they had gone missing. If not for the Yao family elder's injuries, there was no way they could possibly have been in any kind of danger. Go over there and take the strength test. Only after passing the test will you be able to participate in the martial arts tournament. That young man pointed to another row. Before coming here, Shen Xiang had heard that they tested your strength before successful registration. Those who were not able to pass the test would be unable to participate. After the young man placed a seal on a paper, Shen Xiang took the paper and headed towards the other row. Shen Xiang was actually this close to them. Just thinking about this, many people were extremely excited. An alchemist, as well as the grandson of the famous Chun family patriarch. He had a limitless future, which made many people take initiative to chat with him. To pass some time, Shen Xiang was also happy to chat with the other family juniors. While many of the family juniors tried to get on his good side to get the Chun family's support for their families, some feared offending the Yao family and were afraid to form an alliance with the Chen family. However, these family juniors came to learn from Shen Xiang that Chen family also had a Dan shop, so they would be less wary of the threat posed by the Yao family. Unknowingly, time passed by quickly, and it was now Shen Xiang's turn. The method to test one's strength was simple. You just had to strike a strange boulder. Originally, this boulder was black, but if one's power was strong enough, they would be able to change its color. Shen Xiang was standing in front of the boulder, which was taller than him. The person in charge of the testing site announced, "As long as you are able to turn this boulder's color to yellow, you will pass this test." According to the force exerted, the boulder would change its color from black to red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, or purple, with purple being the highest amount of force it could measure. Since standing in line, Shen Xiang had seen many people change the boulder's color to red, sometimes even orange, but no one was still able to change its color to yellow. I heard that during the Crown Prince's test, the stone turned blue. Ah, truly unfathomable strength. Oh, I also heard that one of the Yao family's juniors was very formidable and also turned the stone blue. Just that. The great General Lung's daughter was able to change it to purple. Shen Xiang suddenly heard many people discussing about the strength of some notable figures. At this time, everyone seemed to be watching him with rapt attention, awaiting his results. Everyone wanted to take a look at Shen Xiang and see if his strength was truly as mighty as they heard, or if it was just a baseless rumor. Many of those present had never seen Shen Xiang's strength. Shen Xiang rubbed his fists as he stared at the boulder. The Chun family also had this sort of boulder, albeit a little smaller than this. It was still equally good for determining power. It was very painful to hit it. In fact, Shen Xiang had tried this test a long time ago at home. However, at that time he was barely able to turn the stone's hue into a faint red, denoting his former power to be weak. However, things had changed, and now Shen Xiang had reached the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. He was very eager to test out his strength. After some preparation, Shen Xiang slightly inhaled. He operated the vermilion bird and azure dragon true qi within his dantian and integrated them together. As the two true qis fused together and surged into his arms, his sleeves suddenly turned into ash, revealing blue veins on his stout arm. At this time, Everyone around the testing site had turned quiet. The people closer to Shen Xiang were even able to sense his frightening amount of true qi. After this sudden show of explosive might, the crowd was in awe. At this moment, nobody doubted that Shen Xiang had injured the Yao family elder. The entire crowd was panic-stricken just from the mighty pressure released by Shen Xiang's true qi. In one go, the dual-attributed true qi surged into Shen Xiang's arm. Tightening his fist, he punched out. Violent and fast as lightning, his fist ruthlessly slammed onto the boulder. Bang! That boulder suddenly shattered into many pieces and scattered on the ground. Soot flew everywhere following outburst of true qi. Edited by Cloud Goat. Everyone stared blankly. Originally, they thought that the stone would just turn purple, but now Shen Xiang's fists blasted it into smithereens. Not even the strength measuring stone was able to bear his violent power. Before there were those who turned the strength measuring stone into either blue or purple, and they were already considered leaders of the younger generation. But now Shen Xiang smashed the strength measuring stone. Obviously, Shen Xiang's strength had already surpassed those people. Shen Xiang was shocked with his own result, but now since he has broken the strength measuring stone, he feared that the Yao family would ask for compensation. Did I pass? I did not intend to smash it. I just wanted to use the strongest power for the test. I did not expect my luck to be this good, and suddenly smash it. Shen Xiang, scratching his head, grinned. Everyone was looking at him with contempt. Smashing the stone with luck? Only an idiot would believe that bullshit. Passed. The person in charge thought if this is not considered a pass, then no one will be able to pass. An additional stamp was added to his sheet, allowing him to participate in the King City martial art tournament. Shen Xiang let out a deep breath. Apparently, the Yao family was not going to ask compensation for the strength measuring stone. Certainly, this was not Shen Xiang's entire strength, as he was only using fire and would attribute qi, and the other 3 attribute true qi still haven't been used it. If all 5 attribute true qi has been fused, it would have been even more powerful. He had been practicing for many days just to perfect the fusion between fire and wood attribute qi, complementing one another and turning into a more powerful true qi. It was also one of the main reasons for Shen Xiang to be a difficult opponent among the same level. Shen Xiang immediately started refining pills just after returning from the registration. Even at this age, the pills refined by him were better than many of old alchemists. This is what Chen Luzhong said. In the past few days, he had learned a lot of alchemy skills and experiences from Su Meiyao and shared them with Chen Luzhong. Chen Luzhong had also benefited a lot from them, but Chen Luzhong thought that they were Shen Xiang's own perception, so he admired his nephew more and more. 10 days passed quickly. In the small courtyard of his 6 fist-sized golden fruit were shining as the sunlight shone on them. A very attractive golden glow was glittering. Near them one could feel the intense spirit qi emitted by the metal spirit fruit. This is a profound level high-grade spirit fruit. I wonder what it tastes like. Shen Xiang forcefully swallowed his own saliva. If those old alchemists came to know about his idea, he would be immediately beaten to pulp. Eating a metal spirit fruit was simply throwing it away. Shen Xiang cautiously picked up 6 shining golden metal spirit fruit, and after placing them inside his storage pouch, left the store in a hurry and arrived at a place nearby Danxiang Herbal Manor, which was completely focused on seeking alchemists to help in alchemy. He had already prepared a notice to affix. Chen Family Dan King Hall, recruiting 3 alchemists capable of refining mortal-level high-grade pills, remuneration metal spirit fruit. Above he also wrote his name and address. Although he had 6 metal spirit fruit, he was going to leave some for his own use. After all, this metal spirit fruit is also very useful in refining building foundation Dan. Shen Xiang returned to store and patiently waited. He knew many alchemists will soon be attracted by the reward and come here. After all, a metal spirit fruit is a priceless, profound level high-grade spirit fruit. Every alchemist desired them. Soon he will be able to attract many alchemists. Shen Xiang did not have to wait for long. Someone immediately came and asked for him. To his surprise, it was not an alchemist, but someone he is already acquainted with, Danxiang Herbal Manor Lord Hua Yueyun. Chen Luzhong was also quite confused. He did not know anything about Shen Xiang using metal spirit fruit for hiring alchemists. Otherwise, he would already been jumping around. Hua Yueyun got down from the horse carriage and directly rushed into the store. At this moment, she did not conceal her face with a veil, seemingly elegant and noble in her snow-white dress. Shen Xiang immediately asked after noticing the resentment on her beautiful and elegant face. Manor Lord Hua, what happened? Humph. With a low snort, Hua Yueyun asked with a serious face. Did you really use metal spirit fruit as remuneration for recruiting alchemists? Chen Luzhong surprised for a moment, then quickly took a glance at Shen Xiang. What's the problem? Is it not allowed? Watching Chen Xiang nodding his head and spreading his hands as he spoke, Chen Luzhong was stunned and uttered a shriek. Immediately after he shouted, You brat, you actually have metal spirit fruit, and you're using it for remunerating alchemists. Are you crazy? One can only come across metal spirit fruit serendipitously. They are very rare. Ordinarily, people who have metal spirit fruit will only use it for themselves, while just selling its peel and the seed. Cough cough. Chen Xiang placed 2 shining golden fruit on the table. Suddenly bizarre spirit chi drifts out from them, which even made Chen Luzhong and Hua Yueyun scared. They didn't expect for Chen Xiang to have 2 of them. You Chen Luzhong was left speechless. Hua Yueyun took a deep breath. After all, she was from a big sect and already had seen the world, but it was still inconceivable for her to see Chen Xiang at such a young age to actually have such a treasure. Thousand Vein Fruit, Hell Spirit Grass, Thousand-Year Beast Dan, and now Metal Spirit Fruit. All of them were very precious and acquired by him. At this moment, Chen Xiang came up with 1 more Metal Spirit Fruit. Both of them shuddered once again. Chen Xiang just chuckled and said, Granduncle, I know you like to remain hidden. Thus I give these 3 Metal Spirit Fruit to you for safekeeping. 1 is for your own use, while the other 2 for remuneration for recruiting alchemists. At the time when these alchemists come, they will all be reviewed by you. Hua Yueyun, looking at the 3 shining golden fruits on the table, nibbled her tender lips, an indescribable complexion visible on her face. In her opinion, Chen Xiang was a rare seedling of alchemy, and truly had a great chance in advancing to the true martial realm, but she just wasn't able to entice Chen Xiang in joining Danxiang Taoyuan. Chen Luzhong's hands were trembling as he carefully received the metal spirit fruits. After forcefully restraining his excited heart, said, You brat, where did you get them? Chen Xiang randomly said, Last night, while practicing in mountains, I came across a hidden place. The whole tree, I moved it back. Metal spirit tree normally will bear 5 fruits. It seems you are now quite rich. Hua Yueyun's pair of enchanting myriads eyes gently winked at Chen Xiang, indescribably charming. Chen Xiang tilted his head, avoiding her charming gaze, asked, Manor Lord Hua, what did you come here for? Humph. I wanted to see whether you truly had metal spirit fruit, but this approach of yours is too high profile. It will be very troublesome. Previously, the Yao family didn't pay an ounce of attention to your Chun family Dan King Hall, but as of now, they will not allow you to open your shop smoothly, as you are now using metal spirit fruit to draw in alchemists. Who dares to stop us? I'll kill them. Chen Luzhong roared out in a majestic voice. He just received a metal spirit fruit. Given some time, he will be able to refine it into a pill, and thus breaking through his current bottleneck will be easy as pie. Edited by Cloud Goat. Young Master Chun, you must reconsider my previous invitation. That is but one good opportunity, and you must carefully reconsider. A sliver of pleading intention was present in Hua Yueyun's clear and pretty eyes. Hua Yueyun departed. Chen Luzhong gave a bizarre look to Chen Xiang, then asked in a low voice, Brat, that woman is also the Danxiang Manor Hall's manager, but in front of you, she didn't have an ounce of arrogance. Where did she invite you? TLN, I will be using manager instead of hall lord. She invited me to enter Danxiang Taoyuan, but as I am more interested in entering the extreme martial sect, so I declined. What? Chen Luzhong stared blankly for a moment. Immediately after knocked on Chen Xiang's head, Danxiang Taoyuan is holy land for all alchemists, and you brat actually declined. Chen Xiang caressed his head, curling his mouth, said, Granduncle, this woman is just a maidservant. She had fooled many other people in joining Danxiang Taoyuan, and I will not do such stupid things. Enrolling into a sect is a very important matter, and I want to enroll in a sect which I admire. Once one becomes a sect's disciple, it would be very hard to leave, unless banished by the sect itself, and once banished no other sect will take them in. So Chen Xiang wanted to carefully consider the sect he choose. Chen Xiang had Su Mei Yao to teach him alchemy. There was also the dragon saliva exercise for maturing spirit herbs. He simply did not have any desire to enter Danxiang Taoyuan. Thus he wanted to enter extreme martial sect, which has a very strong heritage. Not long before two alchemists showed up at the door, Shen Xiang was mainly responsible for screening. Primarily, alchemists first wanted to take a glance at the metal spirit fruit, so Shen Xiang proudly took out the metal spirit fruit before them. Watching these alchemists looking at it with envy made Shen Xiang very happy in his heart. Shen Xiang first let them refine pills on their own. Afterwards, he made them refine mortal-level middle-grade pill. By observing the pill quality and time of the alchemy process, he identifies the level of these alchemists. What made Shen Xiang depressed was that, in just one day, although there were tens of people applying, but only 2 or 3 could be regarded as alchemists. Moreover, many even failed to meet the standards. There were even some guys who intended to fish in troubled waters. TLN, Chinese idiom, "anthenu," equals fish in troubled waters, meaning trying to make profit in a dangerous situation. Shen Xiang was not anxious, as many alchemists often secluded themselves for alchemy, and thus yet have to receive the information. So he speculated in the next few days, there will be many alchemists affiliated to several forces of King City applying. Shen Xiang only planned on recruiting 4 good alchemists. 2 metal spirit fruit is more than enough to make 4 alchemists stay here for some time. And by that time, Dan King Hall will be strong and prosperous, and will not be afraid of being unable to recruit any alchemists. Like previously, Shen Xiang returned to his original routine, going to the outskirts to practice at night, and returning early for refining pills at Dan King Hall. 3 days went by since posting the notice. Shen Xiang returned from the mountains outside the city, saw early in the morning some gray-white-haired old men standing around Dan King Hall entrance. At this time, the sky had just lit up. Dan King Hall has yet to open, so these candidates for the alchemist position can only patiently wait. On ordinary days, these alchemists were always aloof. They will not bat an eye even if many spirit coins were placed in front of them, but they regard these rare and precious spirit herbs as a treasure, as no amount of spirit coins can buy them. Shen Xiang was the one who came up with the name of the store Dan King Hall. As long as they had a sufficient amount of pills, they will be able to open. Because Shen Xiang had enough qualification to be called an old alchemist, the other alchemists were more than happy to join to Dan King Hall. As the doors opened, tens of alchemists one after another hastily greeted Shen Xiang. From the small amount of heat in the breath of these alchemists, Shen Xiang roughly estimated their levels in alchemy, except for 2. Others' true qi were not pure enough, and were only able to refine low-grade Dan. Many of these half-baked alchemists were only here to try their luck, as they all knew the qualification required would certainly be high. After they entered Dan King Hall, Shen Xiang also tagged along with them. At this point, one blonde, wrinkled old man walked in. He shouted as soon as he entered, "Steward, get the fuck out." When the old man yelled, pure fire qi burst out from his body, shocking the tens of alchemists. Because each one of them desired for this level of fire qi, they were very confident that this blonde old man was definitely an alchemist, also a very famous one at that. But alchemists rarely make an appearance, thus they were widely known only by their name. Shen Xiang stood out and responded, "I am the steward here. What do you want with me?" Everyone knew Dan King Hall was the Chun family property, and the person in charge was Shen Xiang. The blonde old man spotted Shen Xiang. On his face suddenly revealed a look of contempt. His whole face, full of arrogance, said, "I want you to immediately change the name of your store. You are not allowed to use the name Dan King Hall, because you do not deserve it." Shen slightly squinted his eyes. "Why? I chose this name, and in any way is not hampering you. If you are here to cause trouble, then do not blame me for being impolite." That blonde old man contemptuously looked at Shen Xiang and sneered, "This old man is Dan King, so I will not allow you to use this brother's name for your store." Dylan, well, basically he used gu, brother, sometimes refer themselves as good to show their superiority. Dan King. After they heard these 2 words, Shen Xiang and those alchemist candidates were immediately shocked. In the whole southern martial empire high and low, there were tens of millions of people. Only had one alchemist with a very brilliant alchemy technique, called Dan King. Moreover, he had dealings with the Yao family. At this point, everyone were able to determine, this proud old man is the southern martial empire's Dan King Ming Bo. Shen Xiang was no stranger to this name. Since childhood, he had often heard this name, and now unexpectedly able to see this person, he quickly determined that the Dan King is certainly sent by the Yao family to make trouble. Shen Xiang frowned. This was indeed somewhat troublesome. He named Dan King Hall because he wanted the store name to be somewhat domineering. He really did not expect the actual Dan King would walk in to smash the signboard. Humph, relying on this guy. Dare to claim Dan King. I have been doing alchemy for thousands of years, and just barely able to achieve Dan Founder rank, let alone Dan King, which is even superior to Dan Founder. Su Meiyao's contemptuous voice sounded in Shen Xiang's mind. Shen Xiang was slightly surprised in his heart. At this time he came to know that originally that name was designated for an alchemist's level. His eyes lit up, ridiculing Meng Bo, said, Humph, you dare claim to be a Dan King? Do you have the ability to go to those big sects and show off? You think others will not scold you? This not knowing of immensity of heaven and earth old man. Speaking of big sects, other alchemists were also longing to know about how formidable the alchemists inside those big sects that I in front of those alchemists. Meng Bo obviously did not dare to claim to be a Dan King. He can only show off as such in this mortal world country. Meng Bo's face turned red with anger. He had not thought Shen Xiang the little devil would dare to humiliate him moreover in front of others. But what he said he also could not refute. He knew he cannot compare to those alchemists in big sects, and if he went there he can only be one little messenger. Shen Xiang saw Meng Bo's old face turn red with anger, said, Since you think your own alchemy technique is brilliant, then how about a little competition with this brat, and these alchemists can be the judge? Since this is a competition, of course we should add a prize. If I lose, I'll give you the metal spirit fruit, and if you lose. Edited by Cloud Goat. Shen Xiang and the Southern Martial Empire's Dan King were going to compete in alchemy. Tens of alchemists were surprised so much that their jaws were touching the ground. Shen Luzhong knew Shen Xiang's talent was very high regarding alchemy, but to challenge a Dan King, he was still too tender. However, the reward offered by Shen Xiang was too enticing. In the mortal world, the spirit qi was relatively thin, resulting in spirit herbs to be very rare. So alchemists in the mortal world cannot resist the temptation of such a rare and precious spirit herb. Meng Bo looked upward and burst into laughter. Such being the case, this old man will accompany you. If I lose, I'll give you my profound Yang alchemic furnace. Profound Yang alchemic furnace. That is but one famous furnace. It is said to be made up of precious profound Yang stone. It was said there was a mystical force inside the furnace, which is also the reason for Meng Bo to have such great achievements in alchemy. These alchemists' gazes were full of envy as Meng Bo took out a fiery red alchemic furnace. This alchemic furnace was small and exquisite, seemingly like a carved-out red gem. There were many fine patterns on the outside, and one could tell it was by no means refined out by someone from mortal world. If we are competing in Dan rank, then I will absolutely lose. To be fair, the most I can refine is a high-grade pill, or a Qi Dan. This was the only way he had any chance of winning. At present, he was only able to refine high-grade pills. Aura Qi Dan provided a great help to 6th level of Mortal Martial Realm practitioner, as 7th level of Mortal Martial Realm was true Aura Realm, and at this state one is able to transform true Qi into a. After taking Aura Qi Dan, it helps 6th level of Mortal Martial Realm martial artists in familiarizing with Aura Qi. 7th realm of Mortal Martial Realm martial artists took an energy to strengthen their true Qi, making it much quicker and easier to transform true Qi into aura, and also strengthen it quickly. No problem, begin now. Meng Bo readily agreed down. In his eyes, regardless of how high Shen Xiang's alchemic talent was, after all he is only a little devil, that it was absolutely impossible for him to win. If his refined pill quality was not good as Shen Xiang, then he will also sincerely convinced about his defeat. Start now. Each one is responsible for their own herbs. If you do not have it, then I will wait for you to get some so that you will not fall behind. Shen Xiang said, for more than 1 month, he had been constantly learning to refine other pills. He had also refined the Aura Qi Dan several times. Apart from that, after some failures in the beginning, he understood the essentials like the back of his hand, and has yet to fail again. Of course I have the herbs, so let's begin. There are so many alchemists to judge. I think the final result certainly would be very notary. Meng Bo said. At present he is unexpectedly excited. He had been very jealous of Shen Xiang for owning the metal spirit fruit, because he owed the Yao family a favor, so he agreed to come here and break the event. To Meng Bo's surprise, Shen Xiang was one young aggressive brat. He even proposed a competition with such a large disparity in their strength, and he certainly is not going to miss this opportunity. Shen Xiang and the other alchemists were also very thrilled, because they can personally see how the famous Dan King refined pill, which is but one rare opportunity. Most pill refining methods were similar, but the process of dealing herbs were nothing but different. Moreover, some herbs' nature were very special. When dealing with these kinds of herbs, one has to be very cautious, otherwise it would be a failure, and worst-case scenario the furnace would explode. Moreover, herbs would be lost. For low-grade pills it was okay, but failure during high-grade pills. Many alchemists were distressed about it for a long time. At this point, Shen Xiang and Meng Bo simultaneously poured flames into their respective alchemic furnace, producing fire qi inside the furnace, while simultaneously controlling the inside temperature. Only then placed the herbs inside. Herbs required for the aura qi dan, although somewhat expensive, but it was still profitable to sell in the market. The primary herbs were Yuan spirit mud, earth aura grassroot, profound spirit ginseng, hellfire grass. Then there were some auxiliary herbs, mainly more than 50-year-old ginseng, spirit grass, shou, earth spirit grass, and other common spirit herbs. This aura qi dan difficulty lied in processing the Yuan spirit mud and earth aura grassroot. Yuan spirit mud was a sludge containing spirit qi, and only found in special places. This mud was also capable of self-absorbing the spirit qi, and afterwards refining the spirit qi. This spirit qi was relatively similar to near-immortal type aura. It was also quite difficult to bake the Yuan spirit mud into herbal powder and herbal qi, as the magnitude of required flames was extremely high. Earth aura grassroot is a type of spirit herb grown inside Yuan spirit mud, and the grassroots were present deep inside the Yuan spirit mud. After breeding, it produces earth aura, as this grassroot was very easily burned to nothing, and that peculiar aura qi was also very easy to evaporate. Thus it was necessary to use divine sense to control the flames and protect them simultaneously. Shen Xiang in the beginning failed many times because of these two difficulties, but afterwards as he grasped the subtle essentials, he was able to easily refine aura qi dan. At this point Shen Xiang's face was quite relaxed while baking the herbs into herbal powder and herbal spirit qi. Only by thorough refining can it actually drive out all the impurities, otherwise it would affect the pill quality. For this requirement Shen Xiang was very strict on himself, so the pills he refines all turn out to be of superior quality. Every time there were subtle changes in the temperature all around, Shen Xiang and those alchemists were able to sense it. From time to time black qi also emerged from the alchemic furnace as the herbs' impurities were released, making everyone all feel speechless with admiration. And even Meng Bo was sweating, and his eyebrows were knitted together. In contrast, Shen Xiang had a somewhat relaxed look. Obviously, Meng Bo had not refined the aura qi dan for quite some time. As long as one was out of practice for some time, they would forget the feeling of subtle type of fire control, and will be difficult to grasp the degree of heat required for each spirit herb. Suddenly, that ruby-like alchemic furnace of Meng Bo's slightly shook. 5 or 6 different color spirit qi were rising from it. Meng Bo even made a mistake. One Dan King actually failed during the refining of mortal-level middle-grade pill. All alchemists present felt very disappointed, and some even secretly despised this Dan King. Granduncle, give him a set of aura qi dan herbs. He will refine anew. He still has time to catch up. Shen Xiang opened his eyes and lightly said. Meng Bo was suddenly stunned. Suddenly a hint of shame flashed through his eyes, only to see Shen Xiang smilingly said, during alchemy because herbs were insufficient, resulting in failure to analyze the deviations. This competition has to be fair as you lacked preparation. Meng Bo slightly nodded his head. He knew Shen Xiang was slightly stepping down for him. After all, he is a famous alchemist. This error may very well result in tarnishing his reputation, and he may even not be able to show his face in public, so he was secretly grateful in his heart. At this point, he understood Shen Xiang was not supercilious like the rumors had depicted, whether it was people skills or subtlety. He was far better than Yao Tianhua, whom he guided several times. Shen Xiang soon brought the herbs. Meng Bo started refining again. But this time he had calmed down, and no longer underestimated Shen Xiang. He actually treated Shen Xiang as an opponent of similar skills. A little time passed, though it had been very quiet. Shen Xiang and the alchemists present knew that within these two alchemic furnace, very complicated process were undergoing. Half an hour passed. Finally, it was time to condensate the pill. Shen Xiang was leading, only to see Shen Xiang come up with some sort of green liquid, and dripped it into one of alchemic furnace openings. This liquid was the dragon saliva diluted with water. If added during the time of condensing pills, it helps in improving the quality of the pill. Su Meiyao was the one who told him. Shen Xiang opened his eyes and slightly implored some qi, and at this time Meng Bo wiped his forehead. He was also done. Edited by Cloud Goat. Meng Bo originally came to find fault, but now he was ashamed in his heart. He was grateful about Shen Xiang's previous conduct. Thus he decided even if he won, he would not accept the metal spirit fruit. In an ordinary situation, 3 aura qi dan can be refined at once, and for formidable alchemists they can refine 4 pills at once. After Meng Bo opened the lid of profound yang alchemic furnace, one could see 4 transparent pills with a trace of light yellow color gradually levitating. For aura qi dan, worthy of Dan King. Nearby one alchemist could not help but praise. From the looks of the color and herbal fragrance, the pill quality should be excellent. At this time, it was Shen Xiang's turn, and after Shen Xiang opened his alchemic furnace, he gently blew. As the mist blew away, this time everyone were shocked, astonishment clearly visible on their face. 5 exquisitely carved, flawless pills were visible inside the furnace, but also there was a trace of white glossiness. There was no visible impurities in the aura qi dan. As the herbal aroma entered into their nose, no one could believe it. Not only 5 pills, but also of excellent quality. This level is far more than that of Meng Bo. Meng Bo heaved a sigh when he saw Shen Xiang. His eyes were full of respect. Before, he thought Shen Xiang was the same as Yao Tianhua, although somewhat talented, but still proud and arrogant. But now he saw that Shen Xiang refined aura qi dan quality was far more superior to his, and could not help but be sincerely convinced. I lost. Meng Bo sighed and said. He was no longer a Dan King full of arrogance, and now he looked much older. After all, this was for him a big blow. Meng Lao, I think you usually don't refine aura qi dan. You can still refine the pill with such quality in an unfamiliar situation. As a junior, I'm impressed. So be it. We consider it a tie. I did not win, and you did not lose. Shen Xiang showed a gentle smile. Meng Bo in the entire southern martial empire was the most powerful alchemist. It was better to be friends with him. TLN. Lao means old. It is used when speak to someone who are close to them and much older than them. Meng Bo shook his head, and then took out the red shining profound yang alchemic furnace and handed it to Shen Xiang. A lost is lost. This alchemic furnace is yours. For many years I've been relying on this alchemic furnace, and had neglected some basic things. It should have a better master than me. Meng Bo's and Shen Xiang's actions made those alchemists present filled with admiration. This made them have a new understanding of them. Shen Xiang spread his hand. Meng Lao, you should join our Dan King Gall. Become the chief alchemist of the store. The profound yang furnace is yours, while you still can obtain the metal spirit fruit. Everyone was surprised. Shen Xiang actually wanted to reel in Meng Bo to Dan King Hall. Chun Luzhong's eyes lit up, smiled apologetically, and quickly said, this Dan King Hall needs Meng Lao to take charge. Then only it can be undoubtedly Dan King Hall. Meng Bo pondered for a moment, said, good, but this alchemic furnace you must accept. You have very solid basics. With the help of this furnace, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Surprisingly, Meng Bo complied, but the alchemists present were very unhappy with the presence of one such powerful Dan King. Now they would not be able to fish in troubled waters after entering Dan King Hall. At this time, one old man said, Manger Chun, this old man does not seek to be alchemist here, only hopes to be a janitor. You also do not need to pay. Seeing the old man, others followed the suit, having expressed their willingness to stay here without a pay, because they can together learn a lot of things from Dan King. Well, Meng Lao, you take responsibility. Shen Xiang scratched his head and laughed. Meng Bo frowned while looking at the dozens of old men, then nodded his head. You can stay behind. Next, Chun Luzhong and Meng Bo picked 2 good alchemists from the tens of old men, and gave them the metal spirit fruit as remuneration. After Meng Bo joined, Shen Xiang felt relieved. At least now he does not need to refine pills by himself, which was very tedious for him. Granduncle, you should be the manager. You have been managing Spirit Dan Hall for many years, and is quite experienced regarding this, while Meng Lao and other seniors are simply responsible for alchemy. Although Meng Bo is a Dan King, but perennial goes in seclusion for alchemy, so regarding management had no experience. Meng Bo and the others also had no clue. Shen Luzhong also nodded. Now inside Dan King Hall there were 4 relatively good alchemists and a dozen or so ordinary-level alchemists. In comparison to the Yao family and Danxiang Herbal Manor, they had many alchemists compared to other forces. At night, Shen Xiang and a group of white shinning-haired old men were sitting together, discussing alchemy techniques. Shen Xiang was taught by Su Meiyao. That alchemy technique was very brilliant, combined with his own experience, gave some pointers, making the congregation of alchemists benefit greatly. Everyone admired Shen Xiang. At such a young age, he had comprehended such things which made them exclaim in surprise. Shen Xiang, about this morning affront, please forgive me. The Yao family once gave me some herbs, therefore I owe them a favor, but from now on between me and them it's written off. Meng Bo's face looked ashamed. Shen Xiang smiles, said, the past is the past. The Yao family's hate for me is deeply rooted. After all, I made them lose face. He got 1 good alchemic furnace and 1 excellent alchemist now. And this is all thanks to the Yao family. He was secretly grateful to the Yao family in his heart. Then we have to work hard, because the King City Martial Art Tournament is about to begin. I have to prepare myself. I have to be first and get that true elemental Dan. Shen Xiang's eyes glittered with a confident aura. This time, everyone once again got startled. Because they admired Shen Xiang for his alchemy talent, they completely forgot about his strength. Now that they thought about it, Shen Xiang was also one of the strongest martial artists among younger generation. Shen Xiang with his strength remained unscathed against that 7th level of mortal martial realm Yao family elder, and even defeated him. This type of talent was simply monstrous. I will go out and practice. Everybody rest early. Shen Xiang dropped this sentence and walked away. Inside the forest at the outskirts of King City, Shen Xiang, looking at the profound yang alchemic furnace glittering with a fiery red aura, was somewhat excited in his heart. When he touched the furnace, he knew the furnace was extraordinary. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu, the 2 peerless beauty, also came out of the ring, looking at the profound yang furnace won by Shen Xiang. Fire Dragon Blood Jade. Bai Yuyu could not help but retreat a few steps. On ordinary days this elegant beauty was always cold, but now actually feared this profound yang furnace. Su Meiyao's eyes were shining while looking at the alchemic furnace, then bent down, and with her delicate hands caressed it gently, as similar to as caressing a baby. Bai Yuyu slowly came over, stubbornly staring at profound yang furnace on the ground. Her tender body wrapped in purple dress was actually slightly trembling. It looked as if she was facing an enemy. Yes, indeed it is the Fire Dragon Blood Jade. I did not think that you, Brat, will get such an extreme treasure. If that half-baked Dan King came to know, he will probably die with grief. Su Meiyao smiled, and her face was full of joy. It was truly enchanting and moving, making people as such they could not wait to take her in her arms with love and affection. Shen Xiang hastily put away the furnace, although he did not know what the Fire Dragon Blood Jade. But he can see that Bai Yuyu was very afraid of this alchemic furnace. With some guilt, he said, Yuyu sister, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were afraid of this thing. Bai Yuyu complexion eased a lot, whispered, It's okay, it's not your fault. Her voice was actually so gentle and enchanting. Shen Xiang could not help but be surprised for a moment. An unspeakable tenderness suddenly surged in his heart, and he felt an inexplicable comfort. Bai Yuyu saw Shen Xiang's complexion somewhat strange, coldly said, I practice devil exercises and my extreme yin body conflicts with this extreme yang Fire Dragon Blood Jade. Edited by Cloud Goat. Fire Dragon Blood? Shen Xiang was startled. The profound yang alchemic furnace was not built from profound yang stone, but Fire Dragon Blood Jade. As the name suggested, the Fire Dragon Blood Jade was a jade holding a fire dragon's blood. Dragons, according to legends, are ancient divine beasts capable of dominating heaven and earth, never been seen by anyone. Fire Dragon Blood Jade, made after soaking jade into fire dragon's blood, not only is it indestructible, but also emits a strange fire chi, which has a great advantage on pills. This alchemic furnace is a sacred-level dragon weapon. After speaking, Su Meiyao's beautiful cheeks became a little rosy, appearing to be extremely excited. Even this ice-cold beauty Bai Yuyu. Ordinarily her face was similar to snow, but now excitement could be seen on her face. Shen Xiang knew this alchemic furnace was formidable, but he was still confused. He muttered, How formidable? Su Meiyao tenderly spat, then charmingly said, Silly boy, You just made a big profit. In this mortal world, various magic weapon can be divided into ordinary weapon, spirit weapon, precious weapon, then above, after transferring to heavens above, refined by immortals immortal weapon and sacred weapon, while sacred level dragon weapon is made by adding dragon body parts during the time of refining. Among sacred weapons, it is the most formidable. Shen Xiang's mouth slightly twitched. For him, it was somewhat unbelievable. This alchemic furnace is from the heavens. That is natural. If a dragon appeared in this mortal world, then the whole mortal world will collapse and destruct as it cannot afford the power released by the dragon. By you said. Really a dragon? Shen Xiang swallowed his saliva. Su Meiyao's jade-like fingers teased the black hairs on his forehead, slowly said, Of course, if you have the opportunity to leave this mortal martial world and go to those high-rank worlds, you will know your own insignificance. I will go in. I really cannot stand this fire dragon blood jade. Junior sister, you instruct him how to receive that sacred level dragon weapon. Finished speaking, Bai Yu disappeared. She entered inside the ring. This time Su Meiyao was in a good mood, her face wearing a shallow smile, looking very attractive and charming. Take out that alchemic furnace and bleed on it. After Shen Xiang took out the profound yang furnace, with a small blade cut his finger, as the blood dripped on the furnace and touched the smooth and bright red alchemic furnace. A red light suddenly flashed. At this time, myriads of information surging into his mind. Shen Xiang got excited and immediately stood up. This alchemic furnace is called Flame Dragon Brilliant Furnace, refined by someone called Yan Longzi. Shen Xiang excitedly said, This furnace allows the alchemist to have better control over the temperature inside. Moreover, it can strengthen the flames. The flames inside, under the effect of flame dragon blood jade, are transformed into a kind flame which is helpful in alchemy, making it much more convenient to refine pills. After speaking, Shen Xiang was much more excited. He said, The most powerful point, not only does this alchemic furnace reduce the time of alchemy, but there is also an array yin and yang against chaos, which can allow to speed up the passage of time inside. After hearing, Su Meiyao's graceful curvy tender body could not help but slightly tremble. She looked up at the round moon, muttered, I and senior sister will not have to wait long for our strength to restore. In the end, who is this Yan Longzi? The person refining this thing should be rather famous, but I've not heard of him. Su Meiyao pursed her lips, apparently thinking of something. Shen Xiang laughingly said, Meiyao sister, of course you have not heard of him. This man is but from heaven. Ordinarily it would take me an hour and a half to refine baptizing Marrow Dan, but now I think I would be done in half an hour. Even half an hour is too much. Shen Xiang holding the flame dragon brilliant furnace, his face full of looking forward to expression. Su Meiyao's charming eyes like silk looked at Shen Xiang, face with a shallow smile. It's enchanting and moving. Shen Xiang, slightly absent-minded, coughed twice, said, I would be able to help the two sisters in restoring their strengths early. This little brother is also very happy. I will also try hard. Su Meiyao came near, with her soft tender hand stroked Shen Xiang's handsome cheeks, while wafting orchid-like aroma, casting a coquettish glance, prettily said, You're a darling. Sister now likes you a bit. Listening to that numbing soft voice, feeling the stroking of that tender jade-like hands, Shen Xiang swallowed his saliva, gave a hollow laugh, and said, Meiyao sister, I want to start practicing. Currently, I cannot utilize this alchemic furnace's power. I have to become stronger. Su Meiyao smiled and nodded her head, then kissed Shen Xiang's cheek, immediately afterwards entered into the ring, only to leave Shen Xiang in a daze. After a while, Shen Xiang's hand touched his cheek, his heartbeat accelerated. He did not expect this peerless beauty Su Meiyao would kiss him. He had never fantasized about them, as he knew both Su Meiyao and Bai Yu are not only absolutely beautiful, but also very powerful, so he has never fantasized, but now it seems a little may come true. Truly is a Yao Jing, making my mind restless. Shen Xiang swore in his heart, but this time he was very happy. He can be intimate with such a woman, really is worthy to be happy about. Originally Shen Xiang planned to exercise at night, but now he was refining pills, having such a sacred level dragon weapon alchemic furnace. He certainly wanted to try it immediately. Shen Xiang carried a lot of herbs. This time he was refining baptizing Marrow Dawn. When he placed the herbs inside the alchemic furnace, the inside of the alchemic furnace clearly appeared in his mind. Even some tiny traces upon herbs were crystal clear. At this time, Shen Xiang just infused flames into the alchemic furnace, then arbitrarily controlled the flame's temperature. Even the divine sense consumption was very little. He could even leave a trace of his divine sense to look over the alchemic furnace and practice at the same time. At this time, Shen Xiang knew that he obtained a great alchemic furnace. During alchemy, he can get twice result with only half of the effort. Of course, he has solid basics. Therefore, using this sacred level dragon weapon alchemic furnace to refine pills was simply effortless. Half an hour passed, while Shen Xiang had already refined baptizing marrow dan twice, and 4 pills each time. He was usually able to refine 3 pills, but with the help of Flame Dragon Alchemic Furnace, he can utilize all the herbs, and under the bizarre time acceleration, save more time, several times faster than usual. Just to stimulate the profound law inside Alchemic Furnace, it had absorbed a large amount of his true chi. Brother, now you should start refining Aura Chi Dan. It will allow you to enter 7th level of Mortal Martial Realm True Aura Realm. You should know ordinary people are not like you, that is to be able to take such a large amount of Aura Chi Dan. Su Meiyao transmits in a cutesy voice. In many alchemists' eyes, Aura Chi Dan is quite difficult to refine. Moreover, it is a mortal level middle grade pill. Therefore, many alchemists does not want to refine. But Shen Xiang is nothing but fearless, because he now has the Flame Dragon Brilliant Furnace. Shen Xiang continued to practice at night. He took out 4 baptizing marrow dawn and swallowed them in one breath, while simultaneously operating the Tai Chi divine exercise to digest their potency. At the break of dawn, he left for the Danxiang herbal manor to buy another 20 sets of Aura Chi Dan's herbs. Shen Xiang had basically used up all his spirit coins after buying the spirit herbs. He had already previously invested most of his spirit coins into the store, so he was short on spirit coins. But as soon as Dan King Hall started doing business, he would earn all his spendings along with a hefty profit. During the day, Shen Xiang stayed in his room and refined Aura Chi Dan. For him, refining has just been too easy now. Moreover, each time 6 dawn were being refined out. In just half an hour, he had refined 2 sets of herbs. In 5 hours, he had already finished refining all 20 sets of herbs he had previously bought, a grand total of 120 dawn. Even just selling them at the minimum market price of 5,000 large spirit coins would earn him 600,000 large spirit coins. On the other hand, he spent only 100,000 large spirit coins to purchase those herbs. Even a fool could see how profitable refining dawn was. Meng Bo didn't know about the furnace and its ability to recognize a master after bleeding on it, so he wasn't able to utilize the true power of the brilliant Flame Dragon Furnace. If he had known about this, Shen Xiang wouldn't even be able to have a look at it. Thinking about this, he felt slightly guilty. Therefore, he quietly gave a metal spirit fruit and a small chunk of hell spirit grass to Meng Bo. Only after this did Shen Xiang feel less guilty. At night, Shen Xiang took some of the Aura Chi Dawn he had previously refined and left for forest near the outskirts of the city. In the forest, he swallowed as many as 10 dawn in one deep breath, as if he was eating peanuts. If other people came to know about this, their jaws would be wide open until it was almost about to be dislocated from shock. Shen Xiang operated the Tai Chi divine exercise and started refining their potencies. Gradually, a strange spirit chi gushed out from the dawn at some point. He felt the trace of Aura Chi being released from the Aura Chi dawn. Every night, Shen Xiang would unceasingly eat 10 dawn and cultivate his true chi, while during the day practiced the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird divine exercise from the divine exercise of the 4 symbols. As for White Tiger divine exercise, a special environment with dense slaughter chi was required to practice it, while the Black Tortoise divine exercise required an area full of water. Moreover, both of them required his strength to be above 9th level of the mortal martial realm at least, so he kept them at the back of his mind. In blink of an eye, only 3 days were left before the King City Martial Art Tournament started. The moonlight was shining and countless stars were twinkling in the sky at night. Meanwhile, Shen Xiang was busy absorbing large amount of spirit chi inside the forest as always. He also ate a few Aura Chi Dawn. He had already consumed a large amount of dawn these few days. This also made up for the insufficient spirit chi present in the atmosphere. A layer of white fog started swirling around Shen Xiang's body, emitting a strange kind of energy. Any leaves around him instantly transformed into tiny particles if they even grazed this white fog. This white fog was none other than aura chi. Only now had Shen Xiang grasped the essentials to transform his true chi into aura, but in turn he had to spend a large amount of true chi. Only someone with vigorous true chi would be able to continuously attack with true aura. Early in the morning inside the forest, a bare-chested, robust teenager blasted a boulder into pieces with just his fists. Wind whirred around his fists. Waves of chi was bursting out from him. Any boulder they touched ceased to exist. Pung pung pung. A sturdy stone wrapped around and his true aura broke into several pieces like a mud ball, gradually falling apart. This is 7th level of the mortal martial realm strength. Now with just one thought, I can transform my true chi into true aura. Shen Xiang clenched his fists. As he vigorously stamped his foot, all the broken stones littered on the ground suddenly flew up. Frightening aura, chi emanated from his body, and immediately grinded the stones in mid-air into powder. Shen Xiang thought, his current strength, when compared to 6th level of the mortal martial realm, was much more formidable. But this level of power was still nothing in the eyes of those big sects. Only those with strength above 9th level of the mortal martial realm could establish a foothold in those sects, which was also why he was never arrogant. He knew no matter how good you thought you were, there was always someone out there that was better. Meng Bo, the Dan King of Southern Martial Empire, had joined Dan King Hall, caused an uproar in the whole King City, immediately bolstering Dan King Hall's fame, despite the fact it still had yet to be opened. Many people were looking forward to the opening of the store. Everyday store entrance would be crowded, and many people unceasingly came to ask about the store's grand opening. Of course, since Meng Bo joined Dan King Hall, the Yao family felt a tremendous pressure because they feared Chun family's Dan King Hall would catch up with their position in the Southern Martial Empire. Although Danxiang Herbal Manor sold Don, Hay still fell behind compared their sale of herbs, as they were mainly in the business of selling spirit herbs. As such, the opening of Dan King Hall had a little effect on them. Moreover, both parties already had established a cooperative relation. After dressing up, Shen Xiang started walking towards the King City. On his way, he was thinking about the opening of Dan King Hall. While walking, he suddenly noticed that there was something amiss. He felt someone was hiding inside the forest. "Come out, no need to hide now." Shen Xiang's voice was extremely cold, full of killing intent. Since he and the Yao family were bitter enemies, he had always been in a state of vigilance. He already knew sooner or later the Yao family would send someone to assassinate him. His voice just died down, a shio sound came. Like a lightning bolt, Shen Xiang stretched his hand and caught an arrow that had been shot at him. He then quickly moved his body, with both flexibility and agility shuttling through the forest. Only a flicker of his figure was visible. Shen Xiang appeared near a tree and operated his aura chi. Boom! His fist struck the tree and blasted it into smithereens, and immediately after a scream came from behind the tree. Whoever was hiding behind the tree had just died from the explosion caused by Shen Xiang's overbearing punch. Shen Xiang frowned. He was able to sense all the changes happening around him. After entering into 7th level of the mortal martial realm, his divine sense had become even more acute, and at this moment, he clearly felt numerous arrows raining towards him. Suddenly from his palm, an azure aura chi surged out and formed a wall of aura in front of him. That rainstorm of arrows were entirely shunned by this aura wall. 300 arrows, 300 individuals. It seems you cannot wait to kill me. Shen Xiang's whole face turned cold, a monstrous killing intent surge in his heart. Since you want to kill me, then do not blame me. As his sound transmitted, a wave of slaughter chi swept through the whole forest like a cold wind. The white tiger was a god of slaughtering. After cultivating the white tiger divine exercise, the cultivator would possess a very intense slaughter chi, which was capable of deterring the opposite party while simultaneously enhancing their own strength. Now Shen Xiang had casted out most basic of the white tiger divine exercise, slaughtering heart. Unless he comprehended this exercise well, he would never be able to practice other martial skills of the white tiger divine exercise. This, slaughtering heart, was also the best and quickest way of slaughtering his opponents. Shen Xiang released his formidable divine sense and quickly arrived near a big tree. He had already sensed many people hiding in the tree, although they hid well, but they were still discovered by Shen Xiang. "Humph, you think with quantity you will be able to kill me." Shen Xiang coldly spoke. His body vanished into the forest like a mirage. He was simply too quick, It was impossible for the archers hiding in the tree to get a hold of his location. Even if they occasionally hit him by pure dumb luck, it would always be blocked by the aura, qi covering his body. An azure aura wrapped Shen Xiang's fist, while lightning was flashing above them. He jumped to a nearby tree and struck towards the trunk of the tree. Boom, boom, boom. Azure lighting ran through the entire tree. Subsequently, the trunk exploded into pieces. Flame and lightning aura burst out from within. The treetop was entirely charred like it was burnt by the flames. Soon after, 6 charred bodies gradually fell from above. Translated and edited by Ash. Shen Xiang took out a long broadsword from his storage pouch and fiercely leapt into air. In blink of an eye, he flew past dozens of treetops, while simultaneously waving the broadsword with madness. One after another aura qi flashed out from the blade, transforming into azure qi blade and flying towards the treetops. Immediately after, several shrieks came from the trees inside, followed by pieces of flesh accompanied with blood raining from the branches of the tree. In blink of an eye, several people died. After killing these people, Shen Xiang's slaughter qi also rose. Once again, he leapt towards another treetop, while directly covering his long blade with aura qi, and he hacked towards this tree. When 5 people hiding inside the tree saw Shen Xiang's formidable strength, without any further ado, they directly fled. These people are only at 2nd or 3rd level of mortal martial realm, and their speed and power cannot even compare to Shen Xiang. In a flash, their head flew one after another from their neck. Everybody retreat. He is 7th level of mortal martial realm expert. One shocked shout came, after which many black-robed people jumped down from the tree and fled in different direction. Those black-robed people didn't even know who they were trying to kill. Only the person leading them knew, and that is also the one who identified Shen Xiang's strength. While that person was trying to flee, Shen Xiang locked onto this man qi. Although the forest was very dense, but it did not affect Shen Xiang's speed in any way. His qigong has already reached to acme perfection. With a little aid from the branches, he leapt into the sky, skimming through several trees, and his blade pierced straight into that black-robed man's body. But it did not kill him. From the method which Bai Yu taught him, he held the head of the captivated leader to get some answers. Who are you and why did you want to kill me? Both eyes of the leader turned sluggish. He replied, We are the members of Black Wind Gang. My father ordered me to come here and kill you. Who is you, father? Black Wind Gang's chief. After listening, Shen Xiang slightly frowned. His palm struck that man's spirit location. After killing him, with light and fast steps he ran and tried to catch up those fleeing black-robed men. Whole forest was lit into flames by Shen Xiang. As long as he caught someone location from his divine sense, he blasted a fist in that direction, releasing countless Zhu Ke aura qi, and they transformed into arrows of fire and flew towards the black-robed men, every time killing few people. These people were only at 3rd level of mortal martial realm. In his eyes, they were weak like an ant, simply untenable, not to mention they were still inside the fire sea. Smoke was billowing in the forest. Every time a tree fell, it was accompanied by loud screams. The forest was like a blazing hell, and Shen Xiang was the lord of this hell. Half an hour passed. Fire inside the forest was now extinguished. Hostility was coming off from Shen Xiang's whole body. More than 300 individuals, and no one was spared. Everybody died at his hands, which also helped him in comprehending White Tiger divine exercise. After the refinement of him body from immortal and devil pond, he had laid solid foundation for practicing immortal and devil body. His body was strengthened up to a terrible degree. The more stronger the body is, the more strong and vigorous the true qi would be. Black Wind Gang, after the King City martial art tournament, I'll find you and whoever ordered you. Shen Xiang put away that bloodied long blade and operated the Tai Chi divine exercise to restrain his slaughter qi and returned to King City. Shen Xiang only returned to Dan King Hall in the evening. He was surprised to see Chun Tianhu standing there. Dad, how did you come here? You look pale. What happened? Shen Xiang hurriedly walked towards him and held Chun Tianhu's wrist as he released his divine sense into his body to probe his injuries. He saw Chun Tianhu Dantian was broken, but also his injuries are now stabilized and are slowly recovering. Although Shen Xiang's face was expressionless, but the killing intent emanating from his body even affected Chun Tianhu. At this point, Meng Bo and Shen Luzhong also came out. When they felt Shen Xiang's intense slaughter qi, they could not help but be surprised. This type of qi can only be congealed out after killing many people. and it was harder to imagine at such a young age Shen Xiang already have such an appalling slaughter chi. Dad, who injured you? Shen Xiang asked in a hoarse, cold tone. Shen Tianhu has not seen his son for only few months, but he can still feel how much Shen Xiang have changed, and he sensed his strength is a lot stronger. Sigh. Chen Furong. Chen Furong, one of the old veterans of Chen family, he was also recruited by those martial arts sects, heard his name. Shen Xiang already knew the reason Chen Furong acted like this. Chen Furong, to stop Dan King Hall from opening, came to me and asked me to close Dan King Hall. Since I disagreed and defied his order, he wounded me, my strength, and his. Chen Tianhua sounded very angry. Chen Luzhong also could not help but angrily said, "This Chen Furong is simply lawless. He is already not welcomed by any of the Chen family member. As other veterans are no longer present, he could do whatever he wants. He is truly an Aol." Chen Furong returned from those martial arts sect, so his strength should be no less than 9th level of mortal martial realm. Currently, Chen Xiang can't possibly deal with him. Chen Xiang clenched his fist tightly, and he swore he will make Chen Furong pay for what he has done. Although Chen Xiang's anger is not visible on his face, but Chen Tianhua, Chen Luzhong, and Meng Bo are clearly able to feel his monstrous anger, which was accompanied by a heart-trembling slaughter chi. "Your father has already been stabilized. You do not need to worry about that," Meng Bo said. At this time he knew Chen Xiang is out of the ordinary. He knew it is impossible for Chen Xiang to remain in this secular world. Instead, he will certainly make a mark in those big sections. Chen Xiang nodded his head. "Many thanks, Meng Lao. We first prepare to open Dan King Hall in coming few days. The more he wants to stop us, the sooner I want it open." Chen Xiang, after leaving these words, he left Dan King Hall. Chen Tianhu and others did not try to ask where he was going. "Brat, I know you are very angry, but you have to calm down and listen to me. I have one quick way to enhance your strength and make you break through to 8th level of mortal martial realm." Bai Yuyu ice-cold voice soon came after he left, as she tried clam his anger down. Chen Xiang's eyes lit up and hastily asked, "Yuyu sister, what do I have to do?" He has just advanced into 7th level of mortal martial realm, but if you want to enter 8th level in a short time, it is still very unrealistic, but this ice-cold beauty still have some means for him to advance. "If you have not been practicing immortal and devil body, I would have not allow you to study my devil skills this quickly." Devil skill. Shen Xiang from Su Miao have learned that Bai Yuyu's devil skills are both fearful and formidable. He already wanted to study them, but he must wait till he have reached a certain level. "My devil skills although have big advantages, but there are also some disadvantages, but it is still possible to eliminate the effects." Bai Yuyu transmitted to him. "My devil skill is called engulfing devil skill, and with this you will be able to engulf others' true chi, while the other person's true chi will be assimilated into your body, so you will be able to rob that man's entire strength." Translated and edited by Ash. Engulfing devil skill. Heard this, Shen Xiang suddenly got shocked. He stood there in daze like a statue. Passers-by were looking at him with a strange look in their eyes. "Do not be surprised. If not for this, my devil will not be called devil skill." Engulfing devil skill has 3 rules. First, never engulf anyone with huge difference between his and your power level. Second, never engulf a good person, otherwise you will feel guilty and will have evil thoughts, at last will lead you to turn into a devil. Third, never allow anyone to know you have this devil skill, otherwise you will be besieged by the right way martial artists. Listening to Bai Yuyu ice-cold voice, Chen Xiang complexion turned more and more solemn. This devil skill is indeed formidable. You can seize others' power level, but he also knew that if he frequently used this devil skill, it will have a big effect on his cultivation. After you cast this once, you have to make sure you have refined all of their engulfed true chi. Furthermore, you have to make sure that the entire true chi is pure as much as possible, otherwise you will never be able to engulf a second time. Bai Yuyu's voice was cold as well as serious. Chen Xiang took a deep breath. To cast this devil skill, he have to prepare his heart. "I will now pass it on to you. Casting this devil skill, you have to be careful that there must be no other person present, and as you engulf other person, he will definitely die." While Bai Yuyu spoke, she also transferred some information in his mind using her divine sense. This information was the casting method of engulfing devil skill. It is possible to engulf other power with this skill, although this exercise is malicious, but on the other hand it is also very profound. So Shen Xiang was very eager to understand this profound, engulfing devil skill. He wants to see through every ins and outs of this skill. Do not presume to see through this devil skill, not to mention you. Even I do not have the ability. This devil skill creator was one peerless genius. Every exercise he ever created was great, as well as frightening. Admiration could clearly be felt in by Yu Yu's voice. Shen Xiang also started to admire this man. After getting the devil skill, Shen Xiang starts walking toward the Black Wind Gang location. Black Wind Gang is one of the underworld gang in King City. Although on surface it is clean, but they have been secretly responsible for a lot of shady things going on inside King City. They had even set up a headquarters in King City. From this, Shen Xiang determined Black Wind Gang certainly have a patron inside King City, and he suspected this patron is none other than Yao family. Since the disappearance of Yao Tianhua and that Yao family elder, most of the underworld gangs were destroyed, but Black Wind Gang was still there. From this, anyone can easily determine there must be a reason. Black Wind Gang tried to assassinate him. Shen Xiang certainly will not let go of them. Shen Xiang saw a big mansion in some distance, while loud sounds were bursting out from the inside, and he could even hear it at that distance. After some time, Shen Xiang finally remembered that a few days ago Black Wind Gang started preparing for their leader's 70th birthday, and this birthday feast is now being held. Shen Xiang's mouth slightly rose, revealing a cold smile. Black Wind Gang sent people to kill him, and they have certainly acquired a lot of benefits, but moreover they think they have succeeded. Although there is a rule that nobody can fight inside King City, but for personal matter it was still possible to fight. Not to mention they tried to assassinate Shen Xiang. At this time Black Wind Gang's mansion front door suddenly opened up, and dozens of guards came from inside. When they saw Shen Xiang's attire was neither magnificent nor luxurious, they hastily put away their drink and asked, "Who are you?" Shen Xiang glanced at them like they were nothing. With a look of disdain said, "Shen Xiang of Dan King Hall." Those dozen or so guards suddenly got surprised for a moment. They have already heard of Shen Xiang, but have never seen him. They have not expected for Shen Xiang to come here. But today is their leader's birthday. Furthermore, Black Wind Gang and Yao family are very close. And now that he had appeared here, they can easily guess his purpose. "What are you doing here? Our chief never invited you." One of the guards said. His tone was neither tough nor harsh. He didn't dare to. After all, Shen Xiang is but 1/7 realm of mortal martial realm martial artists. Even more so, he is one of the youngest alchemists. His status cannot be compared with Shen Xiang. One of the guard ran quickly to inform. These guards are not able to handle this kind of matter. And Shen Xiang was being sly and difficult. He was simply standing in front of the entrance. Not too long after, the noises from inside died down. From his divine sense he gathered many with strength from 5th to 7th level of mortal martial realm people were coming towards him. Shen Xiang was secretly astonished. He did not think that this Black Wind Gang leader had contacts with people with that level of strength. Unexpectedly, he also knew that person very well. Shen Xiang, both hands were behind his back, standing very relaxed in front of the entrance, with a steady gaze watching those congregation of people wearing luxurious gown coming towards him from inside. These people mostly have middle-aged appearance. Shen Xiang, although have been staying in King City for quite some time, but he had no contact with other martial arts family. But he can still guess that these people should have relatively good reputation and position in those martial arts family. Even some of them would be patriarch of their family. Everyone were watching the proud and clank teenager. Seeing that calm look on his face, they could not help but secretly praise him inside their hearts. For them, it was unbelievable that Shen Xiang is only 16-year-old, and their family's teenaged boys and girls are not even his match. Shen family young master, today is my birthday. If it is not a sudden matter, I want to enjoy my birthday. If possible, can we discuss it another day? Black Wind Gang's leader is one vigorous and healthy elder. The black leather cloak he was wearing gave him a more prestigious look, but when he saw Shen Xiang, a hint of shock flashed through his pair of eagle-like eyes. Black Wind Gang's leader pupil immediately fiercely contracted. He asked, "How do you know they were not Black Wind Gang members?" Shen Xiang slightly raised his lips, smiled, and said, "Although they had 300 people, but they still were killed by me. I think Black Wind Gang is not so weak." As early as today, Black Wind Gang leader received an information. A fire broke out inside the forest, and they had not heard from those 300 people they have sent, and now seeing Shen Xiang is back safe and unharmed. Chief Hei's heart sank low with disappointment. After Black Wind Gang's leader heard Shen Xiang words, his facial muscles started twitching, because all those 300 people were very important to Black Wind Gang. But he cannot even acknowledge that they were his Black Wind Gang members. Several of people standing behind Black Wind Gang's leader faces were full of surprise. Shen Xiang guessed that they must have known Black Wind Gang sent someone to kill him, so these people must be from Yao family. I said it right. Chief He, some forces were pretending to be your gang members. They must have wanted to tarnish your reputation. Shen Xiang smiled and said, I wanted to give you this information myself. Consider it as your birthday present from me. Black Wind Gang's leader's eyes shivered. His eyes were filled with both anger and sorrow, because those 300 people were led by his son, and his son had said that he and the other wanted to give him Shen Xiang's head as birthday present. But he has not thought that they all would be killed by Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang, Black Wind Gang's leader suddenly yelled. Shen Xiang halted his steps after he heard the shout. Shen Xiang twisted his head. While looking indifferent and a smile on his face, he asked, Chief He, what's the matter? Black Wind Gang's leader's sound was trembling. He reluctantly squeezed out 2 words from his mouth. Many thanks. No problem. Shen Xiang slightly smiled, and then strode away. Translated and edited by Ash. Only 2 days are left until King's City Martial Tournament starts, but still there is no information about Yao family genius Yao Tianhua. Due to this, whole Yao family were anxiously jumping around. Yao Tianhua is but one rare good seedling that was born in Yao family. Although he was somewhat arrogant, but Yao family thought it as natural, but now whether he is alive or death is still unknown, and they don't have any information. Shen Xiang returned from Black Wind Gang Mansion, but he did not see his father in Dan King Hall. Granduncle, where is my father? Shen Xiang quickly asks Chen Luzhong. He is now all right. You don't need to worry about him. And he has now returned to Chen family. He is preparing to convene each branch family against Chen Furong. Chen Luzhong spoke while laughing. Your father is not someone who will lay down his arms easily. Chen Furong destroyed the Chen family rules and regulations. Not only that he injured Patriarch, but he also tried to meddle in Chen family affairs. Furthermore, he is also helping Chen family enemies. Due to this, Chen Furong must be expelled from Chen family. Chen Furong, just for his selfish reasons, is helping out Yao family to deal with Chen family. Entire Chen family members are furious due to this. And now Chen Tianhu is treating Chen Furong as #1 enemy of Chen family. Only after getting rid of this problem Chen Furong will make Chen family unite together and become formidable. Shen Xiang complexion turned solemn. He asked, Granduncle, Chen Furong is one of those martial arts sect's disciple. Is our Chen family prepared to make enemies with that martial arts sect? Chen Luzhong shook his head and said, Rest assured, inside those martial arts sect there are rules. If the disciples stir up some trouble and they die due to it, then it's nobody's fault but the disciples. Humph. Dignified great sect's disciple. Actually, they are just lower characters who are sent here to manage these things. If killed here, they couldn't care less. If those martial arts sects did not have rules to restrain their disciples, then one martial arts expert can casually dominate the secular world, and then it would be a total chaos. Shen Xiang now have a lot of confidence. If that's the case, he will not have any other concerns. Granduncle, Dan King Hall will finally be open for business tomorrow. Tell Meng Lao to be ready completely. While you're at it, simultaneously announce it to whole Southern Martial Empire. Shen Xiang said loudly in an excited voice. Dan King Hall already have a lot of pills in reserves. Moreover, they can restrict their sales anytime they want. Furthermore, there are many alchemists inside Dan King Hall who are continuously refining pills. And also Meng Bo is here, so Shen Xiang is pretty much assured. Chen Luzhong is also very excited. His old face is full of joy. He already had ambitions to make his mark in King City, but as he did not have enough manpower, he can only stay in Wohu City. To open a pill shop in King City, you need to have a backing of someone with very strong heritage and strength. Information spread quickly like a fire. Long before the information spread, everyone were very much concerned about Dan King Hall. They already knew it is managed by Chen family, and Chen and Yao family are hostile to each other. So both will try to seize the market and will compete with their prices, and as a result they will be able to buy pills cheaply, which for those martial artists who are not very wealthy, is but one good thing. Yao family for many years have been selling pills alone in King City. Danxiang Herbal Manor mainly sells spirit herbs, so everyone have no alternative but to buy high-priced pills from Yao family, but not for long, and this will allow them to save them a lot of money. At night, Shen Xiang took a bath and put on luxurious clothes, while walking towards Danxiang Herbal Manor. When he thinks about that charming manor lord, Shen Xiang's could not help but got excited a little. After notifying his arrival, Shen Xiang once again came inside the small hall filled with Hua Yueyun aroma. To his surprise, Hua Yueyun was already here waiting for him. When Shen Xiang saw her enchanting figure, he could not help but stand in daze with amazement. Hua Yueyun was wearing a dress stitched from purple chiffon, but she was not wearing any undergarments, the dress outlining her jade-like body features, her clear and well-rounded bosom, slim waist, slender legs, her every move capable of seizing and moving any man's mind, obsequious in myriads ways. Others are not even able to extricate themselves. Shen Xiang even had trouble breathing. He blushed red up to his ears. His heart crazily starts pounding. "Shen young master, is little miss pretty?" Hua Yueyun with a cheeky laugh asked in a charming voice, her jade-like foot treading lightly on the soft rug as she walks towards Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang fiercely swallowed his saliva, then sat. He immediately poured himself a cup of tea and drank it all one breath, dispersing away the heat arose in his body a moment ago, and he did not dare to look at that attractive Hua Yueyun again. Shen young master's control over his mind is very impressive. This little miss is full of admiration. If possible, little miss is willing to attend Shen young master for lifetime. I want to become Shen young master maidservant. Hua Yueyun faintly said, looking completely sincere, as if she was not capable of telling any lies. She came up with one snow-white color dress to wear, which entirely covered her enticing jade-like perfect body. She clearly knew in front of Shen Xiang, she will just bring disgrace on herself. She was almost bare naked standing in front of one man, and only able to tempt him slightly. Then he even did not take a look at her, which was a big blow to Hua Yueyun. "Yueyun elder sister, please let off this little brother. Do not joke with this little brother. You are so beautiful and strong, so why bother this little brother?" Shen Xiang smiled, because these days Danxiang Herbal Manor have been selling herbs cheaply to Dan King Hall, so he was very grateful. He did not know that this Danxiang Herbal Manor lord had this kind of hobby, and actually liked to lure young, innocent boys. Hua Yueyun slightly pouted, after a light hump said, "Shen young master, I really want to be your maidservant. I have long been attracted by your charm and cannot get away with it." "What charm?" Shen Xiang do not believe any of the things what Hua Yueyun previously said. He knew this is Hua Yueyun's goal. It has nothing to do with his charm, but she simply fancies his alchemy talent and wants him to enroll in Danxiang Taoyuan, that alchemy-based sect. Shen Xiang with a hollow laugh said, "Manor Lord Hua, I have a fiancée, and if I accept you as my maidservant, that little girl will surely be jealous. I know you are looking down on me." Hua Yueyun had a self-deprecating smile on her face. "What did you come here for?" Shen Xiang took out a small piece of hell spirit grass and handed it to Hua Yueyun, and seriously spoke. "Yueyun, this is my thank you for providing your help to Dan King Hall, and I hope to continue this relationship in the future. I also want you to raise the price a little higher when you sell your herbs to Yao family." Hua Yueyun unceremoniously took that thumb-size hell spirit grass, albeit only a little, but it was very precious. With a big smile on her face said, "Shen young master is really generous. This little miss will certainly do whatever you order. If this Danxiang Herbal Manor would have been mine, I would have given you all the spirit herbs for free." Shen Xiang was startled for a moment. Looking at that stunning Yaoxing face, he secretly thought of taking her as his maidservant, but he was worried that this woman has some ulterior motive. Dan King Hall will open tomorrow, and all of it is managed by my granduncle. I want to start my preparation for King City Martial Arts Tournament, so I will not be present. If it is convenient to you, can you come to Dan King Hall and advertise about us?" Shen Xiang laughed. "No problem, will do." Hua Yueyun this time was like a maidservant. Shen Xiang wasn't able to stand it anymore. He and Hua Yueyun talked about several nonsensical stuff, and then he quickly departed. Watching Shen Xiang fleeing like tail between his legs, Hua Yueyun pretty eyes lit up, tenderly spat, and said, "Really is a tough brat, even able to defend against my killer move. The more he wants to run, the more I want to get him." Shen Xiang as always came outside to practice. His goal is to make Shen family reside in this king city and become one potentially strong martial arts aristocratic family. Only after this will he be relieved and go to those big sects. As for Dan King Hall, he doesn't care much about it, because it is personally taken care by Dan King Ming Bo and Shen Luzhong. Furthermore, it is tacitly supported by Hua Yueyun. So he is simply focusing on elevating his strength. Shen Xiang just entered into the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. So now he is trying to stabilize his newfound power. This will allow him to more smoothly cast engulfing devil skill in the future. The next day at noon, Shen Xiang left the forest and returned to King City. He was curious on how the sales of Dan King Hall were going. Shen Xiang, while walking down the avenue, saw Dan King Hall from quite some distance away, but he did not expect it to be so busy. This made him feel strange, so he quickly walked towards it. When he arrived at the entrance, he saw that the whole shop was in a bit of a mess. Shen Luzhong was full of anger while directing others to clean it all up. Dan King Hall was attacked. Shen Xiang was extremely sure of that. "Granduncle, I'm back." Shen Xiang quickly stepped inside. After seeing the pale face on Shen Luzhong, he frowned and asked, "Granduncle, who attacked you?" Shen Xiang was completely furious. He decided that as long as he managed to get a name out from Shen Luzhong's mouth, he would immediately go and get revenge. He would make them pay a heavy price for what they have done. "I was wounded by Chen Furong, and the Blackwing Gang members are the ones responsible for the destruction of the store. Not only that, but they also wounded the workers. Thankfully, Meng Lao and the other alchemists were in seclusion for refining dawn, so they are all fine." After saying so, Shen Luzhong hastily grabbed Shen Xiang. "Where do you think you're going?" When Shen Xiang learned that it was the Blackwing Gang who did this, he was seething with fury inside. Not only did they send assassins before to kill him, which is a debt that must be repaid, but now they even attacked the store. Shen Xiang coldly replied, "Granduncle, let me go. I must get rid of the Blackwing Gang once and for all. I'll go and settle old grudges and new debts altogether. You go ahead and inform father that he needs to be completely prepared for a war with the Yao family. If our Chun family wants to have a stand in King City, we need to make an example out of the Yao family and completely frighten all other forces." "You want to go alone?" "No, I will also with you," Shen Luzhong said. "No, you need to go and first speak with Meng Lao. Dan King Hall will continue to remain open. At this time, if anyone comes to trouble us, they must be mercilessly slaughtered." Shen Xiang then walked away. Although Meng Bo and Shen Luzhong's individual strength was incomparable to Chen Furong's, if they fought together, Chen Furong would have to pay a steep price to defeat both of them. Along the way, Shen Xiang overheard many things about Dan King Hall. Many people were very disappointed. Dan King Hall's prices were much cheaper than the Yao family dawn, and once they started selling dawn, it would have a large negative impact on the Yao family. As such, the Yao family wanted to bully Dan King Hall into closing. Although it meant there is no morals involved, and the methods were downright brutal, nobody could complain about them. This is because the Yao family is one of the powerhouses in King City, and no one wanted to be their enemy. "Yao family, just you wait and watch how I will destroy you." Shen Xiang's complexion gradually turned gloomy as his anger skyrocketed. At the Blackwing Gang mansion entrance, many guards were present. When they saw Shen Xiang heading towards them, they hastily drew out their weapons. "If you don't want to die, all of you leave at once." Shen Xiang stood emotionless at the Blackwing Gang mansion entrance. He clenched his fists, which suddenly became covered with a bustling azure aura. Amidst the azure aura, lighting was bursting out one after the other, emitting a horrifying crackling noise. It was truly frightening. Everyone didn't want to die. They were all overawed by the sheer amount of true qi emanating from Shen Xiang's fists. They knew they were nothing but ants in front of Shen Xiang, so they immediately ran away. The gate was tightly shut. Shen Xiang stood in front of it as lighting flashed past his eyes. With a shout, he circulated the azure dragon, lighting true qi on both of his fists, and then fiercely hurled them towards that door. It was as if two giant dragons were pounding on the gates. Boom, boom, boom. That thick door instantly disintegrated into powder. Smoke billowed about as all the guards present were stunned. Trembling, they realized that if it was their body there, it would have also been turned into dust like the gate. This is the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. I'm absolutely sure that was aura qi. One of the guards immediately shouted with shock after seeing how Shen Xiang entered the mansion. According to the rumors, Shen Xiang was in the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. Yet now he was clearly at the 7th level. It was too much to take in. All the guards secretly let loose a deep breath. Had they tried to block him, it could have only resulted in certain death. After entering inside the mansion, Shen Xiang's entire body was covered in a soaring evil qi. He had been practicing slaughtering heart, and now all the killing intent was boiling over. All the previously accumulated slaughter chi gushed out, deterring many retained and maidservants and forcing them to kneel. Their whole body felt weak as they lied down. This is what makes slaughtering heart so formidable. Merely the chi only is capable of deterring the other party. Who has come here to cause trouble with the Black Wing Gang? Shen Xiang halted his footsteps when he heard the shout. Dan King Hall's Shen Xiang. Underlings of the Yao family's stooges. Today, I will make sure the entire Black Wind Gang disappears from King City. Shen Xiang said in a heavy tone. Shen Xiang saw a blade of light flashing from the front. A person armed with a broadsword was leaping from quite a while away and aiming at his head. Humph! Shen Xiang just snorted in disdain, lightly waving his hand. An azure aura rich in lighting chi aura madly gushed out from his hand. It shot like a speeding star towards the man leaping up in the air. One could only hear the sound of an explosion. The man didn't even have the chance to cry before his whole body suddenly bursted into a mist of blood. The lighting aura power is extremely frightening. Many of the Black Wind Gang members, after seeing the blood mist drifting in the air and the shattered blade, became petrified. For them, it was the first time seeing such a frightening attack. With just one move, an expert of the Black Wind Gang was crushed. Moreover, not even a slag was left after the attack. Shen Xiang is in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Skills of such experts are not common to begin with, not to mention how Shen Xiang has been using divine exercises to cultivate. Moreover, he also has the 5-element attributed true chi. You walked right into my trap, Shen Xiang. Today, I will not allow you to leave here in one piece. You just killed my son, and I'm going to present your head as a sacrifice for him. A resentful voice came soon after. Shen Xiang was standing in the middle of a large garden. He was surrounded on all sides by black-robed men. At this time, the Black Wind Gang leader appeared, and at his side were a few people standing in luxurious attire. It was quite a surprise to Shen Xiang that the King City governor, Hua Gaoyun, was actually present. A single teenager stood beside him. It should be his son. Shen Xiang sneered. So your son is allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to kill him? Not to mention he even brought along 300 people with him. Yet he was still killed by me. They were just a big pile of trash. No one is to blame for his death except himself. Worthy of the rumors, Shen family young master. Could it be that you do not know about your own family situation? Your wastrel father has been wounded and Dan King Hall was destroyed. Yet you actually dare to show your face here? You're simply seeking death. One middle-aged man dressed in a golden huafu sneered and retorted. Shen Xiang's body shook as mesmerizing lighting aura surged out. His eyes were filled to the brim with hate as he glared towards that middle-aged man, saying, "What did you just say? My father is trash. So what if I said that? Remember this great master's name, Wang Yushan. I'm the patriarch of the Wang family." That middle-aged man said proudly. The Wang family is one of the martial art families of King City, but Shen Xiang didn't have any strong impressions of them. But in return, the families that lie outside King City do not even appear in their sights. Therefore, they naturally didn't pay any attention to the Qin family. Humph, so it was only a family of dogs licking the Yao family's boots. I do not even consider you a threat. Shen Xiang sneered. These puny families trying to flatter the Yao family was not much of a surprise to him. Little bastard, how dare you insult the Wang family? I'll definitely waste you today. Wang Yishan flew into a rage. Although Shen Xiang's speech was ugly, it was still the truth. Wang Yishan roared before his body was covered in a golden aura. It was as if his entire body was on fire. This was the Wang family's unique King True Chi, and it gave off an incomparably fierce pressure. Wang Yishan took a few steps before blasting his golden fist into the air towards Shen Xiang. A tough and powerful chi burst out accompanied by a roar. In a blink of an eye, the pressure had been directly thrusted into the face of Shen Xiang. The aura-filled strike rumbled as it dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of explosions that caused all the nearby stones to shatter into several pieces. A deep gully was formed. It was as if the floor had just been plowed. Seeing this, the crowd shivered. If someone got hit with that kind of power, they would be reduced to nothing but mincemeat. With only this level of power, you dare claim to be a patriarch. My dad could crush you with one hand behind his back. Shen Xiang smiled contemptuously as he waved his arm fiercely, instantly striking the incoming chi aura and scattering it into nothingness. Everyone could not avoid the sensation of shock. Shen Xiang just waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly. but instead that fearsome chi aura was easily swept away in front of the shocked onlookers. Shen Xiang's chi aura rushed out with just a wave of his hand, and he was able to completely eliminate Wang Yishan's blow. This in itself was indisputable proof that Shen Xiang's chi aura was many times stronger than Wang Yishan's. Wang Yishan's confidence and arrogance had vanished into thin air after just one light wave of Shen Xiang's hand. This made him doubt that whether his chi aura was able to unleash and display its full potential, but just by looking at the gully formed by his chi aura, he realized that this was not the case. As he thought about it again, his whole body shook as he realized he was no match for Shen Xiang's formidable strength. Currently, Wang Yishan, along with everyone else, stood in a stunned daze. With a flicker, Shen Xiang arrived in front of Wang Yishan with frightening speed, which once again sent everyone into shock. Before Wang Yishan was even able to react, he felt a severe pain explode from his abdomen. He immediately lowered his head and saw an arm cloaked in azure true chi. It had cleanly penetrated through his stomach and extended out of his back. Wang Yishan loudly shrieked. At this time, Shen Xiang had already ripped away his arm. He had just used Azure Dragon Claw, transforming his true chi into a sharp dragon claw. Its sharpness could with ease penetrate a hard boulder, let alone the fragile human body. True chi was still wrapped around his arm, revealing not a single bloodstain left from that brutal strike. Looking at the pale Wang Yishan in front of him, Shen Xiang coldly stated, "Get away from my sight. This is between me and the Blackwing Gang. You brought this upon yourself when you stepped in between us. For now I'll spare you dog life, and let you take a look at the true strength of our Chen family." Wang Yishan was completely shocked by Shen Xiang's strength. Although his heart was filled to the brim with resentment, he did not dare say anything in reply. In the end, he reluctantly crawled away as a few people came to his aid, taking him away from the Blackwing Gang's mansion. Shen Xiang focused his eyes towards the Blackwing Gang's leader. Azure lighting was flashing within his eyes as slaughter chi started to soar out from his entire body. After sweeping his gaze through everyone present, he eventually reached the Blackwing Gang's leader. Shen Xiang coldly stated, "If any you meddle in things which you're not supposed to, don't blame me for what happens. You and I don't have any deep grudges, and I don't want to take any needless actions which would waste my strength." Governor Hua Gaoyan was an expert of the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. Although his overall strength was a lot higher than Wang Yishan's, when he had witnessed Shen Xiang's performance and skills, Hua Gaoyan was extremely conflicted. Even if he faced Shen Xiang and somehow won, Hua Gaoyan was dead certain that he would not get through it unscathed. It would obviously not be beneficial for him, and he could clearly see this point. Otherwise, he would have never become a governor of King City. He saw that the Blackwing Gang's leader has offended a young alchemist with immeasurable potential. It was simply not worth it, not even adding into the equation that the Chun family was not to be trifled with. Without any delay, Hua Gaoyan took his son and instantly left. As for the Blackwing Gang's leader, he couldn't stop the current progression of things. This was because he already knew that after today, the Blackwing Gang would cease to exist in King City. He could only stand by and watch as everyone he invited left one by one. Although he was extremely angry, he dared not to attack and force them to stay. Attack him together. He is just one person. The Blackwing Gang's leader yelled as he rushed towards Shen Xiang wielding a long black spear. Just like an angry dragon, Shen Xiang madly roared as powerful chi aura waves rippled outwards with Shen Xiang as the origin. Wherever they went, only destruction followed. The bricks it breezed past were crushed into dust. Flowers and trees within the garden suddenly looked like they had been slashed by thousands of blades. Everyone present in the garden started to scream out miserably, and their 7 apertures started bleeding. As they were covered in scars that sprang up one after another in an endless loop, the entire group quickly fell down on the ground. This move of Shen Xiang's burst out vigorous amounts of aura chi along with a sonic attack. Although the consumption of energy was tremendous, the power and range of the attack was equally astonishing. Only the Blackwing Gang's leader was left standing. Over 1,000 of his Blackwing Gang members were now lying on the ground, dead. It was unbelievable that they were taken out just by a single 16-year-old teenager who had such a vicious and fearsome true chi. The Blackwing Gang's leader felt his heart constrict in terror. Only now did he know what kind of person he had messed with. Ha ha ha. The Blackwing Gang's leader suddenly started laughing maniacally. What are you laughing about? Shen Xiang asked as he slowly advanced step by step towards him. I'm laughing because the Yao family will not let off your Qin family. Your entire Qin family will perish. With a grim smile, the Black Wind Gang's leader replied. In a flash, Shen Xiang came in front of him. Forcing out his vigorous true qi, he transformed it into qi aura and fired a powerful punch. The Black Wind Gang's leader flew like a rag doll, crashing into a house on the distant horizon. Shen Xiang quickly flew towards him. Entering into the house, he gripped the Black Wind Gang's leader's head, shouting in his heart, engulfing devil skill. This Black Wind Gang's leader was in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. The amount of true qi in his body was not bad, but he was facing Shen Xiang. In front of this monster, the Black Wind Gang's leader was completely helpless and utterly vulnerable. As Shen Xiang cast the engulfing devil skill for the first time, he felt a large amount of true qi surging into his arm, heading straight to his body. This true qi was very oppressive, and it swirled around in his body. The entire process made him feel uncomfortable, but it was not to an unbearable degree. The Black Wing Gang's leader howled in despair, his heart in endless dismay. He had never dreamed that Shen Xiang could actually draw out the internal true qi within his body and then absorb it. This martial skill was extremely frightening. If a righteous sect came to learn about it, they would certainly hunt Shen Xiang down. Shen Xiang had refined his body within the immortal and devil pond. His bones, muscles, and meridians were all incomparably tough. It was actually enough to withstand this sudden surge of true qi, thus stopping his body from exploding. It was also the reason that Bai Yu had dared to teach him this devil skill, because this technique required a very tough body. In just a short moment, the Black Wind Gang's leader hard cultivated true qi had been entirely deprived by Shen Xiang. As a result, the Black Wind Gang's leader died shortly after. Shen Xiang was also having a hard time. He wanted to suppress and rein in this oppressive true qi, otherwise it would be very troublesome. At this moment, Shen Xiang was not thinking about looting Black Wind Gang, but instead hurried to incinerate the Black Wind Gang's leader body before swiftly leaving. If a Yao family expert came, he would be in a very big trouble. Also, he was in a hurry to completely refine this true qi. Currently, his strength was comparable to the 8th level of mortal martial realm. Reaching this level of power in itself was very frightening. It must be known that in the entire Southern Martial Empire, only a few martial artists had reached the 8th level of mortal martial realm. In Dan King Hall's backyard, Shen Xiang arrived and quickly entered a private room deep below the earth. When Shen Luzhong saw Shen Xiang's dignified complexion, he did not dare ask anything. If only Ming Bo hadn't gone into seclusion to refine pills, Dan King Hall wouldn't have been destroyed. The Black Wind Gang had been destroyed. This news soon spread through the whole of King City. In the morning, they had gone to Dan King Hall looking to stir up trouble, but in that very same afternoon, the entire gang was completely eradicated. Not only this, but it was also done by Shen Xiang alone. King City's residents were all amazed by Shen Xiang's strength, and at this point they had a new understanding of just how powerful Shen Xiang was. Although many people had died, nobody came forward to address these things, nor did they want to intervene. Although the imperial palace had the emperor, even they did not dare to provoke these powerful figures, as they knew very well about the formidability of these martial experts. Although the Black Wind Gang was exterminated, there was no movement in the Yao family. It was well known that the Black Wind Gang were the Yao family's lackeys. Many people guessed that the Yao family was busy preparing for the upcoming King City's martial tournament, as well as searching for their missing Yao family elder and genius. Dan King Hall was quickly restored to its former brilliance and was ready to start anew. After the Black Wing Gang's extermination, all of King City's citizens were shocked by Dan King Hall's display of strength. Everyone was now rushing into Dan King Hall to buy pills, as their pills were far cheaper than the Yao family's. Soon their Dan shop sales took a huge blow. Most of the customers were martial artists who were neither very wealthy nor did they have a huge background. They earned money in order to buy Dan and elevate their strengths. As such, they just choose whomever sold at a cheaper price. Not to mention, Dan King Hall was managed by the Southern Martial Empire's Dan King, making these people feel more at ease about their purchases. The main bulk of the sales were low-grade mortal-level Dan. Only a few middle-grade mortal-level Dan were sold because they were a lot more expensive. High-grade mortal-level Dan were sold the least, as ordinary people could not afford these Dan. Because the Danxiang herbal manor constantly supplied cheap spirit herbs, Dan King Hall managed to save a lot of money. Plus, even if Dan King Hall had made a great deal of profit, Shen Xiang simply did not want any of it, and all of it was left for Dan King Hall to use. Even after an entire day had passed, Shen Xiang was still refining the true qi he had recently engulfed and forcibly taken from the Black Wing Gang's leader. This true qi was very turbid. In order to transform it into the purest form, Shen Xiang had to remove many impurities. This process required a great deal of time. Shen Xiang's dantian was stuffed full of true qi, and he was currently constantly compressing that true qi, allowing his dantian to store more and more true qi, simultaneously trying to break into the 8th level of the mortal martial realm. Operating the Tai Chi divine exercise, the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram in Shen Xiang's dantian quickly started to rotate. True qi was constantly entering the Tai Chi diagram. It then quickly broke into the 5 elements, swiftly turning into 5 true qi vortexes. The 8th level of the mortal martial realm, the unlocking of divine power. At this stage, one could fuse their divine sense and true qi together, as a result of which the true qi evolved with a spirit of its own, and which would be even more powerful. Their aura would also become a lot stronger, exponentially more powerful compared to those in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. In order to advance into the 8th level, one first needs to have vigorous true qi and a strong divine sense. As Shen Xiang had fully absorbed all of the Black Wing Gang leader's true qi, there was no doubt that Shen Xiang's total true qi was quite vigorous. Plus, after his body was refined in the immortal and devil pool, his spirit was exceptionally strong. As his current divine sense could not be considered weak, as soon as he grasped the method to fuse his divine sense and true qi together, he would be able to break through. The mortal martial realm was divided into 10 stages, and during each breakthrough it was like opening a giant locked gate, having to force it open with brute force at each stage. Not only does it need a certain amount of power, but one also needed to comprehend certain tricks. Currently, Shen Xiang had more than enough power. He just needed to comprehend how to fuse his true qi and divine sense. As soon as he does, he can unlock that door and enter into the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, the realm of divine power. By operating the Tai Chi divine exercise, he was slowly comprehending the profound secrets of this divine exercise. Shen Xiang's true qi and divine sense gradually fused together. The invisible divine sense melded together with the colorful true qi. These two powerful forces slowly fused together as something seemed to burst open in Shen Xiang's body. Endless strength emerged constantly in a steady stream and continued onwards to impact his meridians, muscles, and bones. Thud, in Shen Xiang's mind a sound suddenly resounded. It was as if a heavy gate had just been opened. In a steady but swift stream, an endless flow of power surged from this opening into his body, thereby enhancing his strength and making it even more tyrannical than before. As Shen Xiang opened his eyes, 2 white beams emitted as the golden mist enshrouding his body gradually dispersed. At this time, his eyes became clear. He could clearly perceive the tiny dust particles drifting on the ground. He can clearly hear far-off sounds from every direction, but he didn't think it was noisy. He could clearly identify what each sound was, what each and every person was saying amongst those chaotic noises. In the most crucial time, Shen Xiang had entered into the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, the divine power realm. He was also just about to reach 17 years of age. King City's martial art tournament was held once every decade. Only those 20 or younger could participate in this grand tourney. This time, it was organized by the Yao family and supervised by numerous experts from the martial arts sects from the Immortal Mountains. Whoever manages to place first in the whole competition would not only win a high-grade spirit-level true elemental Dan, but also earn the qualifications to enter one of the observing martial arts sections. These were very attractive rewards for anyone. It should be known that spirit-level Dan were extremely expensive already. In fact, they were generally not sold. Those who require them would need to seek out an alchemist to personally refine it. Not to mention, there was always high risk of failure in refining Dan, and besides this was a high-grade spirit-level true elemental Dan. Each true elemental Dan contained a vast amount of pure, true qi. After taking and refining the energy within, the individual absorbing the Dan could easily get a large amount of true qi without going through the long, arduous process of absorbing the spirit qi of heaven and earth. It was truly a superb Dan that could quickly elevate one's power. Many people applied for the King City's martial art tournament, but only a select few were able to pass through the harsh assessments. In fact, there was merely 40 people in total. This showed just how high the requirements to entire King City's martial art tournament were. During the test, Shen Xiang easily got the highest assessment. His fist had actually pulverized the strength measuring stone. Even the stone was unable to measure his true power. However, not a single person had yet to notice Shen Xiang's arrival. The Yao family's field was akin to mountain and seas composed of human, with a large sea of people encircling the 6 feet high and 20 feet in diameter round martial stage. Standing above the crowd were a total of 39 boys and girls. Shen Xiang was still nowhere to be seen. I heard that 2 days ago he destroyed the Black Wind Gang. Could it be that he was injured and cannot come? Inside the crowd a person's voice could be heard. Most likely. After all, I heard that the Black Wing Gang's leader was a 7th-level mortal martial realm expert. Plus, Shen Xiang is rather young. It is highly likely that they were mutually wounded, another person replied. No one has seen Shen Xiang within the Dan King Hall in the past 2 days. It seems like he really cannot come. Such a pity. One man sighed. Everyone watching the tournament was hoping for Shen Xiang's arrival, yet he had not. Many people were very disappointed, making the arrogant group on stage very unhappy. This was because it was as though the audience thought that Shen Xiang would come and easily get first place. While everyone was talking about Shen Xiang, a figure cloaked in black, with sword-like eyebrows and shiny starry eyes, walked up to the stairs of the stage with a clear expression of determination. Watching the calm and handsome boy slowly appear on stage, the entire field fell silent, before bursting into waves of screams. Shen Xiang had finally come, which made the entire crowd excited. On the stage there were now 40 boys and girls, yet Shen Xiang overshadowed them all because of what he wore. Very common black tights, compared to the others who were all luxuriously dressed. Yet in both temperament and build, they were far inferior compared to Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang gave off the impression of a very mature and stable individual, with a faint trace of a smile on his face. All in all, the other boys and girls had a high and mighty attitude, with proud looks on their faces and acting as if the crowd was beneath them. This made everyone watching displeased. Comparatively, everyone looking at Shen Xiang felt comfortable. Shen Xiang had just entered the 8th level of the mortal martial realm, and his divine sense was already coming in handy. He could tell that there was actually 2 experts of 7th level of the mortal martial realm on the tournament stage, one of whom was an around 20-year-old boy cloaked in a shining golden aura. The other was a very beautiful girl with soft white hair that was tied into a ponytail. Slim and slender, she looked very beautiful and mature as well, yet also cold and proud. Actually, she was wearing the same type of clothes as Shen Xiang. Black tights, sketching out her perfectly hot figure. However, the quality of her outfit far exceeded that of Shen Xiang's. This girl was attracting a lot of attention because of her strange white hair, mature appearance, sexy figure, an extremely beautiful but cold and proud face. Even Shen Xiang glanced towards her many times. The rules are being announced. The first round will be held today. 40 people will be divided into 8 groups of 5. The winner of each group will go on to the quarterfinals. An old man shouted. He was an Yao family elder. 5 will fight on stage at a time. The last man standing will be the victor of the group and advance. The rules were quite common. 5 people would fight a battle royale on stage, eliminating each other one by one, while the last one standing would be crowned the victor. The Yao family elder mainly explained the tournament rules to state that they are allowed to use dirty tricks and tactics, but not allowed to kill. Afterwards, the 8 groups were soon formed, and Shen Xiang was not grouped with either of the 2 7th-level mortal martial realm practitioners. In his group, there were 4 guys, each around 19 to 20-year-old, and at the pinnacle of the 6th mortal martial realm. It seemed like they were just about to break through to the next level. Shen Xiang guessed that the Yao family had intentionally put him such a group to get him eliminated during the first round of the tournament. At this time, Shen Xiang also learned the identities of the 2 7th-level mortal martial realm practitioners. The girl was called Lung Yulan, and she was the daughter of a famous general of Southern Martial Empire. Yet despite her mature looks, she was only 14 years old. This made Shen Xiang secretly snarl. The other teenager was called Song Nanming. He was the eldest son of the emperor. Basically, he was the crown prince of Southern Martial Empire. This year he just turned 20 and was at pinnacle of 7th level of mortal martial realm. The inherent talent was also good, But in Shen Xiang's opinion, it was still poor compared to Lung Yulan, because she was only 14 years old. Shen Xiang's group was the last to fight, but also the most unbalanced. Not only was Shen Xiang only 16 years old, but the other group members were 19 or 20. Everyone could see that this was intentional. If it was one-on-one, Shen Xiang would have the highest possibility to win. But if all 5 people fought in this melee knockout, Shen Xiang may very well be defeated. If it was before, when Shen Xiang was only at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, he might have been somewhat worried. But now he was in the 8th level of the mortal martial realm and had a lot more strength. Just by stomping his feet on the ground, his feet could shake the whole field. Plus, with the divine exercise and his 5 elements true qi, his strength was comparable to that of a 9th level mortal martial realm warrior. Shen Xiang did not actually expect he would break through to the 8th level of the mortal martial realm just a few days after he entered the 7th level. This was all thanks to the engulfing devil skill that was taught to him by Yu Yu. At that time, he also understood the dangerous lure of devil skills. Shen Xiang stood among the audiences, watching the first 5 people as they fought on the tournament stage. He was observing their respective fighting styles, and his eyes shone whenever they casted their martial skills. He could clearly see the true qi flowing in their meridians thanks to his extraordinary divine sense. As such, it was a piece of cake for Shen Xiang to steal and learn their techniques unlike normal people. This was something he could easily imitate and use in the future. All 5 people were squeezed near the center of the stage. No one wanted to fight near the edge, as once someone steps out, they are eliminated. At this time, they were chaotically fighting in the middle of the stage. This type of chaotic battle also required one to have a certain strength and endurance for them to last long enough to be the last man standing. Sometimes an individual would find themselves facing all other 4 fighters. Moreover, they all attacked and simultaneously resisted others. From these facts, one could see the participants' capability to use and respond to a martial skill. Although the audience exclaimed with gasps of shock and admiration whenever those 5 people cast their martial skills, Shen Xiang felt nothing but disdain. Although flashy, there were far too many shortcomings. As such, he did not try to steal and learn them. The first round was soon finished. The victor's strength was good. With vigorous true qi, he lasted until he was the last one left. The other 4 were not defeated, but rather had to step down as their true qi had been completely consumed. These boys and girls were in 6th level of the mortal martial realm. In many people's eyes, they were geniuses and quite powerful. But Shen Xiang knew their basics were not good. Their foundation was unstable. Their true qi was not vigorous or pure enough. Although their martial skills were good, they were not able to unleash the full power of their martial skills, and they also had horrible accuracy. Well, I suppose they are too sheltered. All their lives, they have been treated as treasures and supported by their families, having not suffered the bitterness of true practice. Shen Xiang muttered coldly in his heart. However, not many could practice like him, bitterly practicing until the moon started falling. The next round was the Southern Martial Empire's crown prince, Song Nanming's, turn. He was a martial artist in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, but the others were only in the 6th level. In fact, at the beginning of the round, 2 quickly fell down from an explosion. Song Nanming then used his advantage of being in 7th level of the mortal martial realm to swiftly overcome the other 2. The entire audience cheered with excitement after he won. Next, it was the great general's daughter, Lung Yulan's, turn. When she stepped on stage, many men in the audience lost their breath as they stared lustfully at her figure. Lung Yulan was wearing black tights. With her slim, slender, and flexible legs, her appearance really did not match her age. The mature and graceful body emanated a cold and proud temperament. It was hard for anyone to imagine that this girl was only 14 years old. The true qi from this girl is very strange. Shen Xiang frowned and whispered. Su Meiyao replied, "This girl has a fire ice vein. What rank it is, I can't tell. The true qi that she practices must be fire and ice true qi. When these 2 opposing types of true qi fuse, they become like this, strange and unpredictable. If you face her flames, it is very possible that they would be able to freeze you. In short, this little girl is marvelous and extraordinary. It would probably be for the best if you became friends with her." Shen Xiang's pupils contracted. Watching that mature and charming figure on the stage, he was secretly shocked in his heart. Someone who could obtain Su Meiyao's acknowledgments would definitely not be ordinary. Start. As the sound faded away, Lung Yulan suddenly turned into a black shadow which rushed around the stage, seemingly dragging something that looked like a long black ghost. Her speed was so fast that the audience clicked their tongues in amazement. They weren't alone, as the four men on stage were also stunned. Shen Xiang's brow wrinkled. Even he could barely make out Lung Yulan's beautiful but serious face. But this act made his eyes extremely strained. Her fast speed surprised even him. Bang! A sound suddenly came as one of the participants on stage suddenly flew off. Although most people did not see how the man was beaten down, everyone realized it must have been the quick Lung Yulan. In fact, only her shadow was visible to most of the audience at this point. However, Shen Xiang saw clearly that Lung Yulan sent out a powerful kick on the youth. It was actually strong enough that the individual in question flew out after one strike. Lung Yulan quickly struck each of her opponents in such a way that only her silhouette was visible, yet all it took was one kick as each of her competitors flew out. As the other participants flew out one by one, everyone cheered. Lung Yulan has successfully entered the quarterfinals. Next is the final group. The Yao family elders shouted. Finally, it was Shen Xiang's turn. Everyone knew that Shen Xiang was going to face four other 6th-level mortal martial realm experts. Each of them had remained in that realm for many years. They were naturally much stronger than others at the same level, making it even more disadvantageous for Shen Xiang. As Shen Xiang stepped onto the stage, his facial expression was completely relaxed. He was in no way anxious because of his four powerful opponents. This calm and confident attitude made others admire him. Shen Xiang stood with the other four on stage, and even though they were 20 years old, they were still shorter. Their statures were not as robust as the 17-year-old Shen Xiang's. He actually looked more healthy and energetic compared to them. Lung Yulan, who was in the audience, seriously watched Shen Xiang. Her cold and beautiful eyes carefully observed Shen Xiang, wanting to see through him. But it was like clouds had covered more clouds. She wasn't even able to sense Shen Xiang's breath. Start. The instant the signal was given, all four of the other participants rushed towards Shen Xiang extremely quickly. At the same time, they simultaneously blasted out a fist wrapped in vigorous true qi. Everyone could clearly tell that the four fists emitted a frightening amount of true qi. It seemed like they could even blast giant mountains into tiny rocks. Shen Xiang simply stood still with both hands behind his back. The four fists fiercely landed on his chest and bursted into qi waves which lead to a gust of fierce winds. The whole tournament stage wildly shook and nearly collapsed. At this moment, everyone's heart seemed to stop. The four fists were so frightening and had all landed on a single target. Let alone people, even solid iron bars would easily break under such pressure. But Shen Xiang was not an ordinary man. When the four fists struck his chest, his expression did not change in the slightest. In fact, if anything, his face was more relaxed as he stood there, which bathed the entire crowd in silence. Everyone stood dumbly like wooden chickens. Astonishment was clearly visible on every single face in the crowd. Lung Yulan's brow wrinkled. She was tightly watching Shen Xiang. Her mature, proud and cold face was painted with surprise. Even if she completely exhausted all of her true qi, she could only barely resist those four fists. Yet not only did Shen Xiang not use any true qi, he didn't even prepare himself to defend. This was how casually he received those four blows. Shen Xiang didn't use true qi because he had already entered the 8th level of the mortal marital realm. Furthermore, his body was naturally a lot stronger due to the refinement in the immortal and devil pool. For him, opponents in the 6th level and the 1st level of the mortal marital realm were the same. Their attacks were merely superficial. Of course, out of everyone present, the most shocked were the four men who attacked Shen Xiang. As their frightening attacks struck Shen Xiang's body, it felt like everything went down the drain. The enormous strength they had put in their strikes just quietly disappeared, making them all question their own power because of how easily the other side had resisted their combined attacks with nothing but his body. They all openly retreated. If Shen Xiang can casually resist their simultaneous attack and not even flinch, one could only imagine his strength. It was dead certain that he was extremely powerful. Shen Xiang fully opened his eyes fully as the invisible slaughter qi emerged from his body. All the four men were bathed in extreme bloodlust as their whole bodies froze. It was as if they had fallen into hell at the height of its slaughter, and Shen Xiang was the god of slaughter, and the four men were nothing but lambs led to the slaughterhouse. Do you want to get down and forfeit, or do you want me to act? Shen Xiang's voice was full of killing intent. This was truly terrifying. This slaughter chi resulted from him practicing the slaughtering heart from the white tiger divine exercise, which added a spiritual pressure. Shen Xiang's voice resounded as the four people standing immediately backed off. Under the sweep of his frightening and almost divine killing sense, their spirits had collapsed long ago. With the help of his divine sense, not a single one of them had any intention left of fighting against him. From start to finish, Shen Xiang did not even move. He simply scared away the other four and entered into the quarterfinals. This result was outside anyone's expectations. Those who had entered into the quarterfinals experienced a large amount of pressure from facing this monster, Shen Xiang. Their chances of winning just diminished greatly. Next was to create 4 groups of individual 1-on-1 fights. This was also managed by the Yao family, but the matchups had not been announced for quite some time. Shen Xiang said nothing. In his eyes, whoever he had to fight was the same. Even if the Yao family tried to play dirty tricks, they would all amount to nothing like their attempt just now. Shen Xiang's next opponent turned out to be a Yao family member. In fact, it seems like he was the brother of Yao Tianhua. His name was Yao Chong and was only of the 6th level of the mortal martial realm. This actually made Shen Xiang surprised for a moment. But he quickly guessed things were not as they seemed, as he was the most clear on the Yao family's strength. Not to mention that the Yao family had arranged for someone from their own family to fight. There was no doubt some form of trickery involved. The Yao family disciples usually either planted spirit herbs or learned alchemy techniques. From the very start, their strength was way behind others. Yao Tianhua was an exception as he could practice alchemy and have a good amount of power. However, he was currently missing. The Yao family simply did not have any other outstanding disciples. The Yao family mainly used their dawn to attract other families and a large number of wandering martial artists to settle down under their authority. Once again, Shen Xiang was in the last round of the day. Starting tomorrow, there would be 2 fights each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Shen Xiang wasn't concerned about anyone, so he didn't go watch the earlier matches. He felt that the time would be better spent practicing alchemy. Once 2 days had gone past, and Shen Xiang was walking towards the Yao family after eating lunch. Although he didn't go watch the 3 matches, 2 yesterday and 1 in this morning, he still learned who won. The Crown Prince and Lung Yulan both won their respective matches and would fight each other tomorrow morning. This match between the Crown Prince and the Great General's daughter should be very interesting. Perhaps I'll go and watch tomorrow. Shen Xiang made a quick mental note as he stepped on the tournament stage, waiting for Yao Chong to arrive. As for Shen Xiang's and Yao Chong's fight, everyone thought that Shen Xiang would easily win. However, they were uncertain why the Yao family would allow Shen Xiang to face Yao Chong. It was like sending him to do a thankless and pointless job. Your display of strength clearly shows your worth as someone who defeated Tianhua. I hope Brother Chen will show some leniency. Yao Chong approached Shen Xiang and said with a smile. Yao Chun and Yao Tianhua looked somewhat similar. A sliver of pride could be easily seen on either of their faces, but it seemed more subdued on Yao Chen's. Shen Xiang did not actually care about this Yao family junior or his courtesy. Shen Xiang smiled and said, then we can compare notes on our martial arts. The two quickly separated from each other. Start. The instant the signal was given, Shen Xiang saw a hint of ruthlessness and cunningness appear in Yao Chong's eyes. Shen Xiang was slightly surprised in his heart, but knew that there was some dirty trickery ahead. Yao Chong took the initiative as he leapt towards Shen Xiang. Both of Yao Chong's fists were cloaked in hot flames, surging with a vigorous and scorching hot true chi. Watching the punch come towards him, Shen Xiang immediately moved to dodge. But in that instant, his whole body suddenly became lax, and he was unable to put forth even a tiny bit of strength. He was even unable to move his true chi, which made his heart jump with shock. Yao Chong's face suddenly turned ferocious as he said in a heavy voice, Shen Xiang, you are finished. Both of his flaming fists landed on Shen Xiang's body, madly striking him. In just a blink of an eye, his chest and head have all been smashed by those violent fists. This bastard, he's actually at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Shen Xiang had not expected that Yao Chong had hidden his strength so deeply. Yet what Shen Xiang was most angry about was the despicable trick that Yao Chong has used that resulted in Shen Xiang's body turning weak and made him unable to mobilize his true chi. Unfortunately, Shen Xiang's body could be considered tougher than stone. Despite being struck by a 7th mortal martial realm expert with no defense, he was still not seriously injured, which scared the living daylights out of Yao Chong. When you were talking to me, you released an odorless and colorless poison from your mouth, paralyzing my meridians so that I can't move my true chi right. Shen Xiang whispered, as his clear and calm eyes looked straight at Yao Chong. Yao Chong did not expect for his opponent to find out what method used so soon, but did not confirm or deny Shen Xiang's statement. Instead, he attempted to strike him with even more ferocity and madness. From the start of the match, Shen Xiang fell under the wind. It was out of everyone's expectations that Yao Chong's true strength was at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, which surprised all of them. Now they all understood why the Yao family had matched up Yao Chong against Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang, are you only this strong? I'm very disappointed. Lung Yulan stood nearby hugging her bosom, her cold eyes filled with disappointment. At this time, Shen Xiang was already pushed to the edge of the stage and was going to be hit again by Yao Chong. The Yao family's methods were very clever and even caught Shen Xiang off guard. The Yao family considered nearly everything, but didn't know about the invisible ring on Shen Xiang's finger or the 2 peerless beauties inside it, one of which was a grand master of alchemy. This is a strong poisonous gas that has a strong attribute of paralysis, but after the refinement of your body in the immortal and devil pool, your meridians are extremely tough. You only need to operate the Tai Chi divine exercise and let the Tai Chi diagram in your dantian rotate, and the poisonous gas will be refined. Su Meiyao said, operating the Tai Chi divine exercise at once. The spirit chi all around Shen Xiang madly rushed into his body. Surging into the meridians along with the paralysis poisonous gas, they both flowed into his dantian and was refined by the 5-element true chi inside. Yao Chong originally wanted to seriously wound Shen Xiang and then toss him off the stage, but no matter what Yao Chong did, Shen Xiang's eyes were filled with a deadly killing intent. Nothing close to resembling humanity could be seen in his eyes. Shen Xiang was already able to move. Meanwhile, without knowing this, the crowd was watching as Yao Chong pulled out a short knife that was shrouded in a cold aura, heading straight for Shen Xiang's chest. TLN, the actual translation for the short knife was Snickersnay, which looked like this. Go die, Yao Chong shouted. Everyone was shocked as the whole field bursted into commotion. One could hear curses being shouted one after another. Just as Yao Chong's short knife was about to pierce his opponent's chest, Shen Xiang, who had not moved until now, suddenly stirred. Every single bone in Shen Xiang's body was ringing, emitting a crackling sound. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the edge of the short knife between his 2 fingers, then viciously pinched the weapon, turning it into small shards. Bastard. First you paralyze me with underhanded poisonous gas, and now you want to kill me so desperately. You Yao family scum are ruthless. Shen Xiang cursed extremely angrily. Violent azure aura surged into both of his hands, filling to the brim with a lighting aura true chi, which was extremely scary. Go die. Shen Xiang shouted angrily as both of his fists shot forward like 2 violent storms, striking directly on Yao Chong's body. In just a blink of an eye, a rain of fists containing violent lighting chi pounded Yao Chong's body. Yao Chong could only emit a series of pitiful screams as the Yao family members in the audiences quickly leapt towards the stage. After seeing this, Shen Xiang's palm suddenly transformed into a huge azure dragon claw. Azure true chi was valiantly soaring from the dragon claw and swiftly pierced through Yao Chong's body as blood soon sprayed out like a never-ending fountain. The instant Yao Chong was hit by the azure dragon claw, true chi easily pierced into his fragile body and left 5 gaping holes. He fell like a rag doll onto the ground, but was still not dead yet. Shen Xiang, stop. A Yao family elder blasted a fist towards Shen Xiang, who easily sidestepped it. A sudden burst of true chi flashing with lightning aura could be seen on Shen Xiang's legs. Fiercely lifting his leg up, he spun like he was wielding a giant axe wrapped in azure lighting and sent a devastating chop towards Yao Chong's waist. Stop! That Yao family elder roared again, but Yao Chong had already been split in 2 by Shen Xiang's violent spinning kick. Yao Chong died instantly on the stage. The sight was extremely bloody and disgusting, while everyone watching suddenly had shivers running down their spines. The whole wide field was dead silent. The only noise that could be heard was a large group of people gulping. Shen Xiang's action made everyone astonished. Someone had actually, right in front of the Yao family gate, in front of an Yao family elder, beheaded one of the Yao family's esteemed juniors. Not only that, but he had also done so in such a bloody and gruesome fashion. When he was trying to kill me, why didn't you try to stop him? If he tries to kill me, what in the world made you think I wouldn't kill him? Moreover, I still followed the rules imposed. Shen Xiang's voice was freezing yet fully of fiery anger. If he wasn't able to disperse the poisonous gas in time, he would have been killed. Just a moment ago, Yao Cheng tried to stab Shen Xiang with a short knife. Everybody saw this clear violation of the rules. As such, Shen Xiang violating the rule of no killing did not mean anything. Do you want to fight me? Shen Xiang looked coldly at that Yao family elder as slaughter chi soared out from his whole body. The Yao family elder saw the split in half body lying on the ground, still dripping with blood. His old face was full of anger, with a gaze that was also filled with killing intent. At this time, several other Yao family elders arrived. Ha ha ha. So funny, the Yao family brat decided to go against the rules to try and kill someone, but still couldn't do anything. Instead, he was butchered, and now, you old Yao family men are looking for revenge. One extremely bold individual stood up and suddenly started laughing loudly and openly mocking the Yao family. It was extremely loud and open. The ridicule from an audience member made those Yao family elders' complexions extremely ugly. They really hated Shen Xiang, so they had arranged Yao Cheng to fight against Shen Xiang. They allowed Yao Cheng to take the antidote before he filled his mouth with the poisonous gas, and then Yao Cheng spoke with Shen Xiang. This way, Shen Xiang was poisoned. But despite all this, the Yao family underestimated Shen Xiang's strength. Yao Cheng wasn't able to seriously injure Shen Xiang, but Yao Cheng did not want to waste this golden opportunity. So he took out a short knife and tried to stab Shen Xiang. In Yao Cheng's opinion, the Yao family was extremely powerful in the Southern Martial Empire and would be able to easily sweep this matter under the rug. Additionally, he would have killed Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang, we, the Yao family, will not let you off, one elder vengefully stated, his voice full of resentment. Shen Xiang sneered at him and said, the dignified Yao family has actually declined to such a point. Don't worry, I will not let off your Yao family either. Shen Xiang walked down the tournament stage. The Yao family elder didn't dare resort to violence because if he did so, the Yao family would be ridiculed in the entire Southern Martial Empire. Although this King City martial art tournament was managed by the Yao family, they still had to follow the rules. Yao Cheng had violated the rules first, so Shen Xiang killing Yao Cheng is a matter of course, even if the rules had stated against it. The Yao family wanted to stop Shen Xiang from leaving. They were reluctant to give way, but they all had a really good understanding of Yao Cheng's strength. If Shen Xiang had easily executed Yao Cheng in such a way, it was certain that Shen Xiang was, at the very least, encroaching the 8th level of the mortal martial realm strength. Shen Xiang, don't be so proud. Yao Cheng's teacher will soon come and deal with you. One of the elders coldly snorted before giving way and sending orders to clean up the tournament stage. Both of the participants were thought to be at the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Yet Yao Cheng was so vulnerable in front of Shen Xiang. Beforehand, Yao Cheng had madly attacked Shen Xiang with all his might, yet failed to cause any harm to Shen Xiang. It was visible to anyone that Shen Xiang's strength was extraordinary. He was definitely not an ordinary martial artist in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm. Lung Yolan's beautiful curved eyebrows slightly knitted together. Watching Shen Xiang's back, she nibbled on her rosy red lips. She was also in the 7th level of the mortal martial realm, but the true chi she could cast out wasn't nearly as tough as Shen Xiang's. In both making true chi erupt instantly or transforming it into a chi aura attack, it was extremely difficult to achieve it in such an arbitrary way. Even she could just barely do so. The grudge and hatred between Shen Xiang and the Yao family deepened again. Moreover, this time, the other major forces were also tangled in it. This was because the relationship between them and the Yao family was very good. Now that the war between the two were inevitable, they were unsettled. This was because if the Yao family lost the battle, then the Chun family would have annexed the Yao family, firmly grasping all of their properties. Plus, the Chun family was now also one of the strongest Dan forces. If these families helped the Yao family, they would only suffer a loss. Shen Xiang returned to Dan King Hall. He instantly ran to practice within his private room. This time, Su Meiyao was going to teach him some underhanded methods to prevent poisoning. Otherwise, if he encountered a situation like this again, he may not be as lucky as he was today. Little devil, you should have enraged that old man today and made him come out and fight you. Now you've allowed him to prepare, you're too tender. Bai Yu said. She was wearing a black dress, both hands hugging her chest as she leaned on the wall. Her clear as ice eyes displayed an unrestrained, killing intent. Su Meiyao gently laughed and said, "Senior sister, I remember that you once said how you are very satisfied with how this brat handles things. What changed?" Bai Yu snorts humph. He doesn't have enough hatred. Not decisive enough regarding killing. Sister Yu, are you not tired of always wearing the same clothes? How about I buy you some newer and prettier outfits? Shen Xiang laughed and said. In order to please both beauties, Shen Xiang simply resorted to the best method he knew. That was to suggest beautiful clothes as women liked this the most. Regarding this method, he has received rather good results from it. Bai Yu's elegant face turned slightly crimson and her tone also became somewhat gentler. For now, that is not required.